Chapter 181. Seeing the tray full of gold and jewels, Li Wanyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Milliman to be so generous. Milliman's generosity, in addition to wanting to have a good relationship with Li Wanyu, was also a hush money. He didn't want Li Wanyu to know how to use ice in the future. If the method of getting fire from the sun was popularized everywhere, then there would be nothing sacred about the Zhan Temple's sacred fire. The moment the holy flame was ignited, Milliman even had the thought of killing him to silence him. However, with this group of silk pants backing Li Wanyu, Milliman quickly dispelled this idea in his mind and decided to bribe him with money. Li Wanyu listened to his words and understood that he wanted him to keep it a secret and maintain the sacred feeling of the Zhan Temple sacred fire. Sabeo, you are too polite. You can rest assured that I will keep this matter a secret for Zhan Temple. That's good. Thank you for your trouble, Xiaolang. Li Wanyu is also not polite. He smiled and thanked Milliman, then grabbed the gold ingots and jewels and stuffed them into the hands of the playboys. Come, everyone has a share. Brothers, let's divide it. Cheng Chumo and the others quickly refused. Today, they were very satisfied to see Wang Ziqiao and the others suffer. How could they have the nerve to take the gold and jewels? Not to mention, these playboys were not short of money, and Li Jia Xiaolang still owed a lot of debt. The gold and jewels on the tray, at a glance, the playboys could roughly estimate the value. It was about 4 or 5 million yuan. This Zhan Temple could be considered a big deal. Li Wanyu saw that the crowd didn't want it, so he threw the gold ingots and jewels back on the tray. Brothers, if you look down on these things, then this little brother also doesn't want it. Fang Yi and the others looked at each other. In the end, Cheng Chumo laughed and reached out to grab a handful of gold ingots and jewels. Everyone, don't waste Ziyu's good intentions. Come, everyone has a share. Today, let's learn from the people of Jianghu. Divide the gold, and let's go drink a big bowl later, wahaha. Hearing Cheng Chumo's words, the group of debauches also came forward with smiles on their faces, and each of them grabbed a handful of gold ingots and jewels. To them, the amount of money was not important. What was rare was Li Wangyu's sincerity. 5 to 6 million taels of gold and jewels, the group of silk pants, including Li Wanyu, each received 5 to 600,000 copper coins, which could be considered a small fortune. After everyone put away the gold and jewels, Cheng Chumo waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Today at Ping Kong Fong, this old man will treat. We won't go home until we're drunk. Let's go. Let's go home drunk today." After bidding farewell to Milliman, a group of playboys clustered around Li Wanyu as he mounted his horse, laughing and joking as they headed towards Peace Square. Li Wanyu, on the other hand, was laughing bitterly in his heart. He was still in the observation period of his beautiful boss. If Su Changqing found out about this, he was afraid that it would be quite troublesome. What's more, it was broad daylight right now, just past noon. Was it really good to go drinking? But now it was too late for him to say no. Even if he said that his house was on fire, this group of silk pants would not let him leave. Li Wanyu shook his head. He planned to drink a few cups of wine and then use the excuse that he could not hold his liquor and then run back to Zhou Village. There were 2 delicate and beautiful women at home, so he did not have much longing for the girls of Ping Kong Fong. The group of silk pants rode their horses into Peace Square, heading towards a brothel in the square. Ping Kong Fong had tens of thousands of brothels, but these brothels were divided into 3 classes. The top-class girls were responsible for staying in the brothel and diligently practicing poetry and painting, singing and dancing, and would not easily see guests. It was rare to see anyone who was not a high official or a noble family. The second-class girls were responsible for receiving guests in the brothel and the brothel. They would accompany the merchants, rich young masters, and drink, play, sleep, and play to their heart's content. The most common brothel did not serve any peddlers or commoners to earn a little money. Instead, they were trained to be tour guides. That's right, tour guides. In Ping Kong Fong, even the most common brothel's speech and behavior were much better than ordinary girls. Whether it was a scholar who had just entered Chang and to take the imperial examinations, or a merchant who came to do business, They could all rent such a brothel to accompany them to tour Chang and its beautiful scenery, explain history, and stroll around the market. Or they could rent a few brothel when they went for a walk in the countryside, where high officials, nobles, poets, and scholars gathered to drink to their heart's content. Accompanied by beautiful women, drinking wine, listening to songs, and watching beautiful women dance, how delightful. Therefore, the brothel of Ping Kong Fong was not as simple as sleeping with guests. They could recite poems, paint, and write poems. They could also dance, ride, shoot, and dance with swords. They could be said to be multi-talented. Ping Kong Fong, which was full of beautiful women and high quality, was far from the brothel of the future, which only dealt in the flesh business, could compare. It was also because of this that Ping Kong Fong had a unique charm in the Tang dynasty. Meng Jiao once wrote a poem, riding the spring breeze, the horse gallops, sing all the flowers of Chang, and in a day. The flowers of Chang, and were not peonies or morning glories, but delicate beauty flowers. Li Wangyu had only come to Ping Kong Fong to sell erotic paintings, but it was his first time entering a brothel. He could not help but feel a little uneasy. Wei Shiyu suddenly winked at Li Wangyu and said with a mischievous smile, "Zio, there will be a lot of your admirers later. Don't be dazzled." What? What the hell was an admirer? Li Wangyu wanted to ask Wei Shiyu what he meant, but this guy pretended to be mysterious and did not explain. When a group of playboys was politely invited to the brothel by the handyman, the brothel's procuress came up to them with a smile. "Young dukes, you haven't been here for a long time. The young ladies in the brothel have missed you so much." This procuress was actually in her 30s, but in the eyes of the people of the Tang dynasty, she was already old. A procuress was also an old procuress. It was said that the old procuress was an extinct bird. It was said that there were only females and no males. They bred by mating with other kinds of birds. They were very much like prostitutes who were promiscuous, so the brothel's boss was called the old procuress or procuress. Chai Lingwu, Wei Shuyu, and the others were veterans of the brothel and were familiar with the procuress. They teased, "Yunyanzi, don't you miss us? Young dukes, don't make fun of me. Please come in, I'll call the young ladies." The procuress named Yunyanzi smiled and led everyone into an elegantly decorated room. She asked the handyman to bring wine and food. Soon, a group of gorgeously dressed girls wearing topless dresses filed in, almost dazzling Li Wangyu's eyes. The topless dresses of the Tang dynasty, except for the noble women, were worn by the prostitutes who entertained people with their beauty. Their white and towering breasts were set off by the topless dresses, making Li Wangyu feel a little thirsty. With the status of Cheng Chumo and the others, the ones who came out to receive them in the brothel were naturally the best girls. The young ladies of the brothel were only 15 or 16 years old, which was the age of high school girls in the future. Cheng Chumo, these beasts, only harm young girls. Li Wangyu despised them in his heart. Chapter 182. When Wei Shuyu saw these girls, he immediately pointed at Li Wangyu and laughed. "Qin Yang, Lian Yang, Xuan Yang. Don't you want to know the author of the poems, Journey to the Sword, and Hui Chong Shun Jiang Xiaojing? Do you see the Xiaolang next to me? Why don't you come over and greet him?" His words made these girls' eyes light up, and they looked at Li Wangyu in a strange way. To put in modern terms, it was like a fan's eyes were sparkling when they saw their idol. Li Wangyu was also stunned. How could he have fans in this brothel after plagiarizing a few poems? Were these the admirers that Wei Shuyu had mentioned? He didn't know that these girls in the brothel were not ordinary people. They knew everything about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Their love for poetry was no less than the pursuit of idols by fans in the future. It had to be said that in the Tang dynasty, being a poet was really a good profession. Wei Shiyu's words immediately caused Li Wangyu's side to be surrounded by girls. Each and every one of them looked at Li Wangyu with tender and admiring eyes. "Is this Li Wangyu from Hu County? Greetings, Mama Shui. I love Longjuan's song, Going Out of the Frontier. Can I sing it for you later?" "Greetings, Lang Jun. I am Qin Yang." "Lang Jun, I am Lian Yang." Li Wangyu was surrounded by a group of girls who were 15 or 16 years old. Although he was a veteran in the future and had watched all kinds of Japanese action movies, he still felt a little helpless. Zio, why are you still standing there? Why don't you compose a poem in this situation? Chung Chumo also laughed. Chung Chumo, are you sure you're not possessed by Song Xiaofeng? Li Wanyu was speechless and rolled his eyes. But in the face of a group of girls who were looking at him with shining eyes, he couldn't say no. Forget it. If he wanted to compose a poem, then so be it. It was just plagiarism. Anyway, he was used to plagiarizing, right? Picking up the wine that the young lady beside him had eagerly poured for him, he raised his head and drained it in one gulp. Li Wanyu shouted, "Bring me pen and paper." In the Tang dynasty, poets composing poems in brothels was part of the standard work routine. This brothel's art house had already prepared for it. Immediately, some odd job workers brought over paper, inkstone, brush, and ink. Several young ladies diligently helped him grind the ink. Li Wanyu thought for a moment and decided on a poem to plagiarize. He picked up the brush and began to write. As he wrote, he recited, "For Xiaonyang, Luo Xiongling Bo gave birth to Wei Chen. How could he succeed in visiting his relatives? How can 1,000 cups of green wine be drunk? A face full of red makeup kills people." He shamelessly plagiarized another one of Li Bai's poems, For 7th Madame Duan, and even changed the title of the poem to For Little Madame Zhu. This poem was not famous among Li Bai's poems, but it was very suitable for Li Wanyu's feelings. He needed to recite a poem. The poem was, "You are like Luo Xiongling Bo, Luo Xiong giving birth to Wei Chen. How could I get close to you? I really feel a little drunk with 1,000 cups of wine. Who gave you such a beautiful face?" To put it bluntly, it was Li Bai's romantic poem to coax the girls. As soon as Li Wanyu copied this poem, the girls in the room looked at him with even more strange eyes. Every girl felt that this poem was written for them. Now, all the girls recruited by the brothel keeper Yun Yang all surrounded Li Wanyu. Chung Chumo and the others were not annoyed. As they drank and made merry, they watched Li Wanyu being surrounded by a group of prostitutes. Seeing Li Wanyu's battered and exhausted appearance, everyone laughed. Li Wanyu was surrounded by these delicate and soft girls who kept urging him to drink. A girl who was good at singing and playing the pipa began to sing his poem for Little Madame Zhu. Some who were good at dancing also began to dance. In the room, the atmosphere began to warm up. A group of playboys, under the service of the prostitutes, continued to drink wine. Li Wanyu also unconsciously drank a few more cups. The alcohol went to his head, and he began to teach the girls around him how to play the finger-guessing game. Two little bees flying in the flowers fly. Papa. Kiss, kiss. Lang Jun, you are so bad. It doesn't count. Let's play again. The playboys had never seen such a way of playing the finger-guessing game. They were very interested and soon learned it. They began to play the little bees. However, Li Wanyu was starting to regret it. The scene in the VIP room was 2F** King painful to the eyes. Can you imagine the scene of the burly Chung Chumo and Yuchi Baolin playing the little bees game? Especially when the two of them played the same game. The way they puckered their lips and kissed made Li Wanyu feel nauseous and disgusted. He wanted to vomit. In the room, after 3 rounds of wine, the atmosphere was in high spirits. Li Wanyu was thinking about how to disguise himself and retreat. Just as he was thinking of an excuse to let the playboys let him go, the door of the room was suddenly slammed open and several figures rushed in. Chung Chumo, Fangi AI, and the others heard the noise and glared at the newcomers. They wanted to see who was so blind that they dared to disturb their good mood. When they saw the newcomers, the group of playboys laughed instead of being angry. "Yo, surnamed Wong, are you here to kowtow to us?" Fangi AI clapped his hands and laughed. Was it because there were too many people just now? Come, there are fewer people now. Hurry up and kowtow. The people who rushed into the room were Wang Ziqiao and the others who had just been humiliated by them, Ali Quan Fong. It could be seen that Wang Ziqiao and the others had drunk too much. Their bodies were swaying, and if not for the troops supporting them, they would not have been able to stand. Wang Ziqiao didn't pay any attention to the profligate son's taunting words. He stared at Li Wanyu with bloodshot eyes and cursed fiercely. "So you, Tian Shalang, are the little bastard of the Li family of Hu County. Li Wanyu had not yet spoken when Qing Chumo and the other playboys pushed the table and stood up, glaring at Wang Ziqiao. Surnamed Wang, clean your mouth. There was actually a reason why Wang Ziqiao had rushed in like this. Today, after they had been defeated at Li Quan Fong, they had left behind a few troops to follow them and gather information while he, Lu Xiang, Chui Daogu, and the others went to Ping Kong Fong's brothel to drink. Because they had a belly full of anger today, after drinking a few cups of wine, the four of them quickly began to get drunk. Just as they were drinking, they saw the troops come back to report that Chung Chumo and the others had also come to the brothel to drink in the private room next to theirs. Originally, Wang Ziqiao and the others were still a little afraid of Chung Chumo and the others. They were afraid that the matter of kneeling and kowtowing would be brought up again, and they would be the ones to lose face. Just as they were about to leave the brothel early, they heard the troops report that they had found out the identity of the white-clothed youth. After hearing that the youth was actually Hu County's Li Wanyu, Wang Ziqiao could not bear it anymore. He slapped the table and stood up. Using the alcohol, he rushed to the room next door, planning to teach Li Wanyu a lesson. The reason why Wang Ziqiao hated Li Wanyu so much was because of the Taiyuan Wang's breaking off the engagement. Chapter 183. When Li Wanyu's father, Li Zhou, was still alive, the Taiyuan Wangs wanted to be on good terms with the imperial family, so they took the initiative to arrange a marriage between their daughter and Li Zhou. Considering Li Zhou's position in the imperial court at that time, this marriage was well matched. Even though the 5 families and 7 families looked down on the imperial family of Li Tang and felt that they were nouveau riche, this did not affect the marriage of the Wang family's daughter. In the patriarchal society of the Tang dynasty, women were just appendages of the family. As the daughter of the Taiyuan Wangs, in the eyes of the Wang family, she was not that important. It was very appropriate to use this to win over an important official in the imperial court. Who would have thought that after the Xuanwu Gate incident, Li Yuan would abdicate and Pai Lupi would ascend the throne. Then, Li Zhou would be demoted and dismissed, and then die of illness. This naturally made the Taiyuan Wangs want to break off the marriage. Although it was not very pleasant to hear, the Taiyuan Wang clan would definitely not sacrifice a daughter of the Wang family to marry a disciple of a ruined family. Originally, whether it was the Li family or Li Wanyu's previous owner, they would not break off the marriage even if they were beaten to death. If the Taiyuan Wang clan were forced to do so, they would really cause trouble in the Yamen. If it really came to that, no matter how unwilling the Taiyuan Wang clan was, they could only pinch their noses and let their daughter marry over. But it just so happened that Li Wangyu's soul transmigrated to the Tang dynasty and replaced the stubborn Li Wangyu. After receiving 170 taels of gold from the Taiyuan Wang clan, he happily wrote a letter to break off the marriage and ended the marriage. Logically speaking, Li Wangyu and the Taiyuan Wang clan should have nothing to do with each other anymore. But who would have thought that in just a month, the Li family, which the Wang family thought was ruined, would actually be made famous by Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu's stunning performance at the Tsujiang Pool Poetry Meet began to spread in Chang, and along with those legendary masterpieces. Although Pai Lupi had left in a huff that day, as news of what had happened at Chongping County Duke's birthday banquet spread, many people began to speculate. The officials and nobles of the imperial court were all discussing this. If nothing unexpected happened, this Qilin son of the Li family would soon restore the family's glory. 2 days ago, the eldest son of the Zheng family in Xingyang set fire to a carriage shop in the East Market, which made Empress Zhang's son furious. This made the nobles in Chang and even more shocked. With the methods of the nobles, they quickly found out that this carriage business was originally the property of the Li family in Hu County. Now, it was a joint venture with Emperor Zhang's son. Not only did Pai Lupi appreciate him, but he could also connect with Empress Zhang's son. This made the nobles in Chang and think more highly of Li Wangyu. Of course, Li Wangyu did not know about this at all. How could he have known that the bearded man he had dissed several times was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi? The more outstanding Li Wangyu was, the more short-sighted and snobbish the Wang clan of Taiyuan was. These days, the Wang clan of Taiyuan had taken the initiative to annul the marriage with the Li family in Hu County. This had become a joke among the nobles in Chang'an. At every noble banquet or gathering, the matter of the Wang family annulling the marriage would be brought up and ridiculed. Even Prince Xiao, the eldest son of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, was ridiculed by the nobles in Chang, and because of this, Prince Xiao was engaged to Li Wanyu, and he was the elder brother of the little fat girl of the Wang family. If not for the annulment of the marriage, Li Wanyu would have to call him brother-in-law. Now, Prince Xiao hated the Li family in Hu County to the core. The Wang family did not feel that they had done anything wrong by annulling the marriage. Everything was the fault of the Li family in Hu County, and it was all Li Wanyu's fault. In the Wang family's view, Li Wanyu's actions today were deliberately slapping the face of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. What right did a farmer have to be so domineering? Prince Xiao was planning to go to Hu County in a few days to seek revenge on the Li family, but he did not expect that the culprit who had caused him to lose so much face today was Li Wanyu. So when he heard the troops explain Li Wanyu's identity, he felt his blood boil. Coupled with the stimulation of alcohol, he brazenly barged into the VIP room where Li Wanyu and the others were, wanting to get even with Li Wanyu. Of course, Li Wanyu did not know the whole story. After being scolded by Prince Xiao, he still did not understand what had happened. On the other hand, Du He, Du Go, Wei Shuyu, and the others remembered that the nobles in Chang and had been laughing at the Taiyuan Wang clan for annulling the marriage. They immediately realized what had happened. Surnamed Wang, do you have any shame? Fan Yai also slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Prince Xiao and scolding him. Prince Xiao's face was gloomy, and he did not even look at the group of wastrels. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. I only want to get even with this Tian Shaolang. If you insist on interfering, then you will be making an enemy of the Taiyuan Wang clan. Bastard, do you think I'm scared? So what if I become an enemy of the Taiyuan Wang clan? Do you think my Cheng family is afraid of your Wang family? The three brothers of the Cheng family also angrily rebuked. Fan Yai, Yuqi Baolin, Yuqi Baoqi, Wei Shuyu, Niu Zhangping, Chai Ling Wu, and the Du brothers also pushed aside the singers beside them and stood behind the Cheng brothers. Do you Taiyuan Wangs still want to cover the sky in Chang'an with one hand? Today, we will protect Li Jia Shaoling. What are you going to do? You. Prince Xiao really wanted to ignore everything and order his troops to rush up and beat up all these bastards. But even if he had drunk too much wine, he did not dare to do so. Although the 5 families and 7 hopes had great political and economic power, if they really fell out with these founding dukes, it would not be good for them. Li Wanyu was a little confused. Why did it seem like the spearhead was now pointed at him? He and the Taiyuan Wang clan had no enmity in the past, nor did they have any recent grievances. What did this Prince Xiao mean? Brother Chumo? What's the situation? He whispered to Cheng Chumo. This question stunned Cheng Chumo. Well, they're about to fight, and you still don't understand the situation? Cheng Chumo had no choice but to tell him about the Taiyuan Wang clan's annulment of the engagement with him. Li Wanyu was dumbfounded. Was this considered sitting at home? But trouble fell from the sky. The Taiyuan Wang clan was ridiculed by the nobles in Chang'an. How could this be blamed on him? Was there any law? Was there any reason? After all, Li Wanyu was not a playboy like Cheng Chumo. He could not act unscrupulously and unscrupulously. If he could, he did not want to be enemies with the 5 families and 7 hopes. For him, there was no benefit at all. Even that bastard Zheng Kambua. If he had not coveted his beautiful boss, Li Wanyu would not have meddled. He touched his nose a little helplessly and said to Wang Ziqiao, "It was your Wang clan who proposed the annulment of the engagement. What did it have to do with me? Isn't it a little overbearing for the Wang clan to blame me?" Wang Ziqiao did not expect that Cheng Chumo and his group of playboys would really go against the Taiyuan Wang clan for the sake of Li Wanyu. For a moment, he was embarrassed, and Lu Xiong, Cui Daogu, and Cui Hong, although they were on the same side as Wang Ziqiao, were not willing to get involved in this matter. After all, the annulment of the Taiyuan Wang clan's engagement was not something they could talk about openly. Even the 4 families secretly made fun of the Taiyuan Wang clan because of this matter. Wang Ziqiao did not care about losing face. He stared fiercely at Li Wanyu and said, "Don't say these useless things. I just ask you, do you dare to bet with me?" Chapter 184. Wang Ziqiao didn't give up and wanted to make trouble for Li Wanyu, which made Li Wanyu a little impatient. "Why should I bet with you?" Li Wanyu asked. He didn't see any advantage in betting with Wang Ziqiao. Whether he won or lost, it didn't seem to be good for him. If he won against Wang Ziqiao, he was afraid that his entanglement with the Wang clan of Taiyuan would be deeper. But if he lost, he knew that he would be the unlucky one. Wang Ziqiao snorted. "Humph, as expected of a young man, you don't even dare to bet. If you want to be a coward, I have nothing to say." Before Li Wanyu could say anything, Cheng Chumo waved his hand and said, "Zio, just bet with him. Whether it's batting, cock and dog fighting, quail fighting, leaf card games, or even Tiehu or Hulu, we brothers will accept it for you. If it's a game of wager, do you think you'll lose to him?" "Yes, Xiaolang, bet with him." "Wang, you won't deny it after you lose, right?" "How dare he? If he doesn't admit it after he loses, does he still want the face of the Wang clan of Taiyuan?" "Zio, just bet with him." "That's right." "Wang, tell us, what do you want to bet?" "No matter what you want to bet, we brothers will accept it for Li Jia Xiaolang." Fan Yai and the others were also enjoying the show and started to urge Li Wanyu to bet with Prince Qiao. Seeing that the playboys wanted him to accept Wang Ziqiao's bet, Li Wanyu was a little dumbfounded. The people of the Tang dynasty really liked to gamble. Many emperors of the Tang dynasty liked to gamble. Emperor Xuanzong of Tang and Yang Guifei often gambled for fun. Wu Ziqian also once hosted gambling games and invited civil and military officials to join in. Under the influence of the imperial court, the officials and the people of the Tang dynasty were also very fond of gambling, which almost became a fashion. What Cheng Chimo said just now, batting, cockfighting, quail fighting, leaf card, hurling, and hurling were all the ways the Tang people were used to gambling. Batting, similar to polo, is also called batting. Running dog racing is dog racing, to see whose dog runs faster. The Tang dynasty not only liked cockfighting, but also quail fighting. Yezi Mahjong could be considered the ancestor of Mahjong. As for throwing arrows into the pot, the winner was the one who threw the most arrows into the pot. Hula was a gambling method unique to the Tang dynasty. It was a small square made of wood, similar to dice, painted in black and white. When gambling, grab 5 black and white dices and throw them into the bowl. The one with the most black faces wins. When he threw it out, he had to shout Lu. What Lu meant was 5 black faces facing up. One of the signs of the Tang dynasty was that in every square in Chong, and people could hear the words Lu and Lu at any time. Therefore, this kind of gambling was also called Hulu. Other than that, there was also literary gambling. It was not uncommon for scholars to gamble on poems and essays. Cheng Chumo and this group of debauches were proficient in all kinds of gambling, so they were full of confidence in urging Li Wanyu to bet with Wang Ziqiao. Li Wanyu was speechless and resisted the urge to roll his eyes. This group of debauches, why were they so excited when they heard about a gambling fight? These hopeless gamblers. The gambling fight proposed by Wang Ziqiao was different from the one they had with the debauches in the Jia Temple. The bet in the Jia Temple was more of a fight between the rich playboys, a battle of personal feelings. Therefore, even if Wang Ziqiao and the others reneged on the bet, Cheng Chumo and the others just laughed, because if they lost, they would also do the same. If they could sweep the other party's face, they would have already achieved their goal. The gambling fight was more similar to the duels between nobles in the West. The result of the gambling fight would not be easily reneged, otherwise it would be despised. Emperor Shizong of the Tang dynasty once gambled with an official, using his position as the stake. The official, Chen Jingguan, won the bet and was conferred the title of Sichuan Jidushi. After the bet, he became a governor of the border, ruling over 26 states including Zhang, Yi, and Han. Li Wanyu knew this, so he did not want to accept the gambling fight proposed by Wang Ziqiao. But now it was too late for him to refuse. The debauches had accepted the gambling fight for him. If he did not accept the challenge, he would be sweeping the face of Cheng Chumo and the other debauches, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Fine, a gambling fight it is. How do you want to gamble? Li Wanyu looked helplessly at Wang Ziqiao. At this time, Wang Ziqiao had sobered up a little, and after being disturbed by the debauches, he felt some regret. Just now, when he blurted out that he wanted to gamble with Li Wanyu, he forgot about the group of debauches behind Li Wanyu. Just as Cheng Chumo said, he was not sure if he could win against this group of debauches in a gambling fight. If he lost the gambling fight, he would lose all his face today. Wang Ziqiao's triangular eyes involuntarily looked behind him, wanting to see if Lu Xiong and the others had any good ideas. But when he saw one of the Wang family's troops standing behind the crowd, he suddenly had an idea. Since we are willing to gamble, then let's play something new. Wang Ziqiao shook his head. Let's gamble on ventriloquism. What the hell? Ventriloquism? Wang Ziqiao's words stunned Li Wanyu and the other debauches. They did not know how to gamble on ventriloquism. Ventriloquism had existed in China since ancient times. The records of the Grand Historian recorded that Lord Meng Changjun of the state of Qi during the Warring States period used the ventriloquism of his followers to escape from the state of Qin back to the state of Qi. This was also the origin of the idiom, the crow of the rooster and the thief of the dog. Li Wanyu also remembered the ventriloquism from his middle school Chinese class. In the capital, there is a person who is good at ventriloquism. All the guests stretched their necks, glanced sideways, smiled, and sighed silently, thinking that it was wonderful. Looking at the screen, the person, the table, the chair, the fan, and the ruler were all the same. But how could they gamble on ventriloquism? Moreover, Li Wanyu did not know any ventriloquism. Would box work? He knew a little about ventriloquism. He looked at the group of debauches, who also seemed to be a little dumbfounded. It seemed that they also did not know any ventriloquism. Wang Ziqiao's drunken eyes swept across the crowd proudly. He pointed to the troop behind him and said, I know a little about ventriloquism for this song. I will not bully you. I will give you 2 chances. No matter what sounds you can make from your mouth, if you can imitate this song, then I will win this gambling fight. If not, then you win. He paused, stared fiercely at Li Wanyu, and said, If you lose today's gambling fight, you will kick this guy out of Chang'an City. From now on, he will not be allowed to take a step into Chang'an City. Cheng Chumo and the others looked at each other and did not know how to respond. They had never heard of the gambling fight proposed by Wang Ziqiao. Moreover, if they lost, Li Wanyu would never be allowed to enter Chang'an City again. The consequences were somewhat serious. The group of debauches was checkmated by Wang Ziqiao. They could not help but feel a little embarrassed. They had spoken too confidently just now, and now it was difficult to clean up the mess. Fang Yai saw that everyone was in a difficult position and wanted to act shamelessly. He wanted to lose some face and ruin this gambling fight. Li Wanyu suddenly said, If you lose, what will you do? He was also a little angry now. This Taiyuan Wang clan was so against him. Did he really think he was a clay figurine? That he could do whatever he wanted to do? Li Wanyu's stubborn temper also rose. So what if he was from the Taiyuan Wang clan? Today he would fight with him. Wang Ziqiao laughed and said indifferently, If I lose from now on, I will avoid you in Chang'an City. As long as I see you, I will bow to you and avoid you. How about that? For these young masters, if Wang Ziqiao really lost, it would be a really shameful thing. If the legitimate sons of the 5 families and 7 families bowed to a white figure and avoided him, then he would lose all his face. But Wang Ziqiao did not think that he would lose at all. This troop of his had no other skills, but in this Chang'an City, they had never met a match. This troop of the Wang family could be considered a strange person. He did not know where he learned this skill from, but it was very good. He could imitate a bird's call and even make the bird unable to distinguish him and land on his shoulder. He could imitate all kinds of people after hearing it once. He could even imitate a woman's voice. Wang Ziqiao did not believe that he could not win this gambling fight by relying on his troop skill. Okay, since you insist on a gambling fight, then it's a deal. Cheng Chumo and others did not have time to persuade Li Wanyu before he directly nodded and agreed. Li Wanyu glanced at the proud Wang Ziqiao and said in his heart, If you are willing to die, then I am willing to bury you. Chapter 185. Although Li Wanyu did not learn any ventriloquism, he did not think it was a big deal. He had seen a lot of ventriloquism performances on TV in the future. It was not a big deal. Besides, even if the ventriloquism of the Wong troops was as good as the performers in the textbook ventriloquism, so what? Ventriloquism was not like a tape recorder. It was just through the mouth, teeth, lips, tongue, throat, nose, and other vocal organs to imitate various sounds of nature, such as birds and beasts, wind and rain, thunder and lightning, etc. Was it that easy to imitate the things that Li Wanyu knew? Seeing that Li Wanyu did not hesitate to agree to Wang Ziqiao's bet, Cheng Chumo and the others wanted to stop it, but it was too late. In the view of these foppish sons, losing the bet was fine, but since they had agreed, they had to give it a try. Several foppish sons gathered together to discuss what sound they should make to prevent the Wang troops from imitating. This made Li Wanyu a little dumbfounded. Such a simple thing. Why do they make it so complicated? Brother Chumo, Li Wanyu was just about to say that he could do it himself, but Cheng Chumo waved his hand to stop him. Zio, if you have something to say it later. This matter cannot be sloppy. Let's discuss it first. Zio, don't worry. Today's bet, brothers will let you win. Li Wanyu wanted to speak several times, but he was interrupted by Cheng Chumo, which made him very depressed. Forget it. Let them do it. Anyway, there were 2 chances, so there was no need to worry. Li Wanyu simply acted as if nothing had happened. He sat back down at the table and let the young ladies pour him wine. He then began to drink the wine on his own. Cheng Chumo and the others discussed for a long time and came up with several ways that they thought could stump the Wang troops. Fang Yai reached out and summoned a female singer. Li Wanyu remembered that this girl was called Xuanyang. She sang a good song. Her voice was sweet like an oriole coming out of the valley. It seemed that these foppish sons, in the first round, wanted to use a female voice to embarrass the Wang troops who were good at ventriloquism. Mama Shui, pick your best song and sing it a cappella, Fang Yai instructed. Yes, I'll sing now. Mama Shui bowed to the fops, stood up, cleared her throat, and began to sing. Zhao Ke's beard tassels, Wu Go's frost and snow. The silver saddle shines on the white horse like a shooting star, killing 1 person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. When a matter is done, I leave with a flick of my sleeve, hiding my identity and name. Mama Shui was singing the poem Ode to Gallantry that Li Wanyu had plagiarized. The poem was magnificent, and Mama Shui's voice was firm. Her voice was as smooth as a pearl and smooth as jade, and it even had a skillful tuning, making her singing sound sometimes moving and sometimes quiet, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It was very pleasant to listen to. At the end of the song, even Cheng Chumo and the others could not help but shout out, "Good," and then looked at Prince Qiao. Wang, come on, let me see what your song is capable of. They didn't believe that anyone could imitate Mama Shui's voice. But Wang Ziqiao didn't care at all. He raised his eyelids slightly and motioned his troops to come forward. The troops of the Wang family came forward, grinned at the fops, and then began to sing. As soon as his voice came out, everyone in the room was stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Yuchi Baolin turned her head and looked at Mama Shui next to her, trying to confirm if she was singing. The voice that came out of the mouth of the troops of the Wang family was exactly the same as that of Mama Shui. This strange scene caused everyone to have goosebumps involuntarily. When the troops of the Wang family finished the song, the room was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. After a long time, Cheng Chumo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at the man with his eyes wide open. Are you a man or a ghost? Wang Ziqiao smiled. How about it? One more chance? Do you want to continue? The fops looked at each other, not knowing what to do. This troop of the Wang family could even imitate a female voice that he had only heard once. What other sounds could they make that he couldn't imitate? Seeing that the fops were silent, Wang Ziqiao couldn't help laughing. He felt that he had finally gotten his revenge today. Later, he would ask his troops to throw Li Wanyu out of Chang and city, and then he would slowly play with this arrogant boy. Li Wanyu, however, was neither hurried nor slow. He finished the wine in his cup in one gulp and stood up. What's the hurry? Isn't there one more chance? Li Wanyu looked at Wang Ziqiao and asked, "Do you have to imitate whatever I sing?" "Yes, that's it." "Then it's simple. Tell him to listen." Li Wanyu cleared his throat and was about to speak when Cheng Chumo pulled him back. "Zio, are you sure you can do it?" "Brother Chumo, don't worry, don't worry. When I finish singing, he will be dumbfounded." Li Wanyu laughed. He twisted his neck. It was time to show his real skills. A long time ago, a giant dragon suddenly appeared and brought disaster. It took away the princess and disappeared. The kingdom was in danger. Li Wangyu's singing caused the silk pants to frown involuntarily. Although the tune was strange, it wasn't difficult. Wang Ziqiao was even more relieved. His troops could imitate this kind of singing without any difficulty. It would be more difficult to imitate the singing of the female singer. While Wang Ziqiao and the others were grinning, Li Wanyu suddenly changed the lyrics. The king was very happy and hurriedly asked for his name. The young man thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, my name is Darabamba Ban Badib Dobaruing." Again, Darabamba Ban Badib Dobaruing. "Isn't that right? Darabamba Ban Badib Dobaruing?" Yes, Darabamba Ban Badib Dobaruing." "What the hell is this, a ghost?" Wang Ziqiao's mouth couldn't help but open wide. He stared blankly at Li Wanyu, who was still singing. The originally relaxed troops beside him were sweating profusely. What was this bastard from the Li family singing? Li Wanyu was laughing in his heart as he sang. The song he was singing was called Darabenba. It was a song sung by the virtual singer Luo Tianyi in the future. The melody of this song was very brainwashing, but it was impossible to remember the lyrics. The lyrics of Darabenba were simply magical. When Li Wanyu heard this song for the first time, he was completely dumbfounded. Li Wanyu spent a whole week memorizing the lyrics in order to learn this song. He didn't memorize the lyrics because he had nothing better to do. He just wanted to show off. Back then, Li Wanyu had to attend the company's annual meeting in order to impress everyone and show his face in front of his beautiful boss. That was why he had spent so much effort to learn this song. Who would have thought that after transmigrating to Tang Dynasty, there would come a day where he could use this song? After Li Wanyu finished singing, he smiled at Wang Ziqiao and said, "Come on, let your troops imitate my song with their ventriloquism." In the private room, the fops were dumbfounded. The singers were also dumbfounded. Wang Ziqiao was even more dumbfounded. "Imitate your ass." Chapter 186. Wang Ziqiao's face twitched. He really wanted to grab Li Wangyu's collar and spit on his face. "You call this a fucking song?" He looked at the equally sluggish troops beside him and knew that he would not be able to imitate this song with his mouth technique. Let's go." Wang Ziqiao knew that he had lost this gambling fight again. He pulled his face and turned to leave. "Wait, surnamed Wang, did you forget something?" Cheng Chumo shouted. "Don't forget, you said it yourself. Salute and avoid. Now you can salute and get out." "You." Wang Ziqiao's eyes were red as he angrily stared at Cheng Chumo. "What? As the legitimate son of the Taiyuan Wang clan, are you going to refuse the gambling bet?" TSK, what 5 surnames and 7 hopes? The name is just an exaggeration. Cheng Chumo may look like a rough man, but his mouth was not forgiving at all. Wang Ziqiao's face was red, his fists clenched, his nails almost embedded in his flesh. He did not say anything, just bowed slightly to Li Wanyu, and that was his salute. After that, he did not say anything, nor did he say goodbye to Lu Xiong and the others. He took the Wang clan troops and directly left the brothel. Wang Ziqiao only felt that the humiliation he received today could only be washed away with blood. These playboys did not feel that there was anything wrong with their actions. All the mistakes were Li Wangyu's fault. As the legitimate son of the Taiyuan Wangs, Wang Ziqiao now hated Li Wanyu to the bone and was only thinking about how to retaliate. Lu Xiong, Cui Daogu, and Cui Hong did not expect such a result. They did not say anything, and each took their own troops and left. After they left, Cheng Chumo and the others laughed until tears came out. They kept calling for wine. Today, they would not leave until they were drunk. Li Wanyu wanted to slip away at this time, but it was naturally too late, and he was poured wine by the playboys. No matter how low the alcohol content of the wine was, in the end, he still closed his eyes and drank it all. After the farce in Chang, and Li Wanyu behaved himself for a period of time. He stayed in Dingzhou village every day and did not run around. Defeating the legitimate son of the Taiyuan Wang clan was not necessarily a good thing for Li Wanyu. He was not like Cheng Chumo and the other dandy who could go against the Taiyuan Wangs. As a commoner, Li Wanyu knew his place. Therefore, he hid in Dingzhou village, intending to lie low for a while. The playboys had come to Dingzhou village several times, wanting to invite him to Chang and for a drink, but he had found various excuses to refuse. He spent his days at home cultivating his relationship with his beautiful boss, chatting with Aphrodite about life, teaching Ma Zhou and Yin Liben, and discussing with Liu Shanwei how to build a Taoist temple. His days were rather carefree. In the 3rd month of Jingguan, the plague of locusts had begun. Li Wanyu's thousands of ducks were also driven by the duck girl from the duck shed to the various fields in the village to hunt for locusts. However, the locusts seemed to be endless. One day, they ate up all the locusts in the field, and the next day, more locusts would appear out of nowhere. But compared to the fields and the villages around Dingzhou village was much better. Although this year's grain yield would definitely be reduced, at least there would be some harvest during the autumn harvest. As for the other villages, Li Wanyu estimated that if the government did not order to exterminate the locusts, this plague of locusts would undoubtedly cause a great famine in Guanzhong Road. Li Wanyu had only seen this kind of locust plague in Africa on television in his previous life. It made one's scalp tingle, and one could not bear to look at it directly. In the camera, the locusts covered the sky like dark clouds, and wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass grew. In his previous life, there were planes spraying pesticides in Africa, but they still could not stop the plague of locusts. Li Wanyu could not imagine that he would soon face such a situation, but he could only do so much. If the Tang dynasty wanted to save itself, it could only rely on itself. Li Wanyu was not God. Saving a village was already his limit. People could only save themselves. He could not save thousands of people. Having thought this through, Li Wanyu heaved a long sigh and decided not to dwell on it any longer. On this day, Li Wanyu had nothing to do, so he went to the Ganhe River to fish to pass the time. While he was leisurely, he heard a noisy voice not far away. Li Wanyu curiously looked from the bushes and was surprised to see Yang Quan leading a group of people to the Ganhe River. They were pointing at the 5 water wheels and his 300 mu of paddy fields. He noticed that Fang Xianling and the bearded man were also among them. In the crowd, there was also the man who had eaten breakfast at Chongrenfang. What are they doing? Tang dynasty cadres going to the countryside for inspection? What are they doing in Dingzhou village? Such a group of officials in the capital, and their official positions were much higher than Yang Quan, who was a 7th grade county magistrate. Li Wanyu felt sorry for Yang Quan. Receiving superiors was not necessarily a good job. Li Wanyu did not want to be nosy. He just pretended that he did not see this group of people and continued to fish. He had a fixed fishing position on the riverbank, located under a bush. There was no sun here, and it was difficult to see him from the outside. But he could see the situation around him. Lang Jun, could it be that these people are here for you? Niu Wu asked in a low voice. Li Wanyu signaled him to be quiet. Shoo, don't worry about them. Just pretend that you didn't see them. But Li Hong led them here. Niu Wu pointed at the thin figure in the crowd and said. When Li Wanyu saw this, his nose almost went crooked from anger. As expected, who else could that old man be but Li Hong? Once there was a traitor in the family, it was not easy to hide. The old housekeeper Li Hong had a bright smile on his face. He followed behind Yang Quan and guided the county magistrate. Obviously, Yang Quan had already been to his house. Li Hong was very flattering and betrayed his master. Zio, you are so elegant. You are actually hiding here to fish. Yang Quan stroked his beard and greeted Li Wanyu, who was behind the bush. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Li Wanyu patted his but helplessly and stood up to greet Yang Zhua and the others. At the same time, he glared fiercely at Li Hong, who didn't know what was going on. I have stolen half a day of leisure. Ming House, why did you come to Dingzhou village today? Li Wanyu replied casually. Stolen half a day of leisure. Half a day of leisure is rare. Xiao Lang casually recited a poem. Do you have a complete poem? Before Yang Quan could reply, Fang Xianling walked out from the crowd and smiled at him. I said it too casually. Plagiarized another sentence? Forget it. I'll just plagiarize it. Li Wanyu bowed to Fang Xianling. Greetings, Minister Fang. You flatter me. As the saying goes, a piece of writing is made by nature. I only have this sentence. After saying that, Li Wanyu was stunned again. What the hell? Did I plagiarize again? Is this a poem from the Southern Song Dynasty? Chapter 187. As soon as Li Wanyu said this, everyone could not help but clap their hands and applaud. Good. What a wonderful summary. That's the essence of poetry. Fang Xianling praised. Li Zio is only 16 years old, but he can speak so well. No wonder Zio's poems have been spread all over Chang'an. He's really a young talent. No wonder he can write such good poems. In the crowd, Pai Lupi could not help but clap his hands and applaud. Now, Li Wanyu's sentence. How can I bow to the powerful and make me unhappy? The bad feelings he brought to Pai Lupi had long disappeared. Now Pai Lupi liked Li Wanyu more and more. Li Wanyu's face turned slightly red from the praises of the crowd. He quickly changed the topic and asked, Is there a reason why Prime Minister Fang came to Dingzhou village today? Fang Xianling twirled his beard and smiled. Nothing. We're just here to enjoy the flowers. Spring? Enjoy the flowers? Black lines appeared on Li Wanyu's forehead. What nonsense was this? If it was March in previous years, it would be a good time to enjoy the flowers. But this year, there was a locust plague in Guangzhou, even around Dingzhou village. Even if Li family's ducks kept hunting for locusts, there was no spring scenery in the fields. Of course, enjoying the flowers was not a good thing, but enjoying the locusts flying in the sky was a good thing. Fang Xuanling's words were an excuse. In fact, Pai Lupi wanted to visit Dingzhou village. He, Zhangsun Wuji, Duru Hui, and the others naturally needed to accompany him. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi did not come to Dingzhou village because he had nothing to do. There was a reason why he came incognito with Fang Xianling, Zhangsun Wuji, and the others. First, he came to see with his own eyes the water wheel that did not require manpower and could automatically carry water for irrigation. He also wanted to see the effect of Li Wanyu's 300 mu of saline alkali soil. Second, the locust plague in Guangzhou Dao was getting worse and worse. There were reports of the locust plague everywhere. Pai Lupi also wanted to see the extent of the locust plague. Third, the case of the locust plague and divine punishment in the court was still unresolved. This made Pai Lupi feel depressed, so he took this opportunity to walk around and relax. Pai Lupi, accompanied by Fang Xianling, Duru Hui, and Zhangsun Wuji, came to Dingzhou village under the lead of Hu County Magistrate, Yang Quan. After seeing the water wheel with their own eyes, and seeing that the saline alkali soil had been improved and rice had been planted, everyone was full of praise. Zhangsun Wuji lowered his voice and smiled at Pai Lupi. Congratulations to His Majesty. Our Tang dynasty has this method of water wheel and saline alkali soil. It can increase the number of mu of land and prevent the land from being drought-stricken. This is great news. Fang Xianling and Duru Hui were also full of praise. Pai Lupi, who was originally in a bad mood, also showed a satisfied smile. He was even more satisfied with Li Wanyu. The Qilin son of the old Li family not only had outstanding literary talent, but also had such knowledge of worldly affairs. It was really rare. He did not know where he learned this ability. Whether it was the water wheel or the four-wheeled carriage for the Tang dynasty, they were all national weapons. Li Wanyu could be said to have made a great contribution to the Tang dynasty. But the more it was so, the more Pai Lupi felt that he had the responsibility to educate this kid. This kind of thing was beneficial to the country and the people, but he did not want to give it to the imperial court. Instead, he used it to exchange for some farmland, cattle, and the exclusive right to operate the Chang'an carriage. It was really abominable. Moreover, this kid also urged Emperor Zhangsun to invest in his carriage business. He did not think about how to repay the imperial court. Instead, he thought about the business of merchants all day long to earn those stupid things. He really deserved a beating. Thinking that he was Li Wangyo's elder, Pai Lupi's words were not so pleasant to hear. They carried a lecturing tone. "Kid, come here. Let me ask you. Since you gave the water wheel and the method to improve the soil to the imperial court, why did you ask Yang Mingfu for cattle as a reward?" Pai Lupi felt that he had good intentions, but he was destined to make a fool of himself. It was a waste of effort. Li Wanyu had always been unhappy with this curly-bearded man. He was very tired of his words. How could he listen to Pai Lupi's lecture? Moreover, the two sides were in completely different positions. Naturally, their views on this matter were also completely different. In the eyes of Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, if the people under his rule had good things, it was natural for them to give it to the government. As for the reward, it should be given by the government at their discretion. It should not be privately asked for. In the Huaxia dynasties where imperial power was supreme, there was no such thing as intellectual property protection. Things that were useful to the people of the country were public goods. Imperial power did not recognize the exclusivity of private creations. This was also the reason why the ancient people, once they had something good, would keep it for themselves. Independent sects, ancestral secret recipes, and so on all originated from this kind of social environment where there was no awareness of intellectual property protection. This forced them to think of ways to protect their own interests. Therefore, from the standpoint of the emperor of the Tang dynasty and Li Wangyo's elder, Pai Lupi felt that it was normal for him to teach this bastard a lesson. Including Fang Xianling, several important officials also nodded and smiled. They felt that Pai Lupi's question was not wrong. If it weren't for his teacher, Yu Shernan, and the fact that Yang Zhua truly cherished Li Wangyo's talent, he wouldn't have taken out some cattle to trade with him. Rather than an exchange, it was more appropriate to say that Yang Quan's gift to Li Wangyu was appropriate. What bargaining? It was just Yang Quan teasing him. However, Li Wangyu did not see it that way. What right did he have to confiscate something that he had invented with just a few words? It was simply the logic of a robber. Aren't my 2 skills worth 20 cattle? Li Wangyu straightened his neck and replied in an unfriendly tone. Pai Lupi was stunned. Of course it is worth it, but how can it be calculated like this? The water wheel is a public weapon that has contributed to the country. How can it be used for personal gain? Why not? I want cattle for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Li Wanyo's words made everyone dumbfounded. You asked Yang Quan for cattle for the sake of the Tang dynasty? What kind of logic was this? Fang Xianling was afraid that he would talk nonsense, so he quickly coughed. Xiaolang, why do you say that? Don't joke around. Li Wangyo's smile suddenly disappeared. He felt that he had the obligation to explain to these officials of the Tang dynasty why intellectual property protection was necessary. You should have read Lu's Spring and Autumn Annals, right? These bigwigs of the imperial court were all learned scholars, including Li Er, who was familiar with the classics. Naturally, they knew what Li Wangyu was talking about and nodded. Li Wangyu continued, in Lu's Spring and Autumn Annals, Zi Gong redeemed people and Zi Lu received cattle. Have you forgotten? His words made everyone stunned. What did Zi Gong redeemed people and Zi Lu receive cattle have to do with this? Chapter 188. Zi Gong redeeming a person and Zi Lu receiving an ox were stories recorded in the Spring and Autumn Annals of the Lu family. There was a law in the state of Lu. If the people of Lu saw their compatriots in a foreign country suffering misfortune and becoming slaves, as long as they could redeem these people and help them regain their freedom, they could receive compensation and rewards from the state. Confucius's student, Zi Gong, redeemed the people of Lu from a foreign country, but refused the state's compensation. Confucius said, if you take the gold, you won't lose anything. If you don't take the gold, you won't be able to redeem the people. What he meant was that if Zi Gong didn't accept the money, no one would redeem the people of Lu in the future. Because Zi Gong didn't lack money, it didn't mean that other people didn't lack money. However, because of Zi Gong's example, other people of Lu might not be willing to accept the state's compensation and rewards. As a result, no one was willing to redeem the people of Lu from a foreign country. When Zilu saved a drowning person, that person thanked him and gave him an ox, which Zilu accepted. Confucius said happily, "From now on, the people of Lu will be brave enough to save drowning people." Zigong redeeming a person and Zilu receiving an ox were mainly to show that going against common sense and against human morality was the most evil thing in the world. Raising the standard of morality infinitely, or treating one's own morality as public morality, these two methods would only lead to one result, which was to make morality awkward. It would make ordinary people's faces change color when they hear about morality, and then they would distance themselves from morality. All the big shots present, including Pai Lupi, naturally understood this principle, but they didn't understand how it was related to what Li Wanyu said. Li Wanyu pointed to the water wheel by the river and said, "If I didn't ask Yang Mingfu for an ox and gave it to the imperial court for free, in the future, who in the world would be willing to study the study of things? Study the study of practical application? Everyone might as well wait for someone else to create it and then use it. How is this different from Zigong redeeming a person? As the saying goes, the world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. Zilu receiving an ox seems to be a small matter, but it can encourage people to do good. For the sake of the Tang dynasty, I asked for compensation from Yang Mingfu. Is there anything wrong with that?" His words made Pai Lupi, Zhangsun Wuji, and the others somewhat unsure how to refute him. The logic seemed to be correct, but it went against the principle of the supremacy of imperial power that had existed for thousands of years. Effort should be rewarded. This was the meaning behind Li Wanyu's two illusions. Pai Lupi snorted discontentedly. "Are you going to ask the sage for the water wheel technology, and you're going to ask him for the cattle? Why not?" Li Wanyu asked curiously. "Don't you have to pay to buy things in the palace? Why do you want to snatch my family's belongings by force? The imperial court will naturally reward you. How can this be called stealing?" Pai Lupi said angrily. "Why should I reward him? This is what I deserve. Why did the imperial court bestow it upon me? You stole my things and then gave them to me as a reward. Isn't that the same as robbing?" Li Wanyu's eyes almost rolled to the sky. His words made Li Er speechless and speechless for a while. Pai Lupi had the urge to take off his boots and slap him. This bastard brat didn't give him any face at all. "I've been insulted again." Li Wanyu's words made everyone have the urge to cover their faces with their sleeves. This brat is getting serious again. Everyone present, except for Yang Quan, had seen Li Wanyu's previous two insults to Pai Lupi. Fortunately, Pai Lupi was open-minded. Otherwise, Li Wanyu's grave would already be 3 feet tall. Yang Quan was anxious and quickly said, "Zio, how can you say that? Answer properly." Fang Xianling also coughed softly. "What uniquely means is that the imperial court's reward will only be greater. Why did Xiao Lang only use the water wheel and the method to improve the soil in exchange for a mere 20 cattle? Yang Mingfu wouldn't give me more." Li Wanyu muttered. Fang Xianling was also depressed. Did this brat understand what he said? In fact, Li Wanyu naturally knew that if he offered the method to make the water wheel to the Tang dynasty in the name of offering, he would receive far more. It was even possible that he would be promoted to an official. But the problem was that he wasn't willing. First, he didn't want to be an official. Second, Li Wanyu was also a stubborn little donkey. As he said, it was obviously his, and he was willing to sell 20 cattle. Why should the imperial court's bigwigs reward him in the form of charity? "I don't want to serve you." Pai Lupi was angered by Li Wanyu's words. He almost wanted to fling his robe and leave. This bastard brat should be caught and taught a lesson by Cheng Yaojin. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to learn how to speak properly. He began to regret that he didn't bring Cheng Yaojin with him when he went out today. That day in Zhang Liang's mansion, Cheng Yaojin beat Li Wanyu's, but it made Pai Lupi feel very happy. This bastard brat should be taught a lesson like this. Pai Lupi, who had been humiliated, simply ignored Li Wanyu. He said, "Amazing skill." Then he turned around to observe the 300 mu of rice field that had been improved from saline alkali soil. Looking at it, Pai Lupi couldn't help but want to take off his boots and beat Li Wanyu. He couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on Li Wanyu, this scoundrel. He turned his head to look at Yang Zhua, who was standing respectfully at the side, and said angrily, Yangming residents, why are the seedlings in this paddy field planted in such a mess? Is this how the county government supervises the farming? Pai Lupi was referring to the 2 mu of rice field that Li Wanyu had people use the rice seedling tossing method to plant. Compared to the surrounding rice fields, the rice seedlings in these 2 mu of rice field were simply too horrible to look at. In the other rice fields, the rice seedlings were all horizontal and vertical. The rows and rows were very neat and pleasing to the eye. However, in these 2 mu of rice field, the rice seedlings were haphazardly inserted into the rice field. Seeing this, Pai Lupi was very angry. Even Zhongsun Wuji, Fong Xianling, and the others shook their heads. They felt that Li Jia Shaolang was still young and didn't care about farming at all. If he planted the rice seedlings so casually, when the autumn harvest came, what good harvest could there be? Even if the Li family didn't need to rely on the harvest in the fields to live, it was disrespectful to waste the land like this. It could even be said that it violated the Tang dynasty law. In the Tang dynasty, if the land was abandoned, they would be arrested by the county government and beaten with a plank. In an agricultural society, as long as the emperor wasn't extremely muddle-headed, he would place great importance on farming. In Pai Lupi's view, Li Wanyu's 2 mu of rice field was completely wasting the land. Therefore, when he asked Yang Quan, there was a bit of anger in his words. How could Yang Quan understand why Li Wanyu planted the rice in such a way? Hearing Pai Lupi's unfriendly tone, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. He quickly looked at Li Wanyu for help. Zio quickly explained to Eunuch Li. Li Wanyu rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to diss Pai Lupi again, he heard a creepy laugh from not far away. Wahaha, nephew, I'm here to see you again. Chapter 189. Other than Cheng Yaojin, there was no one else who could make such a sound. When Li Wanyu heard Cheng Yaojin's voice, he couldn't help but shiver. This devil incarnate's lethality was too shocking, and he couldn't help but be afraid. He turned his head stiffly and saw that the one who made such a terrifying sound was Cheng Yaojin. Qin Xiong was also with him, and behind him was a group of personal guards. Waha, nephew, why aren't you coming over to welcome me and your uncle Qin? Cheng Yaojin urged his horse to gallop in front of Li Wanyu. Just as he was about to laugh heartily, he raised his eyes and saw Li Er and the others behind him. He hurriedly rolled down from his horse and prepared to greet them. Zhongsun Wuji, who was in the crowd, quickly waved his hand at him. This old fellow was also a smart person and immediately understood. Greetings to all of you. What brings you here to Dingzhou village today? Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong understood that this was Pai Lupi's incognito inspection and didn't intend to reveal his identity. Thus, they vaguely greeted them. We heard that this Li Jia Shaoling built a water wheel and improved 100 mu of saline alkali soil, so we came to take a look. Why are the 2 high dukes here? Zhongsun Wuji explained with a smile. Cheng Yaojin laughed. I'm here to eat the pig slaughtering feast. He pointed at Li Wanyu. The pig slaughtering feast made by this fellow, although he used cheap meat, was very delicious and left a lasting aftertaste. After eating it once, I missed it so much that I asked Brother Shubao to come over today. I'm prepared to let this bastard give us a meal again. Li Wanyu was dumbfounded. What the heck? Eating the pig slaughtering feast again? Cheng Yaojin, this old glutton, despised him. He was freaking ready to freeload again. Li Wanyu suddenly wanted Yo Wu to quickly go home and hide the things at home. The bandits were coming again. After Cheng Yaojin finished speaking, the others did not think much of it, but Yang Quan could not help but swallow his saliva. He nodded in agreement and said, What Lu Guogong said is true. Ziyu's pig slaughtered rice is the best in the world. It is rare. This lowly official has eaten it once, and it is indeed unforgettable. After the 2 of them finished speaking, Zhongsun Wuji's eyes lit up. He turned to Li Wanyu and asked, Shaolang, can you treat us to a taste today? Zhongsun Wuji loved to eat in one bite. Regardless of whether it was the local snacks or various feasts, he would gladly enjoy them. The reason why Li Wanyu was able to meet Zhongsun Wuji in Chongren Square that day was because he liked the taste of the Hu biscuits in the food shop in the square. As the grand uncle of the emperor, he was willing to lower himself to eat the Hu cake in that restaurant. He could be considered as the model of the foodies in the Tang dynasty. Now that he heard that Li Wanyu knew how to make some kind of pig slaughter rice, which could attract Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong, two people to come here out of admiration, plus who County Magistrate Yang's was endorsement, how could he not be moved? Li Wanyu silently rolled his eyes. All right, since Cheng Yaojin had spoken, he could not refuse. Since he had to feed a sheep and chase a flock of sheep, he would just treat them. He glared at the old butler Li Heng, who was laughing happily at the side, and ordered him to go to the village to buy a pig. Then, he would ask the Niu brothers to slaughter the pig. How can a child like you be so stingy? There are so many of us. How can one pig be enough to eat? He did not expect Cheng Yaojin to not be polite at all. He even said that Li Wanyu was stingy. F***CK. Are you here to eat pigs? Or are you preparing to become a pig? You will be stuffed to death, you old bastard. Li Wanyu was speechless, but he did not dare to oppose Cheng Yaojin. He could only clench his teeth and order Li Heng to buy 2 pigs. Was there no law in the Tang dynasty that prohibited officials from eating, drinking, and being corrupt in the countryside? They should really learn what the 8 honors and 8 disgraces were. Li Wanyu cursed in his heart, but he still forced a smile on his face. After Cheng Yaojin arrived, Li Wanyu clearly became more well-behaved. He was not stupid. Although he did not know this group of big shots in the imperial court of the Tang dynasty, he believed that they would not bicker with a 16-year-old boy like him. There was no harm in throwing a tantrum with them. However, Cheng Yaojin was unreasonable and would actually hit him. Li Wanyu was already too ashamed to show his face when he was spanked at Zhang Liang's residence last time. He did not want to be beaten by this old bastard again in front of everyone. If he was beaten again, he would really have the heart to die. After Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong arrived, he did not make any trouble for Pai Lupi's questions and answered honestly. However, none of the people present believed him when he said that the seedling throwing method could increase the yield of the fields. Even the old village head and the other farmers who had been managing the fields all their lives did not believe in Li Wanyu's words, let alone these big shots in the imperial court. Pai Lupi and the others were too lazy to say anything more. They only felt that Li Wanyu was still young and inexperienced. Li Wanyu was also too lazy to waste his breath. In any case, whether the rice seedling throwing method was good or not, it would be clear in a few months during the autumn harvest. After looking at the water wheel and rice fields, the group of people under Li Wanyu's lead went to the Li family in the village. When they passed by the wheat fields, Duruhui could not help but exclaim softly, "Prime Minister Du, what's wrong?" Zhang Sun Wuji asked curiously. "Look at the fields of Dingzhou village. Why are there so few locusts in the fields?" Duruhui pointed at the wheat fields and asked. With his reminder, Pai Lupi and the others also noticed the difference. Compared to the locusts that they had seen along the way in the fields of other villages, there were very few locusts in the fields of Dingzhou village. Xiaolang, do you know why? Could it be that Dingzhou village has already started to exterminate the locusts? Fang Xinling asked while twirling his beard. His intuition told him that this matter was related to Li Wanyu. When everyone heard this, they also looked at Li Wanyu. Could this young man convince the villagers to risk universal condemnation and exterminate the locusts? Why are you all looking at me? I did not exterminate any locusts. These were all done by the duck god. That's right, that's it. Li Wanyu nodded with certainty. What? Duck god? I'll beat you to death, you coward. Speak to me properly. What do you mean? It was fine if the others did not understand, but only Cheng Yaojin raised his big palm and was ready to use force to threaten him. Duck, it means that ducks eat locusts. Faced with the absolute threat of force, Li Wanyu immediately cowered. What duck? Tell me clearly. Li Wanyu quickly replied. I bought a few thousand ducks and raised them in the fields of the village to eat the locusts. It's that simple. He explained the ins and outs of the matter, but Pai Lupi and the others looked at each other. Fabricating a duck god to shut the villagers' mouths. Only this kid would do such a thing. Alas, it's a pity that we can't find so many ducks in the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, Xiaolang's method would be worth a try. Fong Xinling sighed. Li Wanyu swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He wanted to tell this group of Tang Dynasty officials that there could be a god like the fire god. Forget it, the less trouble the better. What if among these officials, there was also a fan of only by virtue can we exterminate locusts? Chapter 190. In Li Wanyo's house, after receiving the notice from the old housekeeper, everyone was busy. Fong Xinling, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and several court officials were coming to visit. This was naturally a top priority. After receiving Li Heng's report, Su Changqing immediately ordered everyone in the house to get busy. The Niu brothers went to the village to buy pigs from Pig Farmer. Perrin went to the kitchen to boil water and prepare to slaughter the pigs. The 4 maidservants cleaned the originally clean courtyard again. Even Ma Zhou was ordered by Su Changqing to find the old village chief and ask for a 4-wheeled carriage. He took the copper coins and rushed to the county seat to buy wine. With so many people, the wine in the house was obviously not enough to drink, not to mention the old hooligan Cheng Yaojin. Knowing that the honored guest had many guards, Su Changqing asked Li Heng to find the old village chief and borrow a mat and a short table. He laid it on the ground in the front yard as a place for the guards to rest and eat. When Li Wanyu returned home with Pai Lupi and the others, the Niu brothers had already slaughtered the 2 pigs. They were waiting for him to come back and personally cook them. Li Wanyu invited Cheng Yaojin and the others to sit in the central room. He also had Su Changqing bring the Medicine King tea for everyone. Su Changqing very generously came out to greet the guests. When Li Wanyu introduced Su Changqing to everyone and said that she was his distant cousin, Pai Lupi had a strange expression. This bastard was spouting nonsense again. Recently, Su Changqing often went to the Tai Chi Palace to teach yoga to Empress Zhang's son and Yang Fei. Pai Lupi already knew about this. As for Su Changqing's origin, the Hunter Horseman Department had also investigated, but they had no clue. However, Pai Lupi didn't care who Su Changqing was. After all, she was just a woman. He didn't care. Even if Su Changqing's identity was suspicious, Pai Lupi wouldn't worry about it. However, Yang Quan's heart was beating like a drum. Madame Su's marriage to the Li family was handled by the Huxian County Yamen. At that time, he and Lu Xiao were just 2 people. Who would have thought that Li Wanyu, a down-and-out boy, would actually invite Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, to his home? Su Changqing bowed to everyone and personally went forward to brew tea for Pai Lupi and the others. Different from the fried tea popular in the Tang dynasty, this kind of tea was brewed with boiling water without adding scallions, ginger, and garlic. It was very novel to Pai Lupi and the others. The white porcelain teacup was custom-made by Li Wanyu at the magnetic kiln. In each teacup, 2 pinches of tea leaves were poured into the boiling water. A moment later, a strong tea fragrance wafted in all directions. Su Changqing liked to drink tea in her previous life. She also studied the way of tea for a period of time. Her movements of brewing tea were like moving clouds and flowing water. Her slender fingers picked up the teacup and delivered it to each guest. Pai Lupi and the others all smiled and nodded at Su Changqing to express their gratitude. Then, they picked up the teacup and tasted it. Only Cheng Yaojin muttered, "Nephew, I heard that you owe a lot of debt. Sure enough, your family is poor. You only use clean water to brew tea for guests. TSK, I really can't bear to see you like this." Li Wanyu was about to go to the kitchen to prepare a pig slaughtering feast. When he heard Cheng Yaojin's words, he almost staggered and fell to the ground. "This stinking, shameless person, you still can't bear to see me like this. Who was it that told me to prepare 2 pigs for you to eat? Who was it that lost a game of mahjong last time and reneged on a debt? Who was it that freeloaded at home and stole a bunch of things? I don't believe you. You're a rotten old man, very bad." Li Wanyu walked to the kitchen in grief and indignation. Suddenly, he thought of something. He rolled his eyes and beckoned the Niu brothers over. He whispered a few words in their ears. His words made the Niu brothers put on a difficult expression. "Lang Jun, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate." "Why? Are you scared?" "I'm not scared, but if you're not scared, then go quickly." Li Wanyu didn't allow the brothers to explain. He pushed them out. The Niu brothers looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They shook their heads and walked out. In the central room, everyone picked up the teacup and tried to drink a mouthful. They realized that this tea wasn't as complicated as the fried tea. Instead, it was unusually fragrant. It was slightly bitter when it entered the mouth, but the fragrance was mellow and the aftertaste was sweet. The tea was green and clear, and the bottom of the leaves were tender and bright. So tea can be drunk like this. It's really interesting. Pai Lupi put down the teacup and nodded in praise. Not bad. This tea is fragrant and elegant. It tastes fresh and mellow. It has a unique flavor. Zhang Sun Wuji also praised. Even Qin Qiong nodded in praise. Li Jia Xiaolang is so elegant. This tea is fragrant and mellow. Not bad, not bad. The Tang people love tea. The tea ceremony began to develop in the Sui dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, the tea ceremony culture had formed the palace tea ceremony, the temple tea ceremony, and the scholars' tea ceremony. However, the tea ceremony at that time was still mainly about frying tea. It was the first time in the Tang dynasty to brew tea like the Leaf family. Although it was simple, Pai Lupi and the others could taste it. Only Cheng Yaojin shook his head discontentedly. This tea is tasteless. Lady Su, do you have wine at home? How can you entertain guests without wine? His words made everyone have the urge to kick this bastard to death. It was simply a waste of time. Fang Xuanling's face was even twitching. He had the intention to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. They pretended not to hear Cheng Yaojin's words and turned to talk with Su Changqing. Lady Su was a distant cousin of the Li family. Naturally, it was impossible. However, Su Changqing's bearing and temperament revealed that kind of noble aura everywhere. It was impossible for her to be a girl from a small family. They did not think that Su Changqing was a modern white-bone spirit. How could an ordinary girl in the Tang dynasty compare with her temperament? Moreover, although Li Wanyu and Su Changqing didn't have much to say to each other, how could the eyes of these people be easy to deceive? Even Cheng Yaojin could see that the relationship between Su Changqing and Li Wanyu was not ordinary, let alone this group of court officials. However, they could not understand. Li Jia Xiaolang was only 16 years old. Why would he like such an old girl? Yes, in the eyes of the Tangs, Su Changqing, who was 24-25 years old, was too old. In the Tang dynasty, this age was already at the level of aunt. However, even Pai Lupi did not say much about this matter. The others would not delve into the issue of Su Changqing's identity. Li Wanyu's movements were very fast. With the help of the methane stove in the kitchen, as well as the assistance of Perrin and several maidservants, the pig slaughtering feast was ready in an hour. He was not in a hurry to let the maids serve the dishes. Instead, he took a bag of things from the Niu brothers who had left and returned to the kitchen again with a sneaky smile. After a while, Li Wanyu walked back to the central room with a plate in his hand with a smile. Everyone, the pig-killing feast will be ready soon. You must have been waiting for a long time. Why don't you eat something to appease your hunger? After that, Li Wanyu put down the plate in his hand. A strong smell of fried food rushed into everyone's nostrils. Cheng Yaojin laughed and said, "Wahaha! What good thing did my nephew make? Let me have a taste first." After all, he was a famous general in the Tang dynasty. He quickly rushed to the table and stretched out his chopsticks to pick up the food on the plate. However, he suddenly stopped. What is this? Fried flying prawns. Chapter 191. The so-called fried flying prawns, also known as flying locusts in some places, were actually fried locusts. The meat of the locust was soft and tasted as delicious as prawns. In the future, many restaurants serve this dish. However, unlike Li Wanyu, who used wild locusts as ingredients, they used farmed locusts. Although locusts were pests, they were high in protein and rich in lecithin, which could improve memory. It could strengthen the spleen, aid digestion, stop coughing and asthma, prevent cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, lower blood pressure. In short, it was a delicacy and a good tonic. Unfortunately, no one in the Tang dynasty dared to eat such things. Due to their fear of the locust god, they did not even dare to hunt them. The locusts in Huaxia in the later generations had to be reared by humans to survive on their last legs. These locusts were caught by the Niu brothers in the fields under Li Wanyo's orders. The brothers were originally in awe of the locusts, but after seeing the ducks at home eating locusts, the reverence in their hearts for the locust god had lessened. Therefore, when Li Wanyu ordered them to catch locusts, the brothers only hesitated for a moment before they obeyed and caught a bag of locusts. Li Wanyu threw the locusts into a big pot in the kitchen, boiled them in boiling water, and then fished them out with a hedge to drain them. He fried the locusts in hot oil until they were golden brown and crispy. Then, he took them out and sprinkled some salt and pepper. A delicious fried flying prawn was presented in front of the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi, and all the officials. Cheng Yaojin's chopsticks froze in midair. He hesitated for a moment and asked uncertainly, "Kid, what kind of prawn is this? Why does it look like locusts?" "Haha, Uncle Cheng has good eyesight. It is indeed a locust." Li Wanyu laughed. His words shocked everyone present. Pai Lupi's face turned serious. "Nonsense! How can we eat locusts?" Li Wanyu looked at Pai Lupi mischievously and said in his heart, "In a few months, Li Shimin will still freaking eat locusts raw. That's even more disgusting. At least I've made a delicious dish for you guys." How could he have known that Li Shimin, who would eat locusts a few months later, would be this curly-bearded man in front of him, the man who had been repeatedly insulted by him? Li Wanyu rolled his eyes and suddenly replied with a serious expression, "The people treat food as their life, and the locusts eat the food, which is harmful to the people. The people are innocent. If the locusts really have spirits, then blame it on me. Don't harm the people anymore. Therefore, I must eat these locusts." Li Wanyu's bad taste kicked in. He directly plagiarized what Pai Lupi said to the ministers when he ate the locusts, slightly modified it, and used it to fool this group of Tang dynasty dignitaries. After he finished speaking, he grabbed the fried locust on the plate and threw it into his mouth to chew. Fragrant. It's even better than the artificial locusts in the future. Li Wanyu's mouth was filled with crispy, crunching sounds, but the people at the side were stunned. Pai Lupi heard this and couldn't help but frown slightly. He lowered his head and didn't say anything, thinking about something. This was basically what he would say a few months later. Now that Li Wanyu said it, it naturally resonated with Pai Lupi's heart. He felt that Li Wanyu's words were true, and it was very much to his taste. Including Cheng Yaojin, whether it was Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, or Du Ruhui, they all looked at the plate of fried locusts on the table and didn't know what to do. But the beautiful boss at the side, after seeing the fried locusts, reached out with her chopsticks with interest, picked up a crispy yellow locust, put it into her mouth, and slowly chewed it. "Wang Yu, these locusts are delicious. It really tastes like prawns. It's better than what I've eaten before." Su Changqing laughed. When she traveled to Yunnan in her previous life, she had tried all kinds of fried insects, so she wasn't afraid of them. "Lady Su, have you eaten them before?" Zhangsun Wuji was stunned and asked curiously. Su Changqing blinked and knew that she had said something wrong. She didn't answer, but just nodded with a smile as a response. Li Wanyu made these fried locusts for two reasons. First, the cynical man's bad taste kicked in, and he wanted to make this group of officials feel uncomfortable. "Don't you know that I'm as poor as a bitch right now?" After transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, Li Wanyu's debt of 2 million didn't reduce. Now, it had become more than 6 million in debt. "I'll let you eat locusts to disgust these freeloaders." Secondly, it wasn't just a prank. He also wanted to try to persuade this group of officials to realize that locusts could not only be killed, but also eaten. By the time Pai Lupi ate the locusts a few months later, it would be too late. With the current trend of the locusts spreading in Guangzhou, the land would have been eaten up by then, and it would be too late. Just as everyone was looking at each other, Pai Lupi suddenly laughed and picked up his chopsticks. Before anyone could dissuade him, he picked up a fried locust and threw them into his mouth. After chewing a few times, Pai Lupi's eyes lit up. These locusts are delicious after being fried. It tastes like eating prawns. As he spoke, he picked up a few fried locusts with his chopsticks and ate them with relish. Seeing that Pai Lupi had started eating, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong, the two generals, naturally wouldn't fall behind and started eating as well. The fried locusts were naturally delicious. Otherwise, they wouldn't be reared as food in the future. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong also nodded as they ate, and their chopsticks couldn't help but pick up the locusts on the plate. Zhang Sun Wuji, the glutton, also couldn't help but reach out his chopsticks. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They could only reach out their chopsticks. For many things, once you tried it for the first time, everything else would follow naturally. After overcoming the psychological barrier of eating locusts and tasting the deliciousness of the fried locusts, Pai Lupi and the other high dukes and high officials swung their arms and ate happily. Soon, the plate full of fried locusts was eaten clean. Their beautiful superior only reached out her chopsticks once and didn't have the chance to taste a second bite. This made her speechless for a while. Cheng Yaojin was addicted to eating. He shouted loudly at Li Wangyu, "Kid, quickly go and get another plate. Is this enough to fill the gaps between our teeth?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. This bunch of gluttons. He called the Niu brothers to catch more locusts from the fields and then bowed solemnly to everyone. Fang Xiang, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, everyone, not only can these locusts be eaten, they can also fill one's hunger. The locust god's words are pure nonsense. With the impending disaster, I beg everyone to persuade the saint in the imperial court to give the order to exterminate the locusts. Save the world. His words came from the bottom of his heart, and there was no pretense in them. Everyone secretly looked at Pai Lupi, wanting to see how he would react. Pai Lupi pondered for a moment, and then sighed, "Exterminating the locusts. How can we not want to? Sigh, we still need a plan for this." Li Wangyu was anxious. It was this bearded man again. Was he trying to flirt with a blind man? Was he doing all this for nothing? His temper rose, and he straightened his neck. "Then please, I don't have any extra food at home. Forgive me for not being able to entertain you." When these words came out, everyone was stunned. To chase Li Shimin and a group of high dukes and high officials out of the house, how dare you say that? Chapter 192. Li Wangyu was so angry that he wanted to chase him away. However, he did not even look at his own small arms and legs. Did he even have the strength to say such big words? Just as he finished speaking, a familiar scene played out again. The moment he was caught by Cheng Yaojin under his armpit, Li Wangyu regretted it. He had forgotten that there was still this unreasonable person here. When he thought of his beautiful superior watching from the side, he definitely did not want to be beaten up in front of Su Chongqing. A strong desire to live made Li Wangyu shout at the top of his lungs before Cheng Yaojin's slap landed. "Uncle Cheng, a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. Kid, I was wrong. You little brat, do you still dare to tease me in the future?" Cheng Yaojin's slap did not land as he angrily rebuked. "I don't dare anymore. It's all my fault. I was muddle-headed and said the wrong thing." Li Wangyu wanted to cry, but had no tears. Could they still play happily? Using violence just because of a disagreement. I despise this kind of boorish person. "Bastard brat, hurry up and cook. If you're too slow, I'll loosen your bones." Cheng Yaojin put Li Wangyu down and scolded jokingly. Bandit. He was simply a bandit. Li Wangyu was so angry that his liver hurt, but he could not do anything. He could only run back to the kitchen gloomily and make fried flying prawns again. His beautiful superior was not angry at all. Instead, she covered her mouth and snickered. Cheng Yaojin was indeed Li Wangyu's natural nemesis. She called for the maids to start serving the dishes. She brought the pork delicacies that Li Wangyu had prepared earlier to the table. Pai Lupi and the rest pretended that they did not hear Li Wangyu's words. They all stretched out their chopsticks and tasted the pork delicacies. Since ancient times, food was the most important thing in Huaxia. Whether it was Pai Lupi or Zhang Sun Wuji, they could not resist the temptation of delicious food. Pork, such a cheap meat, could actually be made into such a wonderful delicacy. It really surprised everyone. They could not help but increase the frequency of eating. By the time Li Wangyu brought out another large plate of fried flying prawns, the central room in the front yard was almost a complete mess. Li Wangyu was so scared that he almost didn't dare to enter the room. Were they really a group of high-ranking officials of the Tang dynasty? Are you sure they're not from the beggar sect? This action of snatching food was simply too frightening. While everyone was eating happily, Majo also came back from the county town with the wine he bought. He used a four-wheeled carriage to bring back 10 jars of wine. But seeing this, Li Wanyu felt a burst of heartache. Did this unlucky disciple not know how expensive the wine was? Du Fu once wrote in a poem, "Fleas come to drink a bucket of wine. Exactly 300 bronze coins." A bucket of wine cost 300 renminbi, which didn't seem expensive. However, there was a difference between good and bad wine. Could Mao Tai and Erguo Tu of the future be of the same price? Old Du had lived a hard life and did not have a good life. The wine he drank was also cheap. Li Bai was obviously richer than old Du. There was a line in his poem, 10,000 gold wine buckets of wine. Wang Wei also said, 10,000 gold wine buckets of wine. There were many similar poems in the Tang dynasty, and most of them used the word 10,000 gold wine buckets. A bucket of wine was 20 caddies. 10 bronze coins was equivalent to 40,000 renminbi in the future, which was almost the price of Mao Tai. Majo bought this kind of wine. A jar of wine was half a bucket of wine. These 10 jars cost 50 bronze coins, which made Li Wanyu's heart ache. Would the beautiful boss let Majo use all the bronze coins at home to buy wine? This prodigal woman, I really can't have her anymore. Li Wanyu called the Niu brothers with a pained expression. They brought wine for everyone and introduced Majo to the officials at the banquet. When Majo heard that Fang Xianling, Prime Minister Fang, Duke Liu, Duke Yi, Qin Xiong, and other officials were sitting at the banquet, he immediately bowed respectfully. He was even more impressed with this young teacher of his. These big shots were able to come to his home as guests. This young teacher was indeed not an ordinary person. When everyone heard that Majo was actually Li Wanyu's disciple, their eyes almost popped out. Majo had been through a lot and was once unrestrained. Although he was not yet 30 years old, with his appearance, people would believe that he was 40 years old. At this age, he actually became Li Wanyu's disciple. This was simply a fantasy. However, everyone was surprised and did not say anything. Cheng Yaojin was too lazy to care about who Majo was. When he saw the wine, he raised his head and laughed. He slapped Li Wanyu's shoulder heavily. "Kid, at least you have a conscience. You know how to be filial to us. Wahaha, this wine is not bad. Quickly bring it all over." Among the big shots present, whether it was Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, or Zhang Sun Wuji, all of them were fond of wine. The Tang dynasty was a dynasty of poetry and wine. This great dynasty that lasted for nearly 300 years was inseparable from poetry and wine. With wine, the atmosphere at the banquet became more lively. Everyone toasted each other in a bold and unrestrained manner. After a few glasses of wine, Cheng Yaojin began to shout for Li Wanyu to summon the singers at home to play music and dance to liven things up. Li Wanyu almost bit his tongue. "Damn it, you old bastard. It's not like you haven't been to my house before. Don't you know what kind of people I have in my house? Where did these singers come from? Oh no, there's also Aphrodite." But how could Li Wanyu bear to let the teenage version of Angelina Jolie come out and dance for everyone? Before he could speak, Cheng Yaojin slapped his forehead again and laughed at Pai Lupi. "Wow, I forgot that this kid still owes a lot of debt. His family is so poor. TSK, TSK, how pitiful." Qin Xiong held a wine bowl and said, "Nonsense. How can this kid from the Li family be poor? Look at this wine. It's all 10 strings of wine. How can it be as poor as Ji said?" Cheng Yaojin glared at him. "Second brother, if I say he's poor, then he's poor. Look at Madame Su. Does she have any jewelry on her?" When he mentioned this, everyone turned their eyes to their beautiful boss. Indeed, ever since they transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, Su Changqing had put away all the jewelry she used to wear. Now, she was barefaced. Not to mention jewelry, she didn't even have any women's powder or rouge. She looked extremely simple. Li Wanyu figured out something. Why did Qing Yaojin seem to be crying poor for him? But who was he talking to? Fang Xianling? Or the other bigwigs? Li Wanyu was a little confused by Cheng Yaojin's actions, but he didn't notice that the bearded man was glaring fiercely at Cheng Yaojin. Chung Yaojin naturally saw the look in Pai Lupi's eyes, so he didn't say anything more. He just laughed and went to drink with Qin Xiong. In fact, everyone except Li Wanyu and the beautiful boss understood the meaning of Chung Yaojin's words because they didn't know Pai Lupi's identity. On the surface, Chung Yaojin was crying poor for Li Jiaxiaoling, but in fact, he was using his words to squeeze Pai Lupi. Li Wanyu was a member of the imperial family, and the elders in his family had all passed away, leaving him as a young man with a lot of debt. How could this uncle, who hadn't even made 5 generations, have a nerve to look at him like this? Pai Lupi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This Chung Yaojin was really not a good person. He glared and pointed at Li Wanyu. "Come here and talk." Li Wanyu was confused. "Why are you glaring at me?" He stammered and walked to Pai Lupi. "What can I do for you, Lang Jun? Let me ask you, do you hate the sage for taking away your family's position?" When he asked this, everyone looked at Li Wanyu to see how he would answer. Chapter 193. Li Wanyu was confused by Pai Lupi's question. He didn't understand what the bearded man meant. Resentment? Why should I? Your father was originally in charge of Huxian, but because he offended the saint, he was stripped of his position and caused your life to be difficult. Don't you have any resentment? Pai Lupi asked. His words made Fong Xianling and the others nervous. They were afraid that Li Wanyu would speak without thinking and annoy Pai Lupi again. Unexpectedly, Li Wanyu smiled. What's there to be resentful about? My family owed money because my father was forced by the clan to lend money. It wasn't the imperial court that exploited us, so we can't blame anyone. As for losing his position, that's even less of a problem. Although the son doesn't blame the father, in my opinion, my father was wrong. Oh, why do you say so? Pai Lupi didn't expect Li Wanyu to answer like this. As a white-collar worker in his previous life, Li Wanyu had seen a lot of ups and downs in the workplace, including himself. He felt that Li Zhou's EQ was too low. Just because the company had a new boss, he went against the boss. If one couldn't stand being wronged in the workplace and even fought with the boss, then they should just go home and eat themselves. Li Zhou was like this, but he angered himself to death. Li Wanyu felt that it was unwise. Li Wanyu remembered a chicken soup for the soul class he attended in his previous life. He felt that the chicken soup for the soul class could answer this question. Noble but not arrogant, power but not arrogant, second best, support but not hidden, ups and downs without chaos. This is the nature of a subject. My father didn't do that, so he can't blame the saint. As the saying goes, be indifferent to favor or disgrace. Watch the flowers bloom and fall in front of the court. Have no intention of leaving or staying. Watch the clouds roll in and out of the sky. His words made his beautiful superior laugh. This guy was plagiarizing again. She had also heard the content of the Immerse headhunting company's lectures in his previous life. Fong Xianling and the other ministers were stunned. They did not expect that such a principle of becoming an official would be summed up so brilliantly by this 16-year-old boy. Zhangsun Wuji clapped his hands and applauded. Xiao Lang is really impressive. To be so mature at such a young age, it's really rare. What a good saying. Not shocked by honor or disgrace. Watching the flowers bloom and wilt in front of the courtyard. Not caring whether to leave or stay. Looking at the clouds beyond the sky. Du Ruhui also stroked his 3 strands of beard and nodded. Li Zhou gave birth to a good son. Xiaolang, you see things more clearly than your parents. Ma Zhou was so excited that he was unable to control himself. So it turned out that the little division commander not only knew how to investigate things and apply knowledge to the world, but he also understood the principles of being an official so thoroughly. He thought about how he was an assistant teacher in Bozhou, but because of a moment of indignation, he became unrestrained and unrestrained. In a fit of anger, he traveled west to Chang'an. He was truly ashamed. Pai Lupi was even more stimulated by Li Wanyu's words. He repeatedly muttered and felt that Li Wanyu's words were not false. His eyes flashed, and he asked again, Kid, are you satisfied with poverty? Have you never complained about injustice? Li Wanyu blinked and thought, why would I be satisfied with poverty? My dream is to be a small landlord in a prosperous world. My family has a house and land, and my life is boundless. Cough, cough, this seems to be Stephen Chow's line. No matter what, he did not plan to live a hard life. With the exclusive rights to the four-wheeled carriage in Chong and City, wealth was just around the corner. Not to mention that there were many business plans in the pipeline, which could be started once he had enough funds. He and his beautiful boss had already outlined a blueprint for the business empire of the Tang dynasty. Poverty? That did not exist. But in front of so many important officials of the Tang dynasty, Li Wanyu was too embarrassed to say his thoughts out loud. That would make him look too useless. He rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of a text he had memorized in junior high school. It seemed that he could use it to show off his high status. Li Wanyu coughed softly and put his hands behind his back. He looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said slowly, "A mountain is not famous because of its height, but because of its immortal. The water is not deep because of its spirit, but because of its spirit. The house is humble, but because of its virtue. The moss is green and the grass is blue. There are great scholars talking and laughing, and no one is an amateur. You can play the zither and read the golden scriptures. There is no sound of music in bamboo, and no hard work at the desk. Zhuge Hut in Nanyang, West Shuzi Cloud Pavilion." Confucius said, "What is humble?" His beautiful boss almost fell to the ground. "Li Wanyu, you bastard! How dare you use the epigraph of my shack to show off? Can you be any more shameless?" After he finished reciting the epigraph of my shack, the central room fell silent. Everyone, including Pai Lupi, kept their mouths shut and stared at Li Wanyu. As a masterpiece, the epigraph of my shack was less than 100 words. It was very short, but it had a great structure. When they heard it for the first time, the officials of the Tang dynasty were so shocked that they felt numb all over. They did not know what to think. "Sir, what is the name of this poem?" "The epigraph of my shack." Ma Zhou was excited. "That's my little teacher. He lied to me that day and said that he is not good at essays and poems. If he can come up with a masterpiece like the epigraph of my shack when he is not good at it, can't he go to heaven?" Ma Zhou didn't know that Li Wanyu was a plagiarist who didn't want Phyrus. In his opinion, the little teacher he had worshipped was already heaven-defying. After a while, Fong Xianling suddenly stood up and was so excited that his body was trembling. Only the virtuous can live in a shack and become a delightful sight. This is a magnificent poem. Magnificent. Magnificent. Duruhui also slapped the table and stood up. This poem is like a tiger jumping and a dragon soaring. It can only be described as extraordinary by the humble words of the room. Xiao Lang can be the top scholar of the spring imperial examinations with this poem alone. You're a great scholar when you talk and laugh. Haha, Xiao Lang, you're indeed a wonderful person. Zhang Sun Wuji clasped his hands towards Lier. Congratulations, Your Majesty. It's Your Majesty's fortune to have such a talented junior. It's the fortune of our great Tang. Your Majesty? Which emperor? Li Wanyu, Su Changqing, and Ma Zhou were all stunned. This bearded man is the emperor of the Tang dynasty? Pai Lupi Li Shimin. The old butler, Perrin, and the others who were waiting on the side all trembled in fear and hurriedly knelt down. Although kneeling was not popular in the Tang dynasty, for them, the sudden visit of a saint to the Li family was too shocking. They could not help but kneel down. Li Wanyu was even more dumbfounded. If the bearded man was Pai Lupi, he seemed to have perhaps disliked him many times. At the birthday banquet in Zhang Liang's mansion, he teased him with the chessboard and rice. He teased him again when he gave him the painting. In the county prison of Chong and County, and just now by the Ganjiang River. Should he take his beautiful boss and run away? Is it safer to run along the Silk Road to the western regions or to Nanyang? Would Pai Lupi immediately let the guards rush in and chop him to death? Li Wanyu's mind was filled with random thoughts. He did not even greet Pai Lupi and just stood there stupidly. While he was in a daze, Pai Lupi made a gesture to Fong Xianling. Fong Xianling took out a scroll of yellow paper from her arms. Li Wanyu of Hu County received the imperial edict. Chapter 194. An imperial edict was an imperial edict. Of course, there was no such thing as an imperial edict in the Tang dynasty. It was generally called an imperial edict an imperial edict or an imperial edict. Receiving an imperial edict was not like the scene in the TV series of later generations where everyone knelt down to greet the imperial edict. Before the Ming dynasty, there was no need to kneel to receive an imperial edict. In the Tang dynasty, people just had to sit down to receive an imperial edict. Disciple, Li Wanyu of Hu County, son of Li Zhou, loyal and pure, virtuous and virtuous. He is the founder of a county and will be bestowed with 10,000 gold, 300 households, and 100 households. The master will execute it. Fang Xuanling's reading of the imperial edict was like a clap of thunder, exploding Li Wangyu's head and making it buzz. He was conferred a title. After reading the imperial edict, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong both breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at Li Wangyu with a bit of surprise in their eyes. Before, the two of them used words to provoke Pai Lupi. Wasn't the purpose of Pai Lupi not to treat his nephew harshly? They didn't expect that not only did Pai Lupi not treat him harshly, but he was already prepared. He even wrote the imperial edict and directly conferred a title. The imperial edict of the Tang dynasty was not so simple. It needed Pai Lupi to instruct the officials of the Hall of Governmental Affairs to draft it. Then Pai Lupi would read it and send it back to the Hall of Governmental Affairs. The Hall of Governmental Affairs would make a new copy of the imperial edict, file it, sign it, and send it to the Hall of Governmental Affairs for review. After the review of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, the big shots would sign it, send it to Pai Lupi for review, and then send it to the Hall of Governmental Affairs. In short, the imperial edict of the Tang dynasty was a long and complicated process from the drafting of the imperial edict to the final issuance. The complexity was simply a headache. In comparison, the government of the Celestial Empire was more efficient. Therefore, Pai Lupi's decision to confer a title to Li Wangyu, the founder of a county, was not made in a hurry. Ever since Fang Xianling said, "I owe you a lot," Pai Lupi was ready to reward her. Not to mention Li Wangyu's status as a member of the imperial clan. Just the water wheel and four-wheeled carriage that he had created were enough for Pai Lupi to make up his mind and give him a noble title. What surprised Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong was Li Wangyu's title of nobility. In the Tang dynasty, the titles of nobility were mostly based on the names of places. But generally speaking, the titles of nobility in Mingchuan and mountains were not conferred, nor were the important places in the capital. Hu County was only 80 li away from Chang and city and was within the boundaries of the capital. Yet, Pai Lupi had bestowed this title upon Li Wangyu. It was impossible for everyone not to have their imaginations run wild. Li Wangyu finally came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed respectfully. Yes. Fu Daoxing, Wangyu thanked His Majesty. Pai Lupi snorted proudly. Li Wangyu, just don't make me angry in the future. These words made Li Wangyu very embarrassed, and he didn't know what to say. Li Wangyu also felt that he had been wronged. Damn, who told you, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, to go incognito? How would I know that you were Pai Lupi's son? You can't blame me for this. He smiled awkwardly. Your Majesty, it was all because of my youth and impetuousness. Please forgive me. Li Wangyu couldn't be blamed for humbling himself. He wasn't a fool. In a feudal society, wasn't it crazy to play with the emperor's strength of character? Normally, only someone with a screw loose would do that. The result would be nothing but a graveyard full of weeds. After the imperial edict was read out, the hall became even more lively. Everyone congratulated Li Wangyu. The old hooligan Cheng Yaojin even poured Li Wangyu several bowls of wine. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost fought with him. This old hooligan was too bad. Fang Xianling introduced him to several people in the hall. Only now did Li Wangyu know that the one who freeloaded his breakfast that day was actually Zhang's son Wuji. Next to Fang Xianling was a famous minister, Duru Hui. These two people were the golden partners of Jingguan dynasty, known as Feng Mao and Du Duan. They were all famous people of the Tang dynasty and were all 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. Congratulations, Hu Xinman, come, drink with this old man. This title, why does it sound so weird? Hu Xinman, it's so weird. Li Wangyu didn't dare to neglect. He hurriedly bowed respectfully to everyone, and then dizzily poured a lot of wine. If it weren't for the low alcohol content of the Tang dynasty's wine, he would have fallen on the table. Yang Quan also came to congratulate Li Wanyu with wine. Yang Quan was also greatly stimulated by the imperial edict just now. Although he knew that Li Jiaxiaolang was an extraordinary person, he didn't expect that he would soar to the sky so quickly. He was a 7th grade county magistrate. Before, he was Li Wanyu's parent official, but in the blink of an eye, Li Wanyu became Huxin Man. In the future, he would have to salute first when he met him, which was really a little embarrassing. This official congratulates Huxin Man on your knighthood today. Come, please drink with me. Li Wanyu hurriedly stopped him. Ming House, just call me Zio. Ming House has taken care of me a lot. I will remember it in my heart and will never forget it. Yang Quan saw that although he was young, he was still calm and not domineering. He smiled and nodded. The two sides drank and chatted happily. The atmosphere was harmonious. Yang Mingfu, who gave Zio his courtesy name, Fang Xianling, asked curiously. Yang Quan hurriedly replied. Replying to Fang Xianling, Li Wanyu's courtesy name was given to him by my teacher, Secret Supervisor Yu. It was taken from Zi Lai Zi Qiong, and in Zi Lai Zi Qiong. In Zi Lai Zi Qiong, there is the worry of hunger and cold. Secret Supervisor Yu is indeed a knowledgeable person. His courtesy name is good. Zio, don't disappoint Secret Supervisor Yu's expectations. Pai Lupi was in a good mood. He clapped his hands and smiled. The fact that Li Wanyu was conferred a noble title made the old steward, Li Heng, so excited that his face flushed red. Looking at Li Heng's appearance, Li Wanyu was afraid that the old man would be too excited and have a brain hemorrhage or something. That would be very funny. The backs of the Nyo brothers also straightened even more. The little girl Pei Lan and those 4 maidservants, on the other hand, had faces full of shock. Their Lang Jun was knighthood? A 16-year-old county boy who founded the country. If this news spread to Chong, and a group of people would be scared out of their wits. The Li clan of Hu County would probably vomit blood with regret. When the old master was in charge of Hu County, he didn't even get a knighthood. The Tang dynasty was very cautious about knighthood and wouldn't give it easily. The patriarch of the Li clan of Hu County was only given a salary equivalent to a knighthood. He didn't even need to think about knighthood. Ma Zhou shook his head and carefully looked at his junior teacher several times. This young man he met at the courier station was serving the corvée a few days ago. Now he was knighthood. He became a noble of the Tang dynasty. Could he be considered to have a discerning eye? Li Wanyu's sudden knighthood was a great shock to the Li family. Not to mention the joy on the faces of the family members. Su Changqing also felt a little dizzy after hearing the imperial edict. She stupidly used her elbow to secretly poke Li Wanyu's ribs. Her beautiful boss understood the part about the title of nobility from the magnificent and profound imperial edict. Wanyu, what kind of knighthood is the county boy who founded the country? Also, is that imperial edict an imperial edict? Why isn't there an imperial edict from the heavens? Li Wanyu blinked and almost burst out laughing. His beautiful boss was deceived by the unscrupulous TV series of the future. Chapter 195. He explained in a low voice to Su Changqing. In the Tang dynasty, there were 9 ranks of nobility. Wang Jun Wang, Guogong, Jun Gong, County Duke, County Marquis, County Earl, County Son, and County Man was regarded as secondary class 5. Although his rank was not high, he belonged to the category of nobility. Nobility was different from an official position. Simply speaking, a nobility was equivalent to lifelong benefits, while an official position was just a job. As for the imperial edict, it was made by the shameless emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang. The emperors before Zhu Yuanzhang were not so shameless that they could not say that they were following the imperial edict. The beginning of the imperial edict of the Tang dynasty was very simple. It was just 2 words, Menxia, because the imperial edicts were generally drawn up by the Menxia province. After figuring this out, Su Changqing asked again, is the reward of 10,000 taels of gold for our family? Li Wanyu rolled his eyes at her. What are you thinking? 10,000 taels of gold. 10,000 taels of gold is 10,000 copper coins. Li Shimin is really stingy. He only gave us 10 copper coins, which is enough to buy a bucket of water wine. Su Changqing was also speechless. It turned out that it was such a reward. She was happy for nothing. What does it mean to have 300 households in the feudal land and 100 households in the feudal land? 300 households in the feudal land is a false title. After adding the feudal land, it is a real title. That is to say, 100 households in our family are really going to be class households. Customers. Su Changqing was confused again. In the Tang dynasty, there were customers? Did they need a salesperson? Li Wanyu knew that she misunderstood. Stupid, it's a tax class. It's the rent for 100 households. In the future, it won't be handed over to the imperial court. It will be handed over to our family. In the future, we will be landlord class. Those who ate the feudal land would get real households. These 100 households would become Li Wanyu's class households and pay taxes to him in the future. Moreover, the feudal land was hereditary, which was the most important thing. Who would have thought that after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty for only a month, he would achieve his dream of becoming a small landlord, and a small landlord with a title of nobility. Ordinary small landowners still had to pay taxes, but he didn't even need to pay taxes. It was really wonderful. Your Majesty, let me propose a toast to you. Your Majesty, thank you for your magnanimity. Li Wanyu didn't forget to propose a toast to Pai Lupi. Flattery was a compulsory course for white-collar workers. Pai Lupi was in a very good mood today. After drinking the wine in one gulp, he smiled and said to Li Wanyu, "Speaking of which, we are still your Uncle Kong. From now on, when we are in private, you can call us Uncle." "Yes, your nephew greets Uncle." Li Wanyu immediately seized the opportunity. Since the emperor of the Tang dynasty had said so, what was there to be embarrassed about? If Pai Lupi really treated him as his nephew, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the Tang dynasty in the future? Carrying cage birds, eagles, and dogs, he could run rampant in the east and west cities with a group of Tang dynasty playboys and flirt with pretty girls while he was at it. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu almost drooled. However, his good mood didn't last long. When his eyes swept across the table and saw the plate of fried locusts with little left, his mood became a little heavy. Li Wanyu was not a saint. He was just a layman. But even if he was a layman, he couldn't be stone-hearted. Knowing that a great famine would sweep across Guanyi province, but doing nothing, Li Wanyu would despise himself in his heart. He gritted his teeth and planned to take advantage of Pai Lupi's good mood to go out and persuade him again, even if he was scolded again. "Uncle, I beg you to give the order to eliminate the locusts. This plague of locusts really can't be delayed. Otherwise, there will be no harvest, and starving people will be everywhere in Guangzhou." This topic made Pai Lupi slightly startled, and his face became a little gloomy. He raised his head and drank the wine in the cup, sighing. "Zio, how could I not want to give the order to eliminate the locusts?" Sigh. Li Wanyu was a little surprised. According to the history books of later generations, didn't Pai Lupi personally eat the locusts and give the order to eliminate them all over the country? Why did Li Er's expression seem to suggest that there was more to the matter of exterminating the locusts? It seemed that it wasn't just the scholar officials who were against eliminating the locusts. Was there some other reason that he didn't know? The conversation between the two was heard by everyone present. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others all looked bitter and didn't want to say more. Only Cheng Yaojin, this idiot, threw his wine bowl heavily on the table and shouted in a rough voice, "Damn it, it's all because of those bastards. Jijia, be careful with your words." Before Cheng Yaojin finished, Zhang Sun Wuji interrupted him. Pai Lupi waved his hand. "No matter, we can tell him about this and let Zio listen. This kid might have a way to get out of the situation." After getting Pai Lupi's permission, Zhang Sun Wuji still carefully waved his hand to let Li Heng, Niu Wu, and the others leave. Ma Zhou's clothes were white, and he was about to leave, but he was stopped by Li Wanyu. "Bin Wang, you will become an official sooner or later, and you're also my disciple. There should be no harm in staying." Zhang Sun Wuji didn't have any objections to Li Wanyu leaving Ma Zhou behind. When there was no one else in the central room, he explained to Li Wanyu in a small voice. After listening to Zhang Sun Wuji's explanation, Li Wanyu was also furious. It was indeed a group of despicable people who were causing trouble. It turned out that the reason why the imperial court didn't send out the order to exterminate the locusts, other than those Confucian scholars talking about some bullshit locust god, the main reason was because of the aristocratic families. What a heartless aristocratic family. For their own benefit, they even used a natural disaster like the locust plague as a political weapon. These bastards didn't even think about how many people of the Tang dynasty would starve to death because of the famine. Using human lives as a political weapon to attack Pai Lupi, were these aristocratic families all black-hearted? Li Wanyu was angry, but he understood why Pai Lupi didn't send out the order to exterminate the locusts. He really wanted to persuade Pai Lupi to ignore those bullshit aristocratic families and forcefully send out the order to exterminate the locusts, but he knew that it was impossible. Although Pai Lupi was the emperor, he was restrained by the aristocratic families. He couldn't forcefully send out the order, or else the imperial court would be shaken and the world would fall into chaos. Li Wanyu was just a small white-collar worker in his previous life. He didn't know about these political struggles. Now that he understood the situation, he didn't know what to do. It was Ma Zhou who suddenly spoke up. "Your Majesty, I think this matter isn't that hard to solve." Although Ma Zhou didn't have an official position now, the common people of the Tang dynasty, even the old farmers, addressed themselves as subjects when they met the emperor. His words made Pai Lupi and the others raise their eyebrows. "Let's hear it." "Yes, the so-called divine punishment is just nonsense. As long as a virtuous person shows up and dispels this divine punishment, the Tang dynasty will be restored to the world. Then, exterminating the locusts will be a matter of course." Ma Zhou explained. Pai Lupi's eyes flashed, but he didn't rush to speak. On the other hand, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fong Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others figured out the purpose of Ma Zhou's plan. "Your Majesty, this plan is feasible. The divine punishment is just a myth. If a virtuous person shows up and talks about it, it's a good plan." Li Wanyu was happy. Wasn't this just inviting an expert to give a lecture to dispel the feudal superstitions? "King Bin, this is a good idea. As long as the divine punishment is dispelled, exterminating the locusts is feasible. But I don't know who can take on this responsibility." Li Wanyu asked curiously. Ma Zhou smiled and pointed at the direction of the hillside outside Zhou village. "Teacher, isn't the master of the Taoist temple on the hillside a ready-made candidate?" Master of the Taoist temple? Li Wanyu was stunned for a moment before he realized who Ma Zhou was talking about. Old Taoist Sun Simiao? Chapter 196. Taoism was the national religion of the Tang dynasty. In the entire history of the Tang dynasty, other than Wu Zetian and the Xinzong dynasty, all the emperors of the Tang dynasty respected Taoism since the founding of the empire. Li Yuan, the founder of the Tang dynasty, worshipped Laozi Li'er as his ancestor when the empire was first established. He built temples of Laozi everywhere and personally worshipped him many times. Pai Lupi had also issued many edicts saying, "The path of the great Tao begins in ancient times. From today onwards, the temple will be established." As for the title, Taoist nun can be before monks and nuns. He didn't hesitate to use the edicts to raise the status of Taoism. In the Tang dynasty, Taoism also had a huge influence, far more than Buddhism. Therefore, when Wu Qingjin wrote Journey to the West and said that Tang Sanzang was Pai Lupi's younger brother, that was nonsense. Buddhism's social status and influence in the Tang dynasty was far from Taoism. If they could really invite a Taoist expert to prove that the heavenly wrath was nonsense, then the so-called heavenly wrath on Pai Lupi would be groundless, and there would be no need to mention the heavenly wrath on himself. At that time, even if the aristocratic families were unwilling, they could only accept it. At least they didn't want to fall out with Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty. After Ma Zhou threw out this idea, Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the rest who had been trapped in the political struggle of the imperial court couldn't help but look at each other with excitement in their eyes. "Zio, who are you two talking about?" Zhang Sun Wuji asked curiously, wondering which expert could resolve this matter. Li Wanyu smiled. "Old immortal Sun Simiao, does Duke Qi know?" After the incident at the Black Tortoise Gate, Zhang Sun Wuji was listed as the most outstanding official by Pai Lupi. He was conferred the title of Duke Qi, the Minister of Personnel, and the head of the 3 departments. Hearing that the person Ma Zhou recommended was Sun Simiao, Pai Lupi and the rest clapped and cheered. The old Taoist, Sun Simiao, was in his 80s. Not only was his medical skills superb, but he was also quite famous in Taoism. Pai Lupi once wanted to confer the title of nobility to the old Taoist, but he was rejected by the old Taoist who was bent on ascending. This made Pai Lupi feel very regretful. From Pai Lupi's point of view, the old Taoist Sun Simiao was a godly figure like Xian Min and Guang Qingzi. If he could really get Sun Simiao to clear his name, the story of divine punishment would be dispelled. Ziyu, can you invite old immortal Sun? Pai Lupi asked. Pai Lupi wasn't confident that he could ask Sun Simiao, an old Taoist with a respected position in the Taoist school, to clear his name. Li Wanyu chuckled and said, Uncle, old immortal Sun is behind the village, building a Taoist temple on my family's hillside. You can ask him to come. Leave it to me. Tomorrow morning, I will send people into the mountains to look for old immortal Sun Day. Ziyu, are you confident that you can convince old immortal Sun to help? Pai Lupi was a little worried. Li Wanyu pointed at Nyo Yong, who was standing in the front yard, and smiled. Uncle, do you see that troop of mine? He saved old immortal Sun's life before. Old immortal Sun will definitely give him some face. He suddenly thought of the scene where he saw the monks swindling people at the crossroads of Hu County. He couldn't help but chuckle. He lowered his voice and carefully said a few words to everyone. After Zhang Sun Wuji and the rest heard his words, they couldn't help but grit their teeth with a weird expression. Pai Lupi also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know how to comment. On the other hand, Cheng Yaojin's big palm landed on Li Wanyu's shoulder again. Wah! Kid, I think this business of yours is good. Your Majesty, you can leave this matter to this kid. It can't be wrong. It wasn't easy for Li Wanyu to be conferred the title of founding man of the county. However, in front of this old gangster, he didn't have any temper at all. His shoulder was slapped until it was numb, but he still had to wear a smile on his face. Without mentioning how Li Wanyu was ridiculing Cheng Yaojin in his heart, Pai Lupi pondered for a while and silently nodded his head slightly. It could be considered that he agreed with Li Wanyu's suggestion. The matter of eliminating the locust calamity would be left to Li Wanyu. If there was any need, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the rest would cooperate. With a countermeasure, Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. After so many days, the irritation in their hearts faded a little. In addition, there was good wine and delicacies to liven things up today. Pai Lupi simply threw this matter to the back of his mind and turned to look at Ma Zhou. Zio, this disciple of yours has a clever mind. The problem that has troubled us for many days was actually solved by him. Li Wanyu saw that Pai Lupi was interested in Ma Zhou, so he quickly introduced Ma Zhou to him. After knowing that he was an orphan and came from a poor family, but he was studious and had even been a teaching assistant in Bo Prefecture, Pai Lupi began to admire Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou, let me test you. Let me see what you have learned from Zio. Pai Lupi smiled. Ma Zhou was a little fearful. He bowed and said, I have only learned from teacher for a short period of time. I have yet to learn all of teacher's knowledge. Pai Lupi smiled and said, Haha, you are humble. You have also praised your little teacher very highly. Ma Zhou said, what I have said is from the bottom of my heart. Teacher's talent is outstanding and unparalleled. I am very fortunate to be able to become teacher's disciple. Zio, where did you swindle this disciple of yours? He seems to hold you in high regard. Uncle, how can this be called swindle? Li Wanyu smiled. Although he had tricked Ma Zhou into coming to Dingzhou village, he definitely did not trick Ma Zhou into becoming his disciple. Pai Lupi glared at him and said, What? Did I say something wrong? Other than Ma Zhou, who else would want to take a young man like you as their master? Nonsense. Although Pai Lupi knew that Li Wanyu was talented, he still felt that he was still a youth. Taking him in as a disciple was still a little absurd. He also spoke with a joking tone. In his opinion, other than Ma Zhou, no one else would want to be Li Wanyo's disciple. Li Wanyu was embarrassed. He replied shyly, "Uncle, I already have a second disciple." His words stunned everyone in the central room. Li Wanyu had another disciple? Could it be one of the urchins in Dingzhou village? "Zio, who has become your disciple? Let's hear it." Pai Lupi smiled and asked. Uncle, it's junior supervisor Yin Libin." Li Wanyu smiled and said, "Nanny, are you kidding us?" Pai Lupi, Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and even Cheng Yaojin had a black face full of question marks. Their faces were full of shock and confusion. "Kid, you're not talking nonsense, right? That junior supervisor Yin is a fourth-rank official. How could he be your disciple?" Cheng Yaojin was the first to not believe it. Before Li Wanyu could explain, Ma Zhou had already replied respectfully, "Lu Guigong, teacher's words are true. There is no doubt that this brother and I will become master's apprentice on the same day." Everyone gasped when they heard this. It was fine if Ma Zhou became Li Wanyu's disciple for nothing. But Yin Libin was a fourth-rank official. Why did he become Li Wanyu's disciple? What has junior supervisor Yin learned from you? Cheng Yaojin asked. To learn painting, Li Wanyu answered honestly. This answer stunned Pai Lupi and the others. They shook their heads. No one believed Li Wanyu's words. If Yin Libin were to learn poetry from Li Wanyu, everyone would still be able to accept it. After all, Li Wanyu had the ability to write a few poems and write the epigraph of my shack. However, Yin Libin was famous in the imperial court for his painting skills. Pai Lupi had even asked him to paint many times. How shameless did Li Wanyu have to be to say that he taught Yin Libin painting skills? Li Wanyu saw that no one believed him and said something else. This almost made Pai Lupi's nose crooked from anger. Chapter 197. Li Wanyu also didn't intend to continue hiding the matter. He could use today's opportunity to honestly explain the matter of the goddess of Luo's painting. His sketch of the goddess of Luo's painting had been collected by Pai Lupi. At that time, he didn't know Pai Lupi's identity, but now that he knew Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, if it didn't explain clearly, he would be committing the crime of deceiving the emperor. Uncle, there's something that you shouldn't be angry about. Li Wanyu rubbed his nose, appearing slightly embarrassed. Pai Lupi looked at him and suddenly had a bad premonition. He asked, "What's the matter? What did you do this time?" Li Wanyu said that the ancient painting that you took away from Duke Chomping's mansion. That wasn't an ancient painting, it was drawn by me. What? You scoundrel, you better speak clearly. Pai Lupi said angrily. The goddess of Luo's painting was his favorite. It was even hung in Pai Lupi's sweet nectar hall in his bedroom to be admired from time to time. Pai Lupi didn't like the sketch at Zhang Liang's mansion and found many problems with it. In fact, such a realistic painting of the goddess of Luo's painting was something that Pai Lupi liked very much. Pai Lupi often regretted that such a peerless painting skill was lost in the long river of history. Today, there wasn't a single painter in the Tang dynasty who could make such a vivid painting. Therefore, Pai Lupi regarded the ancient painting, the goddess of Luo's painting, as a treasure and didn't easily take it out to see others. Only Emperor Zhongsun and a few imperial concubines in the harem could occasionally see the true appearance of the ancient painting. But now Li Wanyu, this scoundrel, actually said that his beloved ancient painting, the goddess of Luo's painting, was drawn by this brat. This feeling was really terrible. Western Zhou's cultural relic became last week's. No one would be able to accept this change. Li Wanyu had no choice but to honestly explain the ins and outs of the matter. In the end, he had to defend himself. Uncle, it's not that your nephew wants to deceive you. That day, the enemy was forced into a corner by the Duke of Chongping and had no choice but to ask for your nephew's help. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the painting would end up in your hands? After learning the truth, Pai Lupi was so angry that he was almost ready to commit domestic violence. Li Wanyu was so scared that he jumped behind his beautiful boss. He carefully poked his head out and smiled apologetically. Hey, uncle, don't be angry. You see, I didn't mean to deceive you. You're a magnanimous person, so forgive me. Pai Lupi was infuriated by his tired appearance. but he couldn't do anything about it. Indeed, this matter could not be entirely blamed on Li Wanyu. He glared at Li Wanyu, who was hiding behind the woman. "Come over here, sit down and answer the question. Did young Master Yin ask you to learn his strange painting skills?" "That's right. That's exactly what happened." "Ziyu, who taught you your skills?" Pai Lupi suddenly asked. This was something he had been confused about recently. Li Zhou's abilities were only average, so he obviously couldn't teach such a son. Not to mention, Li Wanyu was able to come up with so many strange things. It was really inconceivable. Li Wanyu was speechless. There was no way to explain this. If he told Pai Lupi that he was a transmigrator, would he be arrested by the Space Administration? His eyes turned, and he lied. "Uncle, a month ago, I fell seriously ill and was in a coma on the bed for several days. But for some reason, your nephew's body healed on its own. When I woke up, it was as if my brain was enlightened and I understood many things. But as for why, your nephew doesn't know." His deceptive words made the beautiful superior feel uncomfortable and almost burst out laughing. She could only turn her back, her shoulders still twitching. Obviously, she was secretly laughing. Pai Lupi and the others were suspicious. Could it be that there was really someone who was born with knowledge? Fang Xianling pondered for a while and said, "Ziyu, could it be that you are the reincarnation of a Taoist master?" Fang Xuanling's words made Pai Lupi and the others somewhat skeptical. If so, it also made sense why Li Wanyu suddenly became so smart. Taoist reincarnation was different from Buddhist reincarnation. They were two different concepts. The reincarnation of Buddhism referred to the reincarnation of the soul after the death of a living being, starting a new life cycle, repeating over and over again. The concept of Taoist reincarnation had been in China since ancient times. For example, in the classic of Mountains and Seas, a girl was reincarnated into a guard. Legend has it that the divine Dr. Bianke during the spring and autumn period was also the reincarnation of an ancient famous doctor. Bianke's original name was Qin Yu, and Bianke was the name of an ancient famous doctor. Yu the Great was not his real name, but the honorific title of an ancient immortal who had achieved the Tao. Yu was believed to be the reincarnation of the ancient immortal, so he was called Yu. Therefore, the reincarnated person must have the same characteristics as the original person to be called reincarnation. It was not like Buddhist reincarnation, where it was a new life. Fang Xuanling's guess gave Li Wanyu a perfect excuse. Anyway, he could not explain why he had so many strange skills. He could just blame it on reincarnation, which was easier to accept than time travel. Pai Lupi and the others were just curious about where Li Wanyu's skills came from. They did not intend to get to the bottom of it, so the matter was over. Li Wanyu secretly wiped his non-existent cold sweat and exchanged glances with his beautiful boss who was giggling. Finally, a small problem was solved. Pai Lupi did not care about where Li Wanyu's knowledge came from, but he was interested in Ma Zhou. He waved his hand and called him to his side to test his knowledge. It had to be said that the inertia of the wheel of history was always there. Even if it was a few years earlier, Ma Zhou still managed to attract Pai Lupi's attention with his talent. Ma Zhou told Pai Lupi many of his views on politics, which made Pai Lupi clap his hands and applaud. After drinking and chatting, Pai Lupi directly asked Ma Zhou if he was willing to become an official. In this regard, Li Wanyu looked helpless. Pai Lupi was blatantly trying to poach him, but he still had to pretend to be happy. It was really a pain in the ass. But out of Li Wanyu and the others' expectations, Ma Zhou actually refused Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I do not want to become an official for the time being. I hope your Majesty can understand." "Why is that?" Pai Lupi was a little unhappy. It was rare for him to be polite, but he was embarrassed. Ma Zhou respectfully saluted. "I want to study under the teacher for a few more years, and then serve your Majesty like a dog or horse." His words were out of Li Wanyu's expectations. Li Wanyu did not expect that Ma Zhou would be willing to give up such a good opportunity to study by his side. Li Wanyu seemed to only want to trick Ma Zhou into working for him, but he did not expect Ma Zhou to be like this. This made Li Wanyu feel a little embarrassed. "Ben Wang, you don't have to be like this. You can do the same as Li Ben and come to me every 10 days. Don't disappoint His Majesty. Li Wanyu persuaded. He was sincere. Ma Zhou was talented. If he could assist Pai Lupi a few years earlier, he could also make a career and bring the golden age of Zhangguan earlier. Li Wanyu's persuasion made Ma Zhou hesitate. Chapter 198. Li Wanyu saw that Ma Zhou was still hesitating, so he tried to persuade him again. King Bin, life is like a multiple-choice question. You and I both have to make a choice. Let me give you 4 words. Knowing and doing is one. Li Wanyu ignored his beautiful superior's rolling eyes and impolitely plagiarized the essence of Wang Yangming's theory. Knowing and doing is one? Teacher, what do you mean? Ma Zhou asked. Actually, Li Wanyu only knew a little about Wang Yangming's theory of mind, and he only knew a little about it. However, this didn't stop him from using the 4 words, knowing and doing is one, to fool Ma Zhou. Li Wanyu coughed lightly and activated his pretentious mode. Knowing is conscience and knowledge. Doing is one puts one's actions into practice. In knowing, there is action, and in doing, there is knowledge. Determination, diligence, correction, and good deeds are the unity of knowledge and action. This is the combination of knowing and doing as one. King Bin, you can become an official and apply what you have learned. This is the right way. Although Li Wanyu couldn't explain the true essence of Wang Yangming's knowing and doing as one, these 2 sentences were enough to enlighten the apathetic and made everyone stunned. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong, the 2 founding duke, didn't think much of it, but Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui were distracted by Li Wanyu's words to Ma Zhou. Knowing and doing is one. Ziyu, do you have a detailed explanation? Zhangsun Wuji asked. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui also looked at Li Wanyu inquisitively. This put Li Wanyu in a difficult position. How would he know the details of knowing and doing as one? He only remembered Wang Yangming's philosophy of mind. However, how could a student like him, who majored in e-commerce, understand the essence of it? Li Wanyu rolled his eyes and used his great deception mode. He didn't understand Wang Yangming's theory, but he had drunk a lot of chicken soup for the soul in the future. Duke of Qi, in my opinion, it's easy to know but hard to do. What you can think of might not be able to do. What you know might not be able to do. Some roads need to be walked with feet. Some paths had to be walked with heart. Often, it wasn't the thorns or stones that held him back, but his heart. To be able to match one's words with one's actions, one's exterior with his interior, and one's interior with his exterior, this is the unity of knowledge and action. Come, let's drink this bowl of chicken soup. From now on, life will be cool to the end. Li Wanyu's chicken soup for the soul class was so common in the future that even his beautiful boss could only roll her eyes. But in the Tang dynasty 1,300 years ago, his words were a thought-provoking warning to everyone. Ma Zhou murmured for a long time, as if he had been enlightened. He bowed to Li Wanyu and said, "Teacher, I understand now. Combining knowledge and action means combining learning and action." He then bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to serve. Please forgive my rudeness." Pai Lupi laughed and stood up. What a good combination of knowledge and action. Ziyu, you are indeed the reincarnation of a great power. With such knowledge, it is a waste for you to stay in Dingzhou village. Why don't you become an official with your disciple? Nanny? Li Wanyu suddenly felt that he had been too pretentious. It felt like he had lifted a rock and dropped it on his own foot. If he was willing to become an official, would he have waited until now? Compared with the free and beautiful life of a small landlord who would want to be an official. Although when his beautiful boss was bullied by the Zheng family of Xingyang, he also had a desire for power. But with Li Wangyu's tiredness, after a few days of living a comfortable life, he had already thrown that idea to the back of his mind. Not to mention that he was now a noble. Although he was only a county official of the lowest rank, he was still a noble of the Tang dynasty, wasn't he? With this identity, what could the Zheng family of Xingyang and the Wang clan of Taiyuan do to him? Therefore, Li Wanyu was naturally unwilling to become an official. In his opinion, it was simply a waste of life. Now that Pai Lupi had opened his mouth, he could not bluntly refuse. Otherwise, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? He had just said that Ma Zhou should know and act as one. If he made excuses when it was his turn, he would not give Pai Lupi any face. Li Wanyu touched his nose awkwardly and could only bring up Li Zhou again. "Uncle, my lord passed away not long ago. I still have 2 years to mourn for him. Let's talk about becoming an official after 2 years." This was a well-tested excuse. The Tang dynasty ruled the world with filial piety. Li Wanyu said that he would mourn for Li Zhou for 3 years, which naturally made Pai Lupi speechless. Pai Lupi glared at him fiercely. "You should just stay in Dingzhou village and drink with Ching Chumo and the others. Is that mourning for your lord? You even helped the Soot people to make the holy fire. If you dare to fool around like this in the future, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your lord." Li Wanyu was stunned. So, Pai Lupi knew that he and the other foppish people went to the Hu wine shop in Pingkong Square to drink with prostitutes. He did not know that with such a powerful intelligence agency as the Hunter Cavalry Department, there were very few things in Chong, and that could be hidden from Pai Lupi. Not to mention that he and the other foppish people had made such a big move in the temple of Li Chuan Square, which had already been reported to Pai Lupi by the Hunter Cavalry Department. Pai Lupi naturally did not believe in the holy fire of the sun. He knew that it must be Li Wangyou's trick with the study of things. Even the conflict between Taiyuan Wang clan's legitimate son, Wang Ziqiao, and Li Wanyu was clearly known by Pai Lupi, who lived in the Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi was very happy when he heard that Li Wanyu could make Wang Ziqiao and the other legitimate sons of aristocratic families suffer. He felt that this boy's way of doing things was very much to his liking. So, his reprimand was actually out of concern. Li Wanyu naturally did not know this. He could only pinch his nose and admit defeat to Pai Lupi's reprimand. Ma Zhou's life was the same as in his previous life. Although he entered the official position a few years earlier, he was appointed as an imperial censor by Pai Lupi, who appreciated him. Imperial censor was an official under the imperial censorate of the Tang dynasty. The imperial censorate consisted of Tai Yuan, Dian Yuan, and censorate. Ma Zhou was going to enter the Tai Yuan. There were 6 imperial censors in the Tai Yuan. They were in charge of censoring hundreds of officials and impeaching illegal activities. They were in charge of adjudicating cases specially ordered by the emperor. They were also in charge of the imperial court and the imperial court. They were in charge of handling grievances. Imperial censors had the highest status among the imperial censors and had the most authority. Ma Zhou had just entered the official position, and he was already a 6th-grade imperial censor. His starting point was quite high. Even Yang Quan, who was open-minded, could not help but feel jealous. However, the official promotion system of the Tang dynasty was not as perfect as that of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Even if Ma Zhou entered the official position without any background, he could be directly appointed as a high official. This was not unusual. It was the same even in the Song dynasty. That was why there was a saying, being a farmer in the morning, ascending to the emperor's hall in the evening. After everyone congratulated Ma Zhou again, Pai Lupi said to Feng Xianling, "Xianling, Zio's mansion should be rebuilt. This is not the standard of a mansion for the founding of the country. Go back and ask the Ministry of Works to arrange it." Nanny? He wanted to rebuild his house. There was such a good thing? Chapter 199. In the Great Tang's encampment edict, there were strict rules regarding the residences of officials and nobles. For county men who founded the country, the width of the main hall should not exceed 5 rooms, and the depth should not exceed 9 shelves. It could be made into a hall built on top of a mountain and decorated with hanging fish and grass. Li Wanyou's family's house was just a commoner's house. Now that he was conferred the title of county man, he naturally needed to rebuild his house according to the standards of county men who founded the country. But Li Wanyu immediately looked at Lier and said with an embarrassed smile, "Uncle, who paid for this mansion?" He didn't have the money to build the county man's house, and he still owed a lot of debt. Although Xinjiang's Zheng family compensated him with 200 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 1,200 strings of cash, the money was all invested by his beautiful boss into the Shun Phone Carriage Company. Now the Shun Phone Carriage Company had the capital and horses from Empress Zhang's son. With this money, it was quickly rebuilding. Su Chongqing was eager to do something big, and he wanted to completely monopolize the freight business in Chang'an. Therefore, Li Wanyu didn't plan to repay the money he owed to the county government and the money he borrowed from Yushernan in a short time. When the carriage company started to make a profit, he would almost be able to repay the debt. Pai Lupi glanced at him. Of course the National Treasury will pay for the house. Are you satisfied, you tired boy? Yes, yes, thank you for your kindness. Li Wanyu was overjoyed, and he directly learned the Qing dynasty palace drama. But Pai Lupi directly knocked him on the head with a chestnut. Speak properly. What do you mean by thank you for your kindness? Where did you learn such strange words? Li Wanyu stuck out his tongue. The Tang dynasty was better. There was no master and servant. Even the emperor was not the master of the officials. So there was no such thing as thank you for your kindness. He asked again, Uncle, how will my house be built? Can I make the drawings myself and let the Ministry of Works build it according to my drawings? I promise I won't violate the rules. Traditional Chinese residences were good, but they lacked comfort. Li Wanyu thought that since the National Treasury was paying for his mansion, he might as well build a mansion that combined modern and European styles. He and Su Chongqing could live comfortably there. Pai Lupi was slightly surprised. You know about architecture? A little. All right then. Draw up the blueprints and hand them over to the Ministry of Works. Let the Ministry of Works carry out the construction according to the blueprints. Li Ertsai couldn't be bothered to care what the other party wanted to do with the manor. As long as it didn't violate the rules, he would let the other party do as he pleased. In Pai Lupi's opinion, it was nothing more than Li Wanyu wanting to make the mansion more luxurious. Pai Lupi didn't care about this at all. He would just spend some more copper coins as compensation for the brat's suffering. Li Wanyu was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He repeatedly thanked Pai Lupi and pulled his beautiful superior over to give Pai Lupi a few more cups of wine. That's right, Uncle, the matter of you conferring me a title hasn't been made public yet, right? Li Wanyu's eyes suddenly turned as he asked Lier. Pai Lupi was puzzled and asked, I haven't made it public yet. Why? What do you think? Li Wanyu smiled mischievously and said, then I ask Uncle and everyone else to keep it a secret for this brat. Don't make it public for now. Oh, why is that? Li Wanyu moved closer to Pai Lupi's ear and whispered a few words, but Pai Lupi couldn't help but laugh. Brat, you are really full of evil tricks. Fine, we'll do as you say. This matter will be kept a secret for now and won't be made public. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your help, Li Wanyu said with a smile. The banquet lasted until the evening before it finally ended. Pai Lupi and the others were already a bit drunk. They were carefully helped onto their horses by the palace guards and returned to Chang'an. Before leaving, Pai Lupi didn't forget to tell Li Wanyu to make good use of the time to get rid of the heavenly punishment. Li Wanyu also nodded and patted his chest in agreement. The next morning, Li Wanyu led Niu Wu to the construction site of the Taoist temple on the hillside outside the village and found Lu Shenwei. Lu Shenwei wasn't at the same level as the old Taoist Sun Simiao, who was able to treat the emperor as nothing. Hearing that this was Pai Lupi's idea to ask his master for help, Lu Shenwei didn't say anything and went with Niu Wu to the Qinling Mountains to find his master. After Niu Wu and the others went into the mountains, Li Wanyu didn't stay idle. He immediately ran to the Huxing County Yamen to find Yang Quan to settle the formalities for the official title of a household. He was granted the title of County Magistrate of Huxing County. The 100 official titles of a household were also transferred to him by the Huxing County Yamen. The official title of a household was directly transferred to the noble family that received the title. Don't think that Li Wanyu's 100 official titles were too little. In fact, in the early days of the Tang dynasty, they were very careful about the official title of a household. Even the princes only had about 800 households at that time. It wasn't until the later days of the Tang dynasty that the official title of a household became widespread, causing the country's taxes to decrease. Only then did the official title of a household's official title receive the title of a household's official title. However, when Li Wanyu returned from the Huxing County Yamen, he had a gloomy expression on his face which made his beautiful boss feel strange. Wan Yu, what's wrong? Didn't Yang Mingfu handle the formalities for you? Su Changqing asked curiously. He did, and he even transferred a few dozen official titles to me. Li Wanyu sighed. Su Changqing didn't understand. Wasn't this a good thing? Li Wanyu sighed again. Do you know where our official title is? It's this Dingzhou village. Yang Zhua actually sealed the 127 households of Dingzhou village and handed them over to me. Although Pai Lupi's imperial edict stated that 100 official titles were for a household, there was still a certain amount of room for maneuver when the official title was transferred to a county. An additional 20 to 30 official titles was a very normal thing. Su Changqing didn't understand and asked, "Isn't this pretty good? What's so good about it? Don't you see how poor Dingzhou village is? Can't you collect rent? Besides, even if Dingzhou village became prosperous, would I have the nerve to ask the villagers to collect rent? Yang Quan, that guy is too sneaky." Li Wanyu replied in a bad mood. After Su Changqing understood what he meant, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Come on, look at you. Don't tell me we still need to rely on these 100 official titles to get by. If you don't collect, then don't collect. It's pretty good. Don't forget, you promised me that you would turn Dingzhou village into a paradise. Li Wanyu was speechless. He had been conferred a title of nobility, but why did it seem like he not only received benefits from the title, but also had to pay for it? In fact, Li Wanyu was secretly delighted that Zhou village could be divided into his family's fief. Li Wanyu's feelings towards Dingzhou village weren't any weaker than Su Changqing's. Li Wanyu felt that it was worth it to be able to help these simple villagers live a good life in the future. He was just unhappy that he seemed to have been schemed against by Yang Quan. This unscrupulous middle-aged man must have made up his mind when he heard the imperial edict. In any case, the county wouldn't be able to collect rent from Dingzhou village. It would be better to give it to Li Wanyu as his fief. The county would also save a lot of trouble. These officials of the Tang dynasty, each more sneaky than the other. Putting aside Li Wanyu's gloominess for being schemed against by Yang Quan, 2 days later, Niu Wu and Lu Xinwei invited the old Taoist Sun Simiao out of the mountains and into the Li family of Dingzhou village. Chapter 200. Li Wanyu hurriedly greeted Sun Simiao and respectfully invited him to sit in the central room. Then, he asked the maidservant to bring him tea. Xiaolang, why are you in such a hurry to ask me to come out of the mountain? Sun Simiao asked in confusion. Li Wanyu asked Lu Shanwei and Niu Wu to invite the old Taoist, but he did not explain to them the details. He only said that the sage of the Tian family had something to ask of him, so he invited Sun Simiao out of Taibai Mountain. Li Wanyu was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he asked Niu Wu and Niu Yon to guard outside the central room and not let anyone in. After that, he asked the maidservant to leave. Then, he lowered his voice and told him about the disaster of locusts in the imperial court. Old Immortal, this matter concerns the safety of the people in the world. It is urgent to eliminate the locusts. Please help the sage. After hearing his words, Sun Simiao was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he replied awkwardly, Xiaolang, it's not that I don't want to help. It's a matter of great merit to make the imperial court order to eliminate the locusts. It's just that I'm not capable enough. Old Immortal, why is that? Sun Simiao smiled bitterly. Although I'm a Taoist, I'm also proficient in Taoist classics. However, I'm good at medicine. I'm not good at divination. How can I cooperate with you? Li Wanyu was also a little hesitant. He knew that Sun Simiao was right, but he and Ma Zhou had neglected this point. Sun Simiao's medical skills were superb, but he had never heard that he was good at Taoist methods. It was easy to ask the old Taoist to treat and save people, but it was really difficult for him to pretend to be mysterious and fool the officials. For a moment, the two people in the central room looked at each other speechlessly. Li Wanyu was a little depressed. Was he going to mess up this task? Sun Simiao suddenly opened his mouth and said, But Xiaolang, this old Taoist can recommend someone to you. He should be able to help you. Oh, which Taoist master is it? Yuan Tiangang. The old Taoist's words made Li Wanyu stand up suddenly, giving the old Taoist a fright. Li Wangyo's voice trembled with excitement. That's right. Yuan Tiangang. How could I forget him? Oh, Xiaolang also knows Yuan Tiangang? Sun Simiao asked curiously. His words made Li Wangyu speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. He couldn't say that he had seen Yuan Tiangang in the novels of later generations. Could he? Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng, the two famous Taoists of the Tang dynasty, were extraordinary characters in various novels of later generations. Li Wangyu had also developed a strong interest in these two Taoist masters. He even went online to search for information about their lives. However, he realized that the difference between the two people in history and the various people in the legends was too great. However, when Li Wangyu recalled Yuan Tiangong's experience, he sat back at the table and shook his head again and again. Old immortal, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Yuan Tiangang is in Shu County. How can we invite him to Chang'an? There were various theories about Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng in later generations. Many people thought that Li Chunfeng was Yuan Tiangong's disciple. In fact, the two were not master and disciple at all. Li Chunfeng was only 26 years old now. He had been learning Taoism at the Quiet Cloud Temple in Nantuan Mountain since he was 9 years old. In the second year of Wuda, Li Chunfeng, who was only 17 years old, was recommended to be Li Shimin's secretary in the army. In the first year of Jingguan, Li Chunfeng was appointed by Pai Lupi to serve in the Imperial Historian Bureau. Yuan Tiangang was now 81 years old and was now the county magistrate of Huijing County in Shu County. It would be 4 years later that Pai Lupi heard of his name and invited him to the court as a think tank. Therefore, there was no master-disciple relationship between the two. However, in various legends, the pushback chart co-authored by the two was known as the first book of Chinese Taoist prophecy. It was said that Li Chunfeng used the 8 trigrams of the Book of Changes to calculate. Unexpectedly, he was addicted to it and couldn't stop. He calculated the fate of China for more than 2,000 years after the Tang dynasty, until Yuan Tiangang pushed his back and said, "You can't reveal the secrets of heaven. Go back and rest." Therefore, the Book of Prophecy was named Pushback Chart. In later generations, there were countless legends about the two powerful Taoists, and many TV series were filmed. However, the two of them in history were not that exaggerated. Although they were powerful, they did not have the means to control the clouds and rain with a flip of their hand like in the novel. Yuan Tiangang was from Chengdu, Izhou, Shu County. He was proficient in face reading, Lurin, and the 5 elements. He once read the face of the infant Wu Zetian. At that time, Wu Zetian was carried out dressed as a boy and lied that she was a boy. Yuan Tiangang was very surprised after reading her face. He sighed and said, "Dragon eyes and phoenix neck are very precious. If she were a girl, she would be the emperor." It showed Yuan Tiangong's ability. At this time, Yuan Tiangang was 80 years old, but he was still a 7th grade county magistrate in Huijing County of Shu County. The round trip from Huijing County to Chang'an was more than 3,000 miles. With the current traffic situation of the Tang dynasty, it would take at least several months even if he rode fast. By the time Yuan Tiangang was invited to Chang'an and from Shu County, it would be too late to mention the matter of eliminating the locusts. Therefore, when Li Wangyu thought of this, he sat down dejectedly. It was not impossible for him to look for Li Chunfeng. Li Chunfeng was now in Chang'an and serving as a 9th grade general in the Taisha Bureau. However, Li Chunfeng was only 27 years old and not famous. If he wanted to rely on him to fool the officials and aristocratic families, he was afraid that his reputation was far from enough. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, the old Taoist Sun Simiao laughed and said, "Xiaolang, don't worry. Taoist Yuan is now in Chang'an. He is staying in the Xuandu Temple." Li Wangyu was stunned. "Old immortal, how do you know?" "Ha! Taoist Yuan and I are best friends. He came to Chang'an and to report to the Ministry of Personnel. He had already asked someone to send a letter to me. Even if he didn't ask someone to invite me down the mountain, I would still go to Chang'an and to see Taoist Yuan. This is truly a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it by sheer luck. Old immortal, how about we go to the Xuandu Temple now?" Li Wanyu was overjoyed and stood up to say, "Good." Sun Simiao nodded with a smile. Li Wanyu quickly asked Niu Wu to prepare a horse. Lu Shenwei was also called by Sun Simiao to visit Yuan Tiangang. The four of them rode to Chang. The Xuandu Temple was the royal Taoist temple of the Tang dynasty. When Emperor Wan of Sui planned Daxing City with the Qian hexagram, he built the Xuandu Temple in Chongya Lane in order to guard the fifth high slope. The Xuandu Temple was magnificent and magnificent. There were tens of thousands of Taoist scriptures in the temple. It was famous in Chang and for peach blossoms. According to the old Taoist Sun Simiao, Yuan Tiangang came to the Ministry of Personnel of Chang and to report to the Ministry of Personnel and lived in the Xuandu Temple. Li Wanyu could only complain about it in his heart. The official system of the Tang dynasty was really strange. Anyone could be an official. Even a Taoist, like Yuan Tiangang, could be a county magistrate. It was amazing to think about it. He didn't know whether Yuan Tiangang wore a Taoist robe or an official robe when he tried the case in court. It was really interesting. The four of them entered Chang and went straight to the Xuandu Temple in Chongren Lane. When the old Taoist Sun Simiao just entered the Xuandu Temple, the abbot of the Taoist temple immediately came out to greet him. Chapter 201. That's right. The leader of the Taoist temple was called abbot or abbot. The word abbot was originally an inherent title of Taoism. Later, Buddhism was introduced to Huaxia and borrowed this term. However, after the prosperity of Buddhism, abbot became a special term of Buddhism. Taoism became a pirated term, which was really unfair. Abbot Tianxin Abbot. Abbot Tianxin was the title of the highest leader of the Taoist Ten Directions forest. It could also be called abbot. In the Song dynasty, Wang Engshi wrote, "The Taoist abbot should be without dream." He wants to recite and imitate Huaxiao. Zhuangzi the world became Xianying Shu, Fang Dao, Dali Li Ji, Zhang Chang Dao. That was the title of the senior Taoist. With Sun Simiao's prestige in Taoism, even though the Xuandu Temple was a royal Taoist temple, the Taoist abbot was very respectful to him. "Is Yuan Tiangang in the temple?" Sun Simiao asked directly. "Immortal Master." Today, Immortal Master Yuan went to Chang and to visit friends and hasn't returned yet. "Please enter the temple and wait for a moment." The abbot replied respectfully. Whether it was Sun Simiao or Yuan Tiangang, for him, as the abbot of the Taoist temple, they were seniors and had to be carefully served. In Taoism, seniors were usually called Taoist or Immortal Master. "Then let's wait for a moment. Inform me when Yuan Tiangang comes back." Hearing that Yuan Tiangang was not in the temple, Sun Simiao had to wait for him in the temple. The abbot of the Xuandu Temple asked the little Taoist to bring the clay stove and the tools to make tea for everyone. Li Wanyu couldn't adapt to the dark cuisine and the tea. Besides, he couldn't understand the Taoist scriptures discussed by Sun Simiao and the abbot. He simply excused himself and walked out of the guest room. Then, he led Niu Wu to wander around the Xuandu Temple. Xuandu Temple, the peach garden behind the temple, had been famous in Chang'an. Every time the peach blossoms in the temple, the literati, high-ranking officials, and noble ladies in Chang, and would invite their relatives and friends to enjoy the flowers in the Xuandu Temple. They came to the Xuandu Temple today in March. It was the season of peach blossoms in the temple. Xuandu Temple was the royal Taoist temple of the Tang dynasty. Without a certain status, it was difficult to enter and enjoy the peach blossoms. Therefore, in Noda's Xuandu Temple, there were not many people enjoying the peach blossoms. From time to time, there were sounds of people music coming from the peach garden. Clearly, it was the musicians brought by the nobles who came to the peach garden to liven things up. Li Wanyu just strolled around the peach garden. The peach blossoms in his eyes were majestic, like the tide of the sea. Up close, they were pretty and charming, like a young girl putting on makeup. A light breeze blew past, and the peach blossom petals drifted down. It was a beautiful sight. Li Wanyu's only regret was that he didn't bring his beautiful boss along with him to admire the peach blossoms at the Xuandu Temple. Behind him was only Niu Wu, the stout one-eyed man. It was really a killjoy. Just as he was thinking about bringing his beautiful boss and the others to enjoy the peach blossoms together in 2 days, he saw a few people dressed as scholars not far away, talking loudly under the peach blossoms. When Li Wanyu saw this, he was amused. Sure enough, enemies would not meet each other. Who else could it be but Wang Ziqiao, the legitimate son of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, who was surrounded by few scholars? He, the legitimate son of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, was really awe-inspiring. Wherever he went, he was the center of the crowd. Was he planning to debut in the center position? Li Wanyu also had a deep grudge against Wang Ziqiao. The reason why he asked Pai Lupi to keep the knighthood a secret for the time being was that he wanted to dig a hole for Wang Ziqiao and others. The cynical man was not a generous person who could forget the enmity with a smile. Before the Wang clan of Taiyuan broke off the engagement, Li Wanyu felt that he had lost face for no reason and inexplicably targeted him. Li Wanyu had been angry for a long time. However, at that time, he was a commoner. Although he was on good terms with the Playboys, he had no power or influence. The Playboys could not protect him at all times. Therefore, even if he was unhappy, Li Wanyu had to endure it. After winning the gambling fight with Wang Ziqiao, he shrank in Dingzhou village because he was worried about the revenge of the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zheng family of Xinjiang. His small arms and legs could not stand the tossing of the aristocratic families. Li Wanyu saw very clearly that if these aristocratic families really wanted to deal with him, it was no different from pinching an ant to death. In the beginning, the Li clan of Huxian was a small 7th-level official who joined the army. He and the villagers of Dingzhou village were almost tortured to death, not to mention the aristocratic families. They were the forces that even dared to cheat Pai Lupi. He was forced to choose to be dormant because he did not have enough strength to fight against the aristocratic families like the 5 clans and 7 kings. However, the day before yesterday, he was accidentally knighted by Pai Lupi. Li Wanyu, the cynical man, immediately became brave. Although he was only the lowest county man who founded the country, it could ensure that he did not have to fear being wantonly bullied by others with the power of the government. Although the knighthood of the Tang dynasty was only an honorary title, it belonged to the real privileged class. In addition to not paying taxes, Li Wanyu's knighthood of the founding county baron was equivalent to the official rank of the 5th level. Therefore, after being knighted, Li Wanyu, the cynical man, actually thought about how to use this opportunity to set a trap for the Wang clan of Taiyuan. He just did not expect that he and Sun Simiao would meet Wang Ziqiao when they came to Xuandu Temple to look for Yuan Tiangang. Li Wanyu smiled and walked quickly to greet him. He also greeted him warmly. "Brother Wang, I didn't expect that we would meet again today after we parted in Pingkong Square a few days ago. Haha, it's a small world." Wang Ziqiao, who was surrounded by a group of scholars and occupied the center position, heard Li Wanyu's voice and could not help but look gloomy. This bastard, after humiliating me last time, how dare he appear in front of me? Wang Ziqiao suddenly felt a little guilty and quickly looked behind Li Wanyu to see if Cheng Chumo's group of playboys were there. When he saw that Li Wanyu was alone, and there was only a one-eyed troop following behind him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Li Wanyu, you are truly bold. You actually dare to appear in front of this young master." Li Wanyu pretended to be surprised. "Hey, why do you say so, Brother Wang? Did I remember it wrong? I seem to have won the gambling fight last time, didn't I? Brother Wang, have you forgotten the content of our gambling fight? Do you want me to remind you?" Wang Ziqiao's face was even gloomier. Thinking that he said that day that he should salute and avoid Li Wanyu when he saw him in the future, he felt a surge of anger. However, in front of these scholars, he did not want to lose his demeanor. Forcefully suppressing his anger, Wang Ziqiao snorted coldly. "Humph, I am too lazy to talk to an ignorant person like you. TSK. Brother Wang's words are really hurtful. However, Brother Wang, one cannot go back on one's words. Don't forget our gambling agreement. You can salute and avoid me now," Li Wanyu said mischievously with a smile on his face. The scholars that surrounded Wang Ziqiao like stars surrounding the moon, were the scholars that came to the capital for this year's spring imperial examination. They had all submitted their examination papers to the Wang clan of Taiyuan and were recognized by the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Today, Wang Ziqiao invited them to come to Xuandu to admire the flowers in order to win over people's hearts. These scholars originally thought that Li Wangyu was Wang Ziqiao's friend. After hearing the conversation between the two, they immediately understood that the two sides were not on good terms. These scholars originally wanted to curry favor with Wang Ziqiao. At this moment, seeing Li Wangyu dressed in white, they knew that he was just a commoner. Therefore, without waiting for Wang Ziqiao to speak, someone immediately jumped out and attacked Li Wangyu for Wang Ziqiao. Chapter 202. These few scholars fought to show their loyalty and devotion in front of Wang Ziqiao, and all of them scolded Li Wangyu. "Young man, how dare you be so rude? Why don't you take a look at your status? How dare you speak to Master Wang in this manner? Why don't you apologize? Arrogant words. Young man, how dare you speak such arrogant words? Is this how your parents taught you? Asking young Master Wang to bow to you? That's ridiculous. Shut up. Don't be rude. How can Master Wang be humiliated by people like you? How can a white-robed person enter the Xiandu temple? Are they not afraid of degrading the status of the Imperial Taoist temple?" Li Wangyu was slightly stunned. What was the situation? These few scholars were as agitated as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Did he step on their tails? However, he quickly reacted and couldn't help but be amused. As expected, there would be no lack of people who flatter others no matter what dynasty it was. Obviously, this group of scholars all wanted to show off in front of the legitimate son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Their loyal and devoted appearance of protecting their master made Li Wangyu involuntarily think of the dogs that guarded the house in Dingzhou village. It seemed that they were also like this. They liked to bark at people nonstop. What made him feel even more amused was that this group of scholars were also wearing white, but felt that he had degraded the status of the Imperial Taoist temple by entering the Xiandu temple. This was really black humor. Li Wangyu naturally did not know that this group of scholars who surrounded Prince Qiao had already submitted their examination papers to the Taiyuan Wangs. They were the best of the best. With the recommendation of the Taiyuan Wangs, it could be said that these scholars already had one foot in the official career. Naturally, they started to look down on those who wore white. Their sharp and unkind words angered Niu Wu so much that he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to beat them up, but he was stopped by Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu laughed and said loudly to Niu Wu, "Niu Wu, do you know that recently, because of the locust plague in Chang and city, prices have skyrocketed? Everything has increased in price, but this person is getting more and more despicable." Niu Wu was stunned. What did Lang Jun mean? When Niu Wu came to his senses, he almost laughed out loud. His Lang Jun's mouth was really unforgiving. When the scholars on the other side figured out the meaning of Li Wangyu's words, they almost choked to death. This brat was scolding them for being cheap in a roundabout way. You Tian Shilang, how dare you do this? What a disgrace! What a disgrace! How dare you be so impudent in front of young Master Wang? These scholars were infuriated by Li Wangyu's words, and Prince Qiao's face turned even darker. If not for the fact that there were many nobles in the Xiandu temple who came to admire the flowers, and that he had to consider the face of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, Wang Ziqiao would have ordered his troops to drag Li Wangyu out and give him a good beating. As for that bullshit bet, Wang Ziqiao had already thrown it to the back of his mind. After being defeated at Peace Square, Wang Ziqiao had always wanted to take revenge on Li Wangyu. But recently, it was the crucial period of the battle between the aristocratic families and Pai Lupi in the imperial court. The aristocratic families, led by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, wanted to use the locust plague to attack Pai Lupi's reputation and obtain a greater speaking power. This was not a secret in the imperial court. After Zheng Kongbua of Xingyang, the aristocratic families all restrained their disciples. They were afraid that they would cause trouble at this crucial moment and allow Pai Lupi to turn the tables. That was why Wang Ziqiao did not immediately go to Dingzhou village to find trouble with Li Wangyu. But he did not expect to meet him at the Xiandu temple today. Wang Ziqiao's triangular eyes shot out a ray of cold light. Without batting an eyelid, he stretched out his hand to summon one of his troops and whispered a few words into his ear. That troop nodded his head and looked at Li Wanyu with a sinister smile. After bowing, he turned around and left. Li Wanyu did not notice Wang Ziqiao's actions. He was still busy arguing with the scholars beside Wang Ziqiao. The words of the scholars, turned from embarrassment to anger, did not affect Li Wanyu at all. He turned his head and smiled at Niu Wu. Niu Wu, did you see how these shameless people look like? Langjun, I saw. Niu Wu immediately agreed. The scholars beside Wang Ziqiao became even more furious. You dare to humiliate us. Humiliate you? Sorry, I think you have misunderstood. I did not say you were shameless. Li Wanyu grinned at them and revealed his white teeth. I'm only saying that shameless people are the same as you. You are Tian Shilang. Tian Shilang. The scholars had never seen someone scold people in such a way. They were so angry that they stomped their feet. However, they only knew how to use Tian Shilang to scold Li Wanyu. Everyone, all of you are scholars who are well-educated and have beautiful essays in your stomachs. What is there to talk about with this vulgar brat who has a sharp tongue? Don't bother with this person anymore. Seeing that the bunch of scholars beside him could not win against Li Wanyu in scolding, Wang Ziqiao could only helplessly stand out to smooth things over. I don't know if you have beautiful essays in your stomachs, but I'm sure that all of you are rearing a fish in your brains. Li Wanyu did not plan to let them off. The bunch of scholars did not understand what Li Wanyu meant by his words, but it was definitely not something good. Therefore, they pretended not to hear and did not reply. Instead, it was Niu Wu who immediately asked, Langjun, what do you mean? Because they are rearing fish in their brains, they definitely have a lot of water. Fish still need to eat, and when fish eat, they will defecate. Niu Wu, look at the things in their brains. Isn't it really a lot? Niu Wu was speechless. His Longjuan's mouth was really venomous. Wasn't he scolding them in a roundabout way that their brains were filled with water and feces? After Li Wanyu finished speaking, before Wang Ziqiao and the rest could get angry, a burst of loud laughter came from not too far away. Obviously, someone had heard Li Wanyu's roundabout way of scolding and could not help but be amused. When Wang Ziqiao and the rest heard this, they glared angrily at the person who laughed. In this peach garden, other than Li Wanyu, who else was so blind to dare to laugh at them? In the peach garden, two elders were standing not too far away, laughing happily. Ha, what a sharp-tongued young man. Brother Chong Yuan, do you know who this Mr. Xiaolang is? One of the elders laughed until his face was wrinkled as he asked the other elder. The skinny elder smiled and nodded. I do know this Mr. Xiaolang. He is Li Wanyu of Hu County. His name is Ziyu. Mr. Xiaolang, am I wrong? Oh, he is Li Ziyu? What a coincidence today. This old man was just about to meet him. The other elder heard this and was pleasantly surprised. Li Wanyu was stunned. This skinny elder looked familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. He quickly bowed and said, Yes, this young one is Li Wanyu of Hu County. How should I address the two elders? Haha, we're just passers-by. There is no need to care about us. You can continue. Mr. Xiaolang's words are interesting. This old man has not heard such interesting words in a long time. It is really carefree. The two elders were actually enjoying the show. Not only did they not reveal their identities, but they also urged both sides to continue. Their words made Wang Ziqiao and the rest so angry that their noses were almost crooked. Where did these two old men come from? They were scolded, and these two old men actually said it was interesting. It was simply too infuriating. They were as bastards as Li Wanyu. Chapter 203. The words of the two old men also made Li Wanyu speechless. Is it really good for you guys to watch the show so brazenly? And one of the old men obviously recognized him, so he naturally felt embarrassed to continue scolding those scholars. Li Wanyu looked at the two old men. They had the demeanor of a big family, the aura of an elder, very similar to Yu Shernan. He knew that the two of them were definitely not normal people, so he just smiled and did not argue with those scholars. But those scholars beside Wang Ziqiao did not have Li Wanyu's eyesight. They were originally infuriated by Li Wanyu's ridicule and wished that they could immediately knock Li Wanyu to the ground and step on him a few times. These two old men, not only did they mock them, they even said that the little bastard was humorous and did not put them in his eyes at all. Therefore, the few scholars bore a grudge against these two old men. Looking at the two old men, they did not have any servants following behind them, and their clothes were very simple. They were also dressed in white and did not have any accessories on their waists. They felt that they were just two normal old men. After Li Wanyu did not speak, these few scholars did not let it go and even scolded the two old men. "Umph, young Master Wang, this Xiandu temple does not live up to its name. How can any random person enter this Xiandu temple?" That's right, Xiandu Temple is the imperial Taoist temple of the Tang dynasty and is well known throughout the world. But this Taoist temple's restrictions are too lax. Young Master Wang, you should reprimand the abbot of this Taoist temple and strictly manage it. You are already so old, yet you still use your seniority to flaunt your seniority, truly shameless. Confucius said, "Young but not a grandson, old but not a grandson, old but not dead as a thief." The scholars beside Wang Ziqiao could not win against Li Wanyu in scolding, so they actually vented their anger on the two old men. Wang Ziqiao originally wanted to stop the few scholars beside him and humiliate the two old men. Although he didn't know these two people, he had a feeling that these two old men had extraordinary origins. It was better not to offend them. But before he could open his mouth, the scholars beside him, who felt that they had already relied on the Taiyuan Wang clan and thought that they would be promoted, get a raise, marry a rich and beautiful woman, and walk to the peak of life, could not wait to open their mouths and humiliate the two of them. Since it had already come to this, he could only shake his head and watch silently. The insulting words of the scholars made the two elders so angry that they almost went berserk. They felt that they had made a mistake today. Originally, he was in a good mood today, which was why he came to Xiandu Temple to admire the peach blossoms. Because they felt that the servants around them were in the way, they chased them far away. The two old men were enjoying themselves. However, he didn't expect that he would be insulted by Li Jia Shaoling just because of a joke. They did not expect that there would be someone in Chang and who dared to humiliate them like this. They were really unlucky. The two old men's faces twitched a few times. Finally, they suppressed the anger in their hearts and turned their heads away with a cold snort. They were too lazy to talk to the few scholars. "Zio, why are you free to come to Xiandu Temple today? Do you have any new poems recently? Tell me about it." The skinny old man who was called Brother Chong Yuan looked at Li Wanyu and asked. Li Wanyu stretched out his hand and touched his nose. He thought to himself, who exactly are these two people? He had never seen them before. How did they know his surname and name, and that he could compose poems? He smiled embarrassedly and replied, "Two elders. I am here today to look for someone. As for poems, I don't have any for now." "Haha, with your intelligence, isn't it easy for you to compose poems? Why don't you compose a poem for us using the peach blossoms of Xiandu Temple today?" "That's right. Li Zio, your poems are now being sung everywhere in Chang'an. I wonder if you can compose a poem for us today." After the two old men finished their words, before Li Wanyu could reply, he heard a burst of laughter from the scholars not far away. "Haha, brother, did you hear that? This old man actually wants the young boy to compose a poem. This is the biggest joke in the world. Since when did this poem become something that even the field workers could compose? What's even funnier is that he actually said that this young boy's poems are famous in Chang'an. What a joke. Do these peasants really know what a poem is? Being sung everywhere in Chang'an? I have been in Chang'an for more than a month. How come I have never heard of any poem written by Li Zio? You really don't know how to brag. How dare you talk about poems in front of us? Haha, I'm afraid you don't know that we are this year's spring imperial exam candidates. The imperial exam was one of the subjects in the Sui and Tang imperial exam system. Other than testing Confucian classics and current affairs, the imperial exam also tested poetry. In the Tang dynasty, the imperial exam could be publicly recommended by the aristocratic families before the exam. It was called the pass of the imperial exam. The old Tang book, the biography of Shui Deng, described it like this. driving the door of the temple, entering and exiting the palace of the kings and dukes, opening Chun Chen's poem, only sighing and spitting, touching the top to the foot, gee, he's grace in guiding you. It was talking about how these scholars painstakingly curried favor with the rich and powerful in order to gain their favor and thus become scholars who passed the imperial exam. And these scholars were the scholars who were prepared by the Taiyuan Wang clan to be recommended by the Taiyuan Wang clan to the chief examiner, the pass of the imperial exam. To be accepted by the Taiyuan Wang clan, these scholars had some ability in poetry. So when they heard the two old men praising Li Wanyu for writing good poems, they ridiculed him like this. In their eyes, these peasants discussing poems in front of them was simply showing off their skills in front of Guan Yu and asking for humiliation. However, their words made Wang Ziqiao curse in his heart. He felt that the scholars that his family had selected this year were not crazy. Even if Wang Ziqiao and Li Wanyu were like fire and water, he would not attack him for not knowing how to compose poems. Were they idiots? They had been in Chang'an for so long. Could it be that they had not heard of Li Wanyu's works that had been handed down for generations? Even their Taiyuan Wang clan was ridiculed because of Li Wanyu's poems. Were they crazy? They wanted to compete with Li Wanyu on the level of poems? Actually, Wang Ziqiao had really wronged them. These scholars had not heard of Li Wanyu's works that had been handed down for generations. There was no other reason except for one word, poverty. That's right, it was because they were poor. These scholars were shy in their pockets. After coming to Chang, and where would they find the copper coins to listen to the courtesans sing Li Wanyu's works? Because they were poor, they hardened their hearts and sent themselves to the Taiyuan Wang clan. They purposely fawned on them in order to advance in their careers. Because they were poor, these scholars who were not young in age were so arrogant after being accepted by the Taiyuan Wang clan. It was purely because they had been a loser for their whole life. Seeing the dawn of life in front of them, they were arrogant and dared to say anything. Wang Ziqiao opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. If he were to introduce Li Wangyu's poetry talent to these scholars, he would not be able to say it and increase Li Wangyu's prestige for no reason. However, if he did not say it, he reckoned that these scholars that his family thought highly of would lose their face today. However, after thinking about it, it was not him, Wang Ziqiao, who would lose face. In addition, he was also dissatisfied with these scholars. Hence, he just kept his mouth shut and did not say anything. He would just treat it as watching a show. Wang Ziqiao did not say anything to remind these scholars. This made them mistakenly think that young Master Wang was silently allowing their provocation and hoped that they would use poems to educate these scholars. This made them even more proud. Chapter 204. The words of these scholars were heard by Li Wanyu and the two elders, but the three of them did not have any reaction at all. Only Li Wanyu could not help but wave his hand, as if he was driving away a fly that was flying around his ear. The two elders have praised me too much. I am really ashamed, but I do not have this poem for the time being. Li Wanyu came today to find Yuan Tiangang. The proper business had not been done yet, and he was too lazy to copy poems, so he tactfully declined. Seeing that Li Wanyu was not willing to compose a poem, the two elders were very regretful. However, the scholars beside Wang Ziqiao were interested. One of them purposely frowned, paced back and forth a few steps, and suddenly began to recite a poem. Thousands of dewdrops, where can they shine red? In the source of the warm wind, in the country of spring and water. This poem was naturally not made by that scholar on the spot. It was just that he had previously made a poem about peach blossoms, so he recited it at this moment, wanting to show off. This poem was not bad. Although it was far from being a masterpiece, it was still considered a masterpiece. A scholar from a poor family that could catch the eye of the Wang clan of Taiyuan naturally had some skills. When this poem was recited, even the two elders could not help but twist their beards and nod, feeling that this poem was not bad and was a masterpiece. However, it was just not bad. Compared to Li Wangyu's previous masterpieces, it was the difference between an abalone and a salted fish. Haha, brother, good poem. I also have one here. Please listen to it. Immediately, another scholar did not want to be left behind. He also stood up and recited his poem with his hands behind his back. Flowers are empty in the dance floor, still red year after year. Tears stop at dawn. Melancholy relies on the spring breeze. Good. This is called a poem. Ha ha. It is laughable that some farmers think that they can compose poems just because they can recite some limericks. The two of you are indeed talented. You will definitely pass the imperial examination this year. Haha, well said, well said. You are also talented in poetry, but we are all relying on young Master Wang's support. After these few scholars recited their own works that they were proud of, they couldn't help but flatter each other. They didn't forget to flatter Wang Ziqiao while they were at it. Hearing them say the words spring examination, no one noticed that the two old men couldn't help but reveal a trace of ridicule. Li Wanyu and the others did not know that the two old men who were humiliated by this group of scholars were the two great scholars of the current imperial court. One was the Minister of Rights, Lu Quan. The other old man who knew Li Wanyu was the Chancellor of the Imperial College, one of the 18 scholars of King Qin's mansion, Kong Ingda, Kong Chongyuan. That day, at Chu Jiangqi Poetry Gathering, it was Kong Ingda who announced the topic of the poem to the students. Li Wanyu had seen him from afar at that time. However, at that time, he had only seen them twice from afar. After that, Li Wanyu had gotten himself drunk and entered the Tsujiang Pond Pavilion in a muddle-headed state. He had no idea who he had met that day. Therefore, Li Wanyu did not recognize Kong Ingda just now. He only felt that Kong Ingda looked familiar. For this year's spring examination, the chief examiner of the Ministry of Rights was Lu Quan, and the assistant examiner was the chancellor of the Imperial College, Kong Ingda. In other words, the scholars that Wang clan of Taiyuan had prepared to announce had just spoken without thinking and insulted the two chief examiners. After listening to the poems of these scholars, Lu Quan and Kong Ingda felt that it was a pity. They then turned their gazes towards Li Wanyu. Ziyu, don't hide your incompetence. How about composing a poem for the two of us? This. Li Wanyu was slightly hesitant. Without waiting for him to decide whether he should plagiarize a poem or not, he heard the scholars start to clamor again. Compose a poem? A limerick? If this little brat knows how to compose a poem, I'll kneel down and kowtow to him as my master. Huh! Li Wanyu couldn't help but cast a sideways glance at the person who spoke. He said indifferently, "Acknowledge me as your master? You don't have that right." His words weren't considered nonsense. Now that Li Wanyu had two disciples, one was a lower 6th rank imperial censor, and the other was a higher 4th rank assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. If this was spread out, it would scare this group of scholars to death. Needless to say, this middle-aged scholar's character was low, and Li Wanyu didn't even take a liking to him. Even if this kind of person knelt down and begged to be taken in as a disciple, Li Wanyu wouldn't take a second look. Li Wanyu felt that what he said was the truth, but this group of scholars took it as words to humiliate them. All of them flew into a rage. If it wasn't for the fact that he was behind Li Wanyu and Yo Wu's tall and sturdy body, he would have thought of charging up to fight with his life. You are indeed eloquent, insolent, full of nonsense. You really don't know what you're talking about. Young Master Wang, which family does this young man come from? How can he be so frivolous? Li Wanyu snorted coldly. You bunch of poor people, if you want to hear my poem, then prick up your ears and listen. He originally wanted to keep a low profile, but since there were people who wanted to give him face, Li Wanyu naturally didn't mind giving these few scholars a resounding slap. He paced around the peach garden and thought about which great poem he should copy. In the peach garden of Xiandu Temple, there was a small grass hut built. This was a resting place for the craftsmen who managed the peach garden. Outside the grass hut, there were a few farming tools for plowing the soil. Li Wanyu's eyes couldn't help but light up as he opened his mouth to recite. In the peach garden is the Peach Blossom Nunnery. Under the Peach Blossom Nunnery are the Peach Blossom Immortals. The Peach Blossom Immortals plant peach trees and pluck peach blossoms to exchange for wine money. What he recited was the great scholar Tang Bohu's Song of Peach Blossom Nunnery. However, he changed the beginning of the Peach Blossom Cove to Peach Blossom Garden, which was more suitable for the scene. These 4 lines of the poem were simple and didn't have any flowery words. When the few scholars heard this, They curled their lips and revealed a mocking expression. This was called a poem. In the peach blossom garden, there was a peach blossom nunnery, and in the peach blossom nunnery, there was a peach blossom immortal. The peach blossom immortal planted many peach trees and plucked peach blossoms to exchange for wine money. To be so straightforward, he was indeed a farmer. How could he have any literary talent to speak of? These few scholars exchanged glances with one another and couldn't help but want to mock him. Lu Quan and Kong Yingda naturally wouldn't be as shallow as them. However, they felt that these 4 lines were using peach blossoms as a metaphor for a hermit, vividly portraying the image of a hermit who wandered under the forest, was free and easy, loved life, and lived happily like an immortal. However, if there were only these 4 lines, it was a little too weak and couldn't be considered a great work. Just as the 2 of them were frowning, they heard Li Wangyu continue to recite. When sober, only sit in front of the flowers. When drunk, still sleep under the flowers. Half drunk and half awake, day after day, flowers wilt and bloom year after year. When these 4 lines of the poem were recited, the few scholars couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression, and the mocking expression on their faces disappeared. Lu Quan and Kong Yingda exchanged glances and felt that Li Wangyu's poem was not bad. No matter if he was sober or drunk, he didn't leave the peach blossoms. Day after day, year after year, even as time passed, the flowers bloomed and withered. His original intention didn't change. Wonderful! Without waiting for them to praise, they heard Li Wangyu continue to recite. I hope to die in the wine and flowers, and not bow in front of carriages and horses. The rich are interested in the dust of carriages and horses. The poor are fated. If wealth is compared to poverty, one is on the ground, one is in the sky. If poverty is compared to carriages and horses, he has to drive, and I have nothing to do. These few lines of the poem caused the few scholars' expressions to turn ugly. They thought that Li Wangyu was mocking them. Money could buy enjoyment, but it couldn't buy a leisurely and poetic life. Even if they were poor, they wouldn't lose the joy of life and the richness of the spirit. And the few of them purposely sucked up to the Taiyuan Wang clan for glory and wealth. It was the complete opposite of the attitude in the poem. Lu Quan and Kong Yingda's eyes became brighter and brighter. They were right to come to the Xiandu temple today. To be able to hear such a poem, they had to drink a lot. It was a pity that they didn't have any wine on them. Chapter 205. Li Wangyu's song of Peach Blossom Nunnery had been copied to this point. No matter if it was Kong Yingda, Lu Quan, Wang Ziqiao, and the other scholars, they all thought that it was finished. They had to admit that this poem was already many times better than the so-called proud works of those scholars. Comparing goods would be embarrassing. Comparing people would be infuriating. Lu Quan and Kong Yingda were already prepared to clap their hands and cheer. Li Jia Shaoling indeed did not disappoint them. Even though, in the eyes of the 2 scholars, this poem seemed to be lacking a bit of charm and did not seem to have reached the level of a work that could be passed down for generations. But compared to the poems of those scholars that they had heard before, it was already rather stunning. They heard Li Wangyu's voice paused, took in a deep breath, and continued to recite. Others laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at others for not being able to see through. Not seeing the tombs of the heroes of the 5 hills, no flowers, no wine, no hoe for the fields. When he recited the last 4 lines of the poem, the faces of everyone present changed. Wang Ziqiao gritted his teeth while the faces of those scholars turned pale and were very embarrassed. The tomb of the heroes of the 5 hills in this poem was referring to the aristocratic families. The meaning was that even though those aristocratic families were once glorious, now they could not see their tombs and were only used as fields for farming. From Wang Ziqiao's point of view, Li Wangyu was simply cursing them. How could these aristocratic families not be enraged? As for those scholars, their faces were filled with embarrassment. They had been bragging to each other for so long, and in the end, they were slapped in the face by this weak young man. Even if they did not want to admit this song of Peach Blossom Nunnery, they could only accept it in their hearts. It was because they realized the difference that these scholars were even more embarrassed and angry. Compared to this young man in front of them, they had lived for so many years in vain. How could they not be angry? As for Lu Quan and Kong Yingda, their faces were filled with astonishment. Originally, it was only a poem, but because of these last 4 lines, it had become a work that could be passed down for generations. It could not help but make these 2 scholars surprised. Kong Yingda chewed and savored the entire poem. He stroked his beard and praised. This poem is real and easy, not restricted to the method. The concept is fresh and fresh. It is indeed a work of art. Ziyu, based on this poem alone, if you were to participate in the spring imperial examination, you would definitely come in first place. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, and I laugh at them for not being able to see through me. Li Ziyo, it's a pity that you're not participating in this year's spring quarter examination. Lu Quan had the same attitude. The praise of the 2 elders made Li Wangyu blush slightly. He had only plagiarized Tang Bohe's poem. Actually, he did not know how to compose poems. What's more, the poem he copied wasn't really suitable. Tang Bohu wrote this poem because of his deep insight into life and his transcendental open-mindedness. Tang Bohu, who was frustrated in his career, had made a wise choice in life. Although he was poor, he did not lose the joy of life. Tang Bohu's life was rich in spirit. But where was Li Wangyu's frustration and poverty at the moment? He had just been conferred the title of county man of the founding county of the Tang dynasty. He was already in the privileged class of the Tang dynasty. If he still recited Tang Bohu's poem, he would be suspected of being too pretentious. Therefore, the humble Li Wangyu only chuckled and didn't say anything. However, the praise of the 2 great scholars was particularly harsh in the ears of the scholars. Although they knew that this young man had crushed their poetry into dregs, they did not feel guilty at all. Instead, they became more and more arrogant because of their inferiority complex. In their eyes, no matter how good this young man's poem was, what could it do? Without the recommendation of an aristocratic family, it was impossible to pass the imperial examination, and they had been chosen by the Wang clan of Taiyuan. This year's spring quarter examination was just a formality. They were bound to become officials. With this mentality, when they heard Kong Yingda and Lu Quan's words, they were extremely unhappy and began to ridicule them. What a joke. You 2 old men. Do you think the imperial examination is run by your family? The spring quarter examination is the imperial examination. How can this kind of young man enter it? First place in grade A? You're just a fool talking nonsense. Tian Shalang is Tian Shalang, reciting a poem that was plagiarized from who knows where and thinking that he can pass the Grand Scholar exam. It's really funny. Brother, you're right. I don't know where this poem was plagiarized from. How can this kind of carefree attitude be something that a young man like him can do? It's ridiculous. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. I did plagiarize, but so what? Can you find Tang Bo, who from a few hundred years in the future to confront me? However, Li Wangyu was not so thick-skinned to defend himself and say that this poem was written by himself. He did not intend to defend himself, but that did not mean that Kong Yingda and Lu Quan would not speak. To these 2 great scholars, Li Wangyu was definitely a young talent. How could he be humiliated by these scholars? Shut up. Have all your etiquette, justice, integrity, and sense of shame gone to the stomachs of dogs? Instead of reflecting on your own knowledge, you're slandering Li Jiaxiaolang for plagiarism. This kind of legendary work, why don't you try to plagiarize it for me to see? Lu Quan said angrily. Although he was a great scholar, he was also one of the 6 ministries. When he was angry, it was even scary. Kong Yingda also shook his head. Common people look at their etiquette. Noble people look at their actions. You haven't even been nominated yet, and you're already so domineering. You're not worthy of being a scholar. You don't have to participate in this year's spring imperial examination. Even if you participate, you won't be accepted. The few scholars' faces changed slightly. They then spat out in disdain. Pay 2 old fools. Who do you think you are? Tian Shaling also dares to speak so arrogantly. You're really a toad yawning. What big words. We will definitely pass this year's spring imperial examination. Is it something that two old fools like you can talk nonsense about? We are scholars who have obtained the recognition of Taiyuan Wang clan. Who do you think you are? At this moment, these scholars had long been overwhelmed by anger and started to speak without thinking. When Li Wanyu heard the two old men's words, a strange glow flashed across his eyes. The identities of these two old men didn't seem to be simple. The few scholars beside Wang Ziqiao are probably going to be in big trouble. Taiyuan Wang clan. How impressive. I would like to see how Taiyuan Wang clan will allow you to enter the spring imperial examination. Lu Quan took a glance at Wang Ziqiao, who was behind the scholars, and spoke with disdain. Wang Ziqiao became more clear-headed at this moment. He hurriedly separated the few scholars in front of him and went forward to greet Lu Quan and Kong Da. Greetings, I am Taiyuan Wang clan's Wang Ziqiao. May I know the names of the two old men? Lu Quan glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and replied unhurriedly, I am Lu Quan. I am Kong Da. Lu Quan? Kong Da? Wang Ziqiao and the few scholars felt that these two names were very familiar. After pondering for a moment, everyone's faces instantly turned pale. Minister of Rights? Chancellor of the Imperial College? The chief examiner and deputy chief examiner of this year's spring imperial examination? Did we call these two old fools just now? The few scholars who were still speaking rudely earlier felt their legs go soft and fell onto the ground. Chapter 206. These scholars who were flushed with success earlier now had ashen faces and their bodies were trembling like sieves. They were scared to the extreme. Even if their minds were not clear, they knew that their official career was over. Even if they had the recommendation of Taiyuan Wang clan, it was simply wishful thinking to want to pass the imperial exam after offending the two main examiners of the spring imperial examination and the big shots of the imperial court. Originally, these scholars from poor families had a decent level of knowledge. Otherwise, they would not have been accepted by Taiyuan Wang clan. However, because of mistake, they purposely curried favor with Wang Ziqiao and thought that they could become an official. However, they forgot their duty as a person. His reckless actions had destroyed his own future. He really regretted his actions in the first place. If they had another chance, these few scholars would rather not go to the examination paper and honestly rely on their own knowledge to go to the examination hall. Who knows, they might be able to pass the examination in one go and become an official. However, it was obviously too late to say anything now. Lu Quan and Kong Da, the two great scholars, now had an extremely bad impression of these scholars. No matter how good their knowledge was, they would never let them pass the imperial exam with such a bad character. If people with this kind of character were to become an official in the future, they would be cheating the people of the Tang dynasty. After Wang Ziqiao learned of Lu Quan and Kong Da's identity, he was also stunned. Following which, his face also became ugly. He turned around and looked at the scholars who were sitting on the ground. A look of disdain flashed through his triangular eyes. He was only glad that he did not say anything excessive just now and did not attract unnecessary enemies for his family. As for these scholars, without a doubt, Taiyuan Wang clan would definitely abandon them. Those who could not pass the imperial exam were trash. For Taiyuan Wang clan, they were useless. Wang Ziqiao bowed deeply to Lu Quan and Kong Da again. Minister Lu, Chancellor Kong, my Taiyuan Wang clan has nothing to do with these people. I ask the two of you not to wrongly blame my Taiyuan Wang clan. My Taiyuan Wang clan is also ashamed to be associated with such despicable people. I ask the two of you to investigate clearly. How could Lu Quan and Kong Da be fooled by his words of disentanglement? Towards Wang Ziqiao's actions of abandoning those few scholars, the two of them felt disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. The aristocratic families were indeed cruel to the extreme. However, they did not want to offend the Taiyuan Wang clan too much, so they only nodded slightly. Since it has nothing to do with the Taiyuan Wang clan, Xiaolang, please do as you please. Wang Ziqiao glanced at Li Wanyu, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. After greeting Kong Da again with a smile, he waved his sleeves and led his troops away. As for those few scholars, he couldn't even be bothered to take another look at them, as if he really didn't know them. A few scholars stretched out their arms towards the back of Prince Xiao as he left. They wanted to shout something, but after opening their mouths, they finally shut their mouths dejectedly. Tears of remorse directly rolled down from the corners of their eyes. After Wang Zixiao left, the few scholars also became like walking corpses, bowing towards Kong Ingda and Kong Ingda before walking out of the Taoist temple in a daze. Kong Ingda also couldn't be bothered with these few scholars and smiled towards Li Wanyu. Ziyu, you don't remember me? At this moment, Li Wanyu finally recalled where he had seen this skinny old man before. It was at the Lake Chu poetry gathering that day. He hurriedly bowed with his hands clasped in front. I greet Chancellor Kong. I greet Minister Liu. Chancellor Kong, please forgive me for my poor eyesight just now. I have seen you at the Lake Chu poetry gathering that day. Haha, I thought you couldn't remember. That day at the Lake Chu poetry gathering, Ziyu, you were famous for a period of time. Lake Chu poetry gathering, spring river scenery, and leaving the fortress are all works that have been handed down for generations. Also, that dreamy Tianlao's farewell that you wrote after you were drunk really shocked me. Chancellor Kong, you flatter me. It was all my fault for being impetuous. I drank too much and messed things up when I was drunk. Speaking of this matter, Li Wangyu's face turned red. He drank too much and actually recited something in front of Pai Lupi. How can I bend my eyebrows and bend my waist to serve the rich and powerful, causing me to be unhappy? He was simply courting death. Because of this matter, Pai Lupi even pulled his ear and lectured him for half a day after he was conferred a noble title, causing him to regret it greatly. Now that this matter was brought up by Kong Ingda, Li Wanyu felt even more embarrassed. His embarrassed look made Lu Quan and Kong Ingda burst into laughter. They increasingly felt that Li Wanyu was to their liking. Zio, what I said just now was not a joke. Are you really not going to consider participating in this year's spring examination? Kong Ingda asked Li Wanyu seriously after he finished laughing. Li Wanyu was speechless. Why were these great scholars the same as Yu Shernan, wanting him to enter an official career? He didn't want to reject the good intentions of these two elders. He looked around and saw that there was no one else around, so he took out an item from his robe and handed it to them. Chancellor Kong, Minister Liu, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that with my current status, it's inconvenient for me to participate in this spring examination. Kong Ingda was stunned and reached out to take the item. What do you mean, Zio? Why is it inconvenient for you to participate in the spring? This is a goldfish talisman? Lu Quan was also stunned when he heard this. He hurriedly reached out to take the goldfish talisman from Kong Ingda and examined it carefully. The goldfish talisman of the founding county's baron. Zio, where did you get this? Lu Quan cried out in surprise. What Li Wanyu gave them was the proof of his identity after he was conferred a noble title. In the Tang dynasty, the fish talisman was the proof of an official's identity. According to the new Tang dynasty, all internal and external officials of the 5th rank and above wore a fish talisman and a fish pouch with the words, "Noble and lowly, answer the summons." Princes are given gold, and commoners are given bronze. They are inscribed with their titles and names. During Wu Zetian's reign, the goldfish talisman was changed to a turtle talisman. This was also the origin of the phrase, golden turtle son-in-law, referring to a noble son-in-law. Li Wanyu, the founding county's baron, was also given a fish talisman made of gold. It had his name and title written on it. This was the proof of his noble title. I was bestowed the title of county's baron by the saint a few days ago. Even if I wanted to participate in this spring examination, I wouldn't be able to. Li Wanyu replied smugly. Lu Quan and Kong Ingda couldn't help but feel their teeth ache. A 16-year-old youth had actually been conferred a noble title? If this matter were spread, who knew how many people would be so shocked that their eyeballs would pop out? The two elders were even slightly jealous because even they hadn't been conferred a noble title yet. Although Kong Ingda was one of the 18 scholars of the king of Qin's estate and the chancellor of the imperial college, he had never been conferred a noble title in his entire life. Lu Quan was conferred the title of Duke Rue by Pai Lupi in his later years, but that was 12 years after Zhengguan's death. There were still 10 years before he would be conferred a noble title. County's bearing you. Kong Yingda didn't know what to say. Li Wanyu hurriedly bowed. Chancellor Kong, you should just call me Zio. I really don't deserve your honorific. Lu Quan returned the goldfish talisman to Li Wanyu and shook his head with a bitter smile. County's Li Wanyu was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 207. Li Wanyu reached out and took his goldfish talisman and put it back into his arms. When he was about to say something, he saw a little Taoist from Xuandu Temple hurrying over and finding Li Wanyu in the peach garden. Monk, Immortal Yuan is back. Immortal Sun invites you. Li Wanyu was overjoyed. Finally, Yuan Tiangang came back. He quickly apologized to Kong Yingda and Lu Quan and followed the little Taoist to the elegant room. Halfway through, Li Wanyu suddenly remembered that he forgot to ask Kong Yingda and Lu Quan to keep a secret for him. But after thinking about it, Li Wanyu decided to forget it. Today, he had seen how Prince Qiao treated those scholars as if they were his worn-out shoes. He had no interest in digging a hole for the Wang family of Taiyuan. The aristocratic families like the Wang clan of Taiyuan were too cold. Even if he dug a hole for them to jump in, he would just throw a few abandoned pieces to block the knife. It would not hurt their muscles and bones. It was meaningless. He had to hurry up and help Hai Lupi get rid of the divine punishment. Only in this way could he hit the aristocratic families. Even for justice, it could also let him vent his anger. In the elegant room of Xuandu Temple, Li Wanyu finally saw Yuan Tiangang, the legendary Taoist in the early Tang dynasty. The old Taoist was now in his 80s, but he looked ruddy and energetic. His body was not worse than Sun Simiao's. Li Wanyu could not help but be a little surprised. Yuan Tiangang looked so healthy. Why did his life run out after only 6 years? Sun Simiao lived for more than 140 years. Although Sun Simiao's medical skills were outstanding and he was proficient in healthcare, Yuan Tiangang seemed to be in good health. It was impossible to see that he only had 6 years left. Li Wanyu's mind was in a mess. He quickly stepped forward and saluted respectfully. Li Wanyu of Hu County greets Immortal Yuan. Xiaolang, you don't have to be so courteous. Yuan Tiangong's Sichuan accent made Li Wanyu feel a little familiar. After Sun Simiao introduced both parties to each other, both parties greeted each other and knelt down in the elegant room. The young Taoist brought in tea and snacks. Before Li Wanyu said his intention, he saw Yuan Tiangang staring at his face and looking at it carefully. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. Immortal Master Yuan, is there something on my face? Li Wanyu stretched out his hand and touched his face, thinking that he had touched something unclean. Yuan Tiangang shook his head and replied, Nothing, it's just my habit to read people's faces. Oh, what about my facial features? Although Li Wanyu didn't believe in face reading, it was rare to see Yuan Tiangang, a famous historical figure, who was said to have read Wu Zetian's face. He was naturally curious about his own face. Regarding Li Wanyu's words, Yuan Tiangang was a little hesitant. After carefully looking at Li Wanyu's face for a long time, he replied uncertainly, I can't understand Xiaolang's face. Immortal Yuan, what do you mean? Li Wanyu asked. Yuan Tiangang hesitated for a moment and replied, Xiaolang can listen to my words, but don't take it seriously. I read Xiaolang's face and found that he was born to be a jinx to his parents. In addition, his eyebrows are connected to his heart, and his luck is strange. He is often framed and criticized, and he is poor. Li Wanyu couldn't help but open his mouth. Yuan Tiangang was really powerful. Wasn't that the case? Now his parents were dead, and since he crossed over to the Tang dynasty, he had been framed and criticized by villains. Whether it was the Li clan in Huxian or the Wang clan in Taiyuan, it was the same. Before Li Wanyu could exclaim, Yuan Tiangang said, I read Xiaolang's face and found that he doesn't have a long life and is prone to diseases. It seems that he will die young. Li Wanyu couldn't help being stunned. Doesn't have a long life? Was the previous owner of this body considered to have died prematurely because of a short lifespan? Is he talking about himself? Did I cross over to the Tang dynasty and finally get the title of nobility? My good life is in front of me. Will I not live long? When he was unhappy because of Yuan Tiangong's words, he heard the old Taoist continue to say, "But after careful observation, I see that Shaolang's mountain roots are full, and his Taoism is long. This is clearly the sign of longevity. In the Fate Palace, the eyes are clear, Saturn is straight, and the forehead is like a river. It is the sign of great wealth." Yuan Tiangang shook his head. "This is the first time I have seen someone with two kinds of fate in his face, and they are completely opposite. I really can't understand Xiaolang's face. It's really weird." Li Wanyu was stunned for a long time and finally came to his senses. Is Yuan Tiangong's face really so good? Isn't the face of the previous owner of this body that jinxes his parents and makes him die young and poor? After his soul crossed over to the Tang dynasty, he replaced the unlucky Li Wanyu. Does this count as changing my fate against the heaven? Great wealth? This should be referring to me, right? Hey, now I've been granted the title of nobility, and my family's various industries are thriving. It seems that Yuan Tiangong's face is really right. He glanced at Yuan Tiangang with a little guilty conscience and secretly thought that the old Taoist wouldn't see through his soul crossing over to the Tang dynasty and taking over the nest of the magpie. Would he? Yuan Tiangang just glanced at him with a little deep meaning, and then passed the matter and no longer mentioned it. Li Wanyu's back almost sweated. Yuan Tiangang is really a metaphysics master. He can see so much just by looking at my face. He quickly changed the topic. Immortal Yuan, how old are you this year? Boy, look at your ruddy face and white hair. You are really a Taoist master. Haha, I'm 81 years old this year, and I don't have much life left. Immortal Yuan, what are you talking about? Your body is better than mine, and you're a Taoist. You must live a long life. Yuan Tiangang smiled and waved his hand. I have calculated it clearly. In another 6 years, my lifespan will be exhausted. His casual words caused Li Wanyu to have goosebumps all over his body. The hair on his arms was about to stand up. Can Yuan Tiangang really calculate these? It's really amazing. Is this metaphysics really so powerful? Li Wanyu didn't dare to discuss these with Yuan Tiangang anymore. He quickly said his intention. Immortal Yuan, the old immortal and I are here today to ask for your help. Xiaolang, please. After Li Wanyu asked the little Taoist who served everyone in the elegant room to leave, he told the whole story of why he and son Ximiao came to him. In the end, he cupped his hands and said to Yuan Tiangang seriously, "This matter is related to the people of the Tang dynasty. Whether they can escape this disaster of locusts, I ask immortal Yuan to help. After it is done, the sage will reward me. This is also a matter of great merit. Please don't refuse." After listening to Li Wanyu's words, Yuan Tiangang didn't speak for a long time, just bowing his head and thinking. Li Wanyu was a little anxious and asked, Immortal Yuan, do you have any concerns? You don't have to worry about those aristocratic families. The sage will make the decision for you. Yuan Tiangang waved his hand and said, Xiaolang, I have nothing to worry about. I am naturally willing to preside over the ceremony of the great sacrifice of all heaven. But how can it be possible for the Taoist ancestor to show his spirit and personally say that it is not the wrath of heaven? I don't have this ability. It turned out to be this. Li Wanyu couldn't help laughing when he heard this. It depended on his ability. Chapter 208. The plan that Li Wanyu just told Yuan Tiangang was very simple. He asked Yuan Tiangang to hold a Luotian grand ritual in the name of praying in front of Pai Lupi and the ministers in Taiji Palace. In the Luotian grand ritual, the Tao ancestor would show himself and personally eliminate the disaster of locusts. The ritual was a grand ceremony of Taoism to worship the God of heaven. Luotian, or Daluotian, referred to the extremely high and mysterious realm above the three realms of heaven. The Luotian grand ritual was an extremely grand ceremony to worship the God of heaven. It enshrined 1,200 divine positions to protect the country and people, to prolong life and death, to eliminate disasters, and to pray for blessings and thanks. It was written in the cloud bookcase 7 lots. Below is the altar of blessing and happiness, with 1,200 divine positions. For the Luotian grand ritual, the ritual objects and rites are lowered to the middle altar. 1,200 divine positions, including the gods of heaven, the gods of earth, the gods of the 9 continents, the gods of 10 places, the heroes of ancestors, the 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors, Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Zhou, King Wen, Confucius, Sage, Lord Ming, virtuous, loyal, and virtuous. Many emperors in the past dynasties invited Taoist priests to set up a ritual in the palace or in the famous mountains whenever there was a major event or disaster in the country. In the name of eliminating the plague of locusts, there was no problem to set up a ritual in Taiji Palace and hold the Luotian grand ritual. It would not make those aristocratic families suspicious. However, Li Wanyu wanted the Tao ancestor to show himself in the Luotian grand ritual and eliminate the disaster of heaven. Sun Simiao and Yuan Tiangang could only smile bitterly, although they were all cultivators who had heard that the Tao ancestor could really show himself. How could it be done? Although Taoism also had some tricks to fool the secular mortals, it was not much different from the monk that Li Wanyu saw on the cross street of Hu County that day. The monk fooled the Li clan and cheated 200 taels of gold with the chemical reactions that were common in the streets of later generations. In Taoism, there are many such tricks, and even more exquisite ones. But in Taiji Palace, in front of all the officials, and aristocratic families, it was simply a fantasy to use those methods to trick them. Even if Yuan Tiangang could deceive everyone's eyes, he couldn't figure out how to make the statue of Tao Zu appear and break the divine punishment. If he really had such ability, why would he be a mere county magistrate in the Firewell County? Yuan Tiangang knew that some people could speak with ventriloquism. He didn't need to open his mouth. In the eyes of others, it seemed that others were talking. However, such a method could not fool the officials in public. Therefore, after listening to Li Wanyu's idea, even Yuan Tiangang could only shake his head again and again. Ma Zhou's original plan was to use the mighty figures of Taoism to hold the heavenly grand ritual and claim that the divine wrath was nonsense. However, after careful consideration, Li Wanyu felt that this was not enough to convince the aristocratic families. It was even more difficult for them to agree to the imperial court's order to exterminate the locusts. Therefore, Li Wanyu came up with this upgraded version of the plan. Sun Simiao was also frightened by Li Wanyu's imagination, so he repeatedly refused and introduced Yuan Tiangang to him. Yuan Tiangang also admitted that he was not an immortal. How could he make the Tao Zu appear in the heavenly grand ritual and break the divine punishment? Hey, Immortal Yuan, you don't need to worry about this. I will do it. Then you just need to do what I say. Really? Of course. Yuan Tiangang hesitated for a moment and nodded, although he didn't believe that Li Wanyu could make the Tao Zu appear. But since Li Wanyu patted his chest and promised, and this was Pai Lupi's idea, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Although Yuan Tiangang was proficient in metaphysics, he was not the old Taoist Sun Simiao, who saw through the mortal world and was devoted to Taoism. Otherwise, as a Taoist, he would not be a county magistrate in the Firewell County of Shu Commandery. Yuan Tiangang still had enough off of the secular imperial power. As for what Li Wanyu said, Pai Lupi had other rewards after the matter was done. He also had some expectations. Although Yuan Tiangang could even calculate his own lifespan, he still could not jump out of the mortal world. From his point of view, Yuan Tiangang was not as good as Sun Simiao. Seeing that Yuan Tiangang nodded, Li Wanyu immediately asked Niu Wu to call the little Taoist and asked him to invite the abbot. After the abbot arrived, Li Wanyu took out an imperial edict from his arms and read the edict of Pai Lupi to him. The imperial edict ordered the abbot of Xuandu Temple to gather the manpower and material resources of 58 Taoist temples in Chang and city to hold the heavenly grand ritual in Taiji Palace 3 days later. This imperial edict was sent by Pai Lupi to Li Wanyu yesterday. For this heavenly grand ritual, Pai Lupi ordered that Li Wanyu was responsible for directing these Taoist temples to set up the altar and build the ritual. The abbot of Xuandu Temple received the imperial edict in fear and trepidation and immediately ordered the little Taoists to immediately invite the abbots of the 58 Taoist temples in Chang and city to come to Xuandu Temple to discuss this matter. Li Wanyu also asked Yuan Tiangang to be the officiant of the heavenly grand ritual in front of the abbot of Xuandu Temple and asked the abbot to obey all the instructions of Yuan Tiangang. In this regard, the abbot of Xuandu Temple naturally nodded and agreed. Li Wanyu finished the matter and was not ready to stay. Anyway, he did not know how to do the heavenly grand ritual of Taoism at all, so he left it all to these professionals to handle. Li Wanyu just intended to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Before leaving, Li Wanyu asked the abbot to find him a statue of Tao Zhu, which was useful to him. Tao Zhu was Laozi Lier. Li Yuan, the ancestor of the Tang dynasty, had long revered Laozi Lier as his ancestor. That was why Li Wanyu chose the Tao ancestor to show his divinity as the deity to break the heavenly wrath. The abbot of Xuandu Temple and Yuan Tiangang did not understand what Li Wanyu wanted to do, but they still followed his instructions and asked for a bronze statue from the main hall where Tao Zhu was worshipped and gave it to him. This statue of Tao Zhu was about 50 centimeters high. It was made of copper and gold, hollow cast, so it was not heavy. His plan to get rid of the heavenly wrath was going to fall on the statue of the Tao ancestor. Li Wanyu carefully looked at the gilded statue and felt it was suitable. He signaled Niu Wu to hold the statue and left. Sun Simiao and his disciple Lu Xinwei stayed in Xuandu Temple, ready to talk with their old friend Yuan Tiangang and help to prepare the heavenly grand ritual. In Xuandu Temple, everyone was busy preparing the heavenly grand ritual. Li Wanyu looked relaxed. He led Niu Wu out of the Taoist temple and prepared to go back to Zhou village. The abbot of Xuandu Temple politely sent Li Wanyu out of the Taoist temple. Although he did not know the real identity of Li Wanyu, he dared not neglect him since he could take out the imperial edict and was the person in charge of the heavenly grand ritual. Unexpectedly, just as Li Wanyu took Niu Wu out of Xuandu Temple, several black-clothed Yamen runners surrounded them from both sides of the Taoist temple before they got on the horse. These black-clothed bailiffs held iron rulers and chains in their hands. When they saw Li Wanyu and Niu Wu come out of the Taoist temple, their eyes all lit up. Without saying a word, they rushed over and surrounded the two of them. "You are Li Wanyu from Hu County." The leader of the group was a bailiff with a fierce face and a saber at his waist. He reeked of alcohol and staggered as he walked. He belched and shouted at Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu and Niu Wu were stunned. What was going on? Chapter 209. Li Wanyu vaguely guessed it, but he still cupped his hands politely to the head of the Yamen runners. "Officer, I am Li Wanyu from Hu County. What can I do for you?" The head of the Yamen runners burped and went forward to grab Li Wanyu's neck. He also shouted, "It's you. Damn it, we're drinking happily. Are you looking for trouble for us?" "Stop. What do you want to do?" the abbot of the Taoist temple exclaimed. Before the head of the Yamen runners could grab Li Wanyu, he was firmly held in the palm of a strong hand. The head of the Yamen runner struggled a few times but could not break free. Niu Wu held the gilded bronze statue of Tao Zhu with one hand and the arm of the head of the Yamen runners tightly with the other. "Officer, what do you mean by this?" Li Wanyu looked at the Yamen runners around them and asked unhurriedly. Chongren Square was under the jurisdiction of the county Yamen of Wanyan County in Chang'an. He had never dealt with Wanyan County, so he naturally did not know these Yamen runners. The head of the Yamen runners was obviously a little drunk. A mouthful of saliva with the smell of alcohol sprayed toward Li Wanyu and Niu Wu. "Boy, you committed a crime. Someone accused you of stealing other people's property. Cut the crap and go back to the county Yamen with me." "Stealing property? Officer, are you drunk? Whose property did I steal?" The abbot of Xuandu Temple was also angry. He reprimanded, "Head of the Yamen runners, are you crazy? Do you know where you are? How could Mr. Xiao Lang steal other people's property? What did you say, Oxnose? You are the one who is crazy. Let me tell you, this is Wang. The head of the Yamen runners suddenly realized that he had almost spilled the beans and quickly corrected himself. It's none of your business. If you don't know what's good for you, I will put you in prison too. The head of the Yamen runners said as he waved to the Yamen runners around him, motioning them to go up and arrest them. This group of Yamen runners was obviously the same as the head of the Yamen runners. It seemed that they had been drinking just now. At this time, they walked a little unsteadily and spoke with a lisp. How dare you? Impudent. You with the surname Tan, are you tired of living? I want to see who dares to make a move today. Even if the Lu Ming house were here, they would not dare to be so presumptuous. The abbot of the Xiandu temple was about to go crazy from anger because of the bailiffs from Wanyan County. He did not expect that a small bailiff from Wanyan County would dare to come to the entrance of the Xiandu temple to arrest people. This bailiff's surname was Tan. He was usually very respectful to the Xiandu temple. Today, this fellow might have drunk too much cat piss and actually dare to shout at him. The Xuandu temple was a royal Taoist temple. Those who could enter the Xuandu temple were all influential people in Chang'an. Not to mention this group of black-clothed bailiffs. Even the county magistrate of Wanyan County, the Lu Ming house, a sixth-grade official, would not dare to act recklessly in this Xiandu temple. As for this Tan, he didn't even have the qualifications to meet him. In the eyes of the abbot of Xiandu temple, he was just an ant-like nobody. However, such a nobody dared to point at him and call him an ox nose. This made the abbot of Xiandu temple furious. If he really let this Tan take Li Wanyu away from the entrance of the Xiandu temple, his face would be completely thrown to the ground. Moreover, how could a young man who could take out Pai Lupi's imperial edict be an ordinary person? He did not dare to watch Li Wanyu being taken away by this group of bailiffs. Ox knows you don't King, use the Ming house to scare me. The bailiff was not frightened by the words of the abbot of Xiandu temple. Instead, he waved his arms and shouted, Today, no one could do anything. Today, I have to take this little boy away. The bailiff was a wily old fox in the county government. If it was a normal day, he would not dare to speak like this. However, he drank 2 more cups today. As the saying goes, wine can make a person brave. Secondly, in Tanban's view, the person who asked him to do this today had a great background. Even if it was the Lu Ming house, so what? The person who asked him to do this promised him that he would be promoted to an internal official. It should be known that even if he was the bailiff of the county government, he was just an official with no rank at all. There was a huge difference between the officials of the Tang dynasty and the officials of the Su dynasty. All the civil and military officials who were in the 9 ranks were called internal officials. Su and official were 2 separate concepts. Official referred to the officials who had no rank. Minor officials and officials without rank were also called external officials. However, Su was not an official. It was only a duty and was regarded as a lowly servant. Head Tan belonged to the Su family, which was the lowest ranking official in the government. Su officials had no political future and almost no hope of promotion in life. He was in his early 40s and had been a Su official in Chang and city for half of his life. He dreamed of becoming an internal official. However, he had no money and no power. It was simply a dream to be promoted from a Su official to an internal official. Today, he was leading a group of bailiffs to drink and have fun in a wine shop. However, he was unexpectedly found by someone who asked him to guard the entrance of the Xuandu temple and wait to catch a young man. Tan naturally did not dare to go to the entrance of the Xuandu temple to catch a person. Even if he was drunk, he knew how much weight he had. However, the person who came promised him that he would be promoted to an internal official. This could not help but make Tan tempted. It should be known that the person who asked him to do this was a troop of the Taiyuan Wang clan. As a wily old fox in Chang and city, Tan naturally knew this troop of the Wang clan. Not only did he know this troop of the Wang clan, but he also knew that this person was the confidant of the Wang clan's legitimate son, Wang Ziqiao. That was to say, the person who really asked him to do this was Wang Ziqiao, the legitimate son of the Taiyuan Wang clan. With the promise of the Taiyuan Wang clan, Tan did not care about the Xuandu temple. He directly took his drunk bailiffs and blocked the entrance of the Xuandu temple, waiting for Li Wanyu to come out. In his eyes, it was simple to casually charge the young man, put him in the county jail, and teach him a lesson. Tan Ban seemed to have seen himself in an official's robe and could not help laughing. "Brothers, let's go. Capture this thief who stole other people's property." He turned his head and saw the gilded Taoist ancestor statue in Niu Wu's hands. He immediately shouted, "See, this is the stolen goods." The abbot of the Xuandu temple was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Tan Ban was simply crazy. The group of drunk bailiffs saw that Niu Wu was still holding Tan Ban's arm tightly, so they simply pulled out their sword from their waists. It seemed that they were ready to fight at any time. Niu Wu saw that they actually pulled out their swords. He was afraid that they would hurt Li Wanyu, so he pushed Tan Ban hard and protected Li Wanyu behind him. He did not have a sword with him today, so he simply held the gilded Taoist ancestor statue and confronted this group of bailiffs. The abbot of the Xuandu temple also became nervous. Obviously, this group of bailiffs was drunk. If they accidentally hurt Li Wanyu, it would be a big problem. "Stop, put down your swords. Put them down." The abbot of the Xuandu temple was so anxious that he rushed to the bailiffs and reached out to grab their swords. Chapter 210. Not far away from Xiandu Temple, in an elegant room on the second floor of a restaurant, Wang Ziqiao was sitting by the window, facing the street, leisurely drinking wine. "Brother Ziqiao, why did you think of drinking with us today? Why did you choose this shabby restaurant? Let's go. Let's drink at P Square." The door of the elegant room was pushed open from the outside, and Chui Daogu, Chui Hong, and Lu Xiyang entered. "Ah, I invited you to watch a good show." "And? What good show?" Lu Xiyang asked in confusion. Wang Ziqiao proudly pointed outside the window. "Isn't that a good show?" The few of them moved to the window and looked in the direction that Wang Ziqiao was pointing. They saw the scene of Li Wanyu and Niu Wu being surrounded by bailiffs. "Haha, Brother Ziqiao, your hobby is really special. Just find someone to teach that Tian Shilang a lesson, but you had to personally watch it." Chui Daoga smiled. "How did that kid end up in your hands?" It was fine if he didn't mention this matter, but when he did, Wang Ziqiao was filled with anger. I was in a good mood today and wanted to find a few scholars to accompany me to Xian to enjoy the flowers. In the end, I didn't expect to bump into this Tian Shilang in Xiandu Temple." Wang Ziqiao drank a cup of wine. "Naturally, I couldn't let him go just like that, so I told my family to find 10,000-year county bailiffs to teach this bastard a lesson." Chui Daogu clapped his hands. He really walked right into the trap. This kid is unlucky." Wang Ziqiao spat. "Bah, I am even more unlucky. Today I even met Lu Quan and Kong Yingda, those two old things in Xiandu Temple. The few scholars that my family has high hopes for this year's spring examination offended those two old things. This young master could only harden his heart and give up on those pieces of trash. What a waste of this young master's efforts." His words caused Chui Daogu and the other two to look at each other and laugh. Brother Ziqiao, you are really unlucky today. But it's fine, we'll teach that kid a lesson and vent your anger for you." The bailiff who blocked Li Wanyu was naturally found by Wang Ziqiao's own troops. As for the recommendation he promised, it was just a matter of a word. With Wang Ziqiao's face, it would be easier for him to get a lower 9th grade official position than drinking water. He ordered his own troops to find the bailiffs to deal with Li Wanyu. He also didn't forget to ask people to inform those rich young masters of aristocratic families to come and watch the show. That day, he had been humiliated by Li Wanyu in P Square. He had also lost face in front of the few silk pants. Today, he had invited them to watch the show in order to regain his face. A few silk pants were sitting in the restaurant, laughing and joking. They were drinking wine while watching the commotion at the entrance of Xiandu Temple. In front of the Xuandu Temple, the abbot rushed up and wanted to take away the blades in the hands of the bailiffs. However, he was kicked to the side by a drunk bailiff and fell to the ground. The young Taoist from the Taoist temple hurriedly ran forward and helped the abbot up. He glared angrily at the group of lawless yamen runners. "All of you, lock the two of them up. Take them back to the yamen." The drunk tin bailiff waved the blade in his hand and shouted at the bailiffs under him. He felt very good now. It was as if he wasn't wearing a black official's uniform, but a green official's uniform. Lang Jun, what do we do now? Nyowu was somewhat nervous. He looked at the bailiffs who were waving their blades and rattling their iron chains. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. He wasn't afraid of the bailiffs, but he was worried that his Lang Jun would be injured. Even if he could defeat a few bailiffs, it would be difficult for him to protect Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu knew that there was no reason to reason with these drunk people. Even if he took out the goldfish talisman now, these drunk bailiffs would probably not admit his identity. If he was cut by them like this, it would be a pity. Nyowu, put down the idol. Don't break it. I still have use for this idol. Let them lock it up and don't resist. Humph. I like to see how they will take it down after locking us up now. Nyowu nodded and gently put the idol aside. He didn't resist and let the bailiffs lock him up with iron chains. Seeing that the one-eyed strong man didn't resist, the bailiffs were relieved. This strong man was so burly. If he really made a scene, they were afraid that they would be beaten by him. Ah, lock that boy up for me too. Take away the idol too. It's evidence. Tan bailiff laughed proudly when he saw that the situation was under control. The abbot of Xuandu Temple was angry and glared at Tan bailiff. He also saw that this fellow was now very drunk. He even dared to beat and scold him. It was useless to say anything now. It was better to wait for revenge later. Xiaolang, I'll go with you to Wanyan County's Yamen. I also know Lu Ming House. I want to seek justice from him. I'm not done with him today. How dare a small bailiff be so arrogant? He was so angry that his face turned purple. He turned his head and told the little Taoist to go to Wanyan County's Yamen to find Lu Ming House. The farce at the gate of Xuandu Temple attracted many passers-by in Chongren Square. The crowd blocked the road in front of Xuandu Temple, and the scene was very chaotic. Make way, make way. What are you doing here? There was a shout from outside the crowd. Then several strong men pushed the crowd and squeezed in. Hey, are you from Wanyan County's Yamen? Why are you arresting people in front of Xuandu Temple? The person asked. Damn it. What I do has nothing to do with you. Get out of my way. Head Tan, who was feeling complacent, swayed his body and turned his head when he heard the question. He impatiently waved the knife in his hand and shouted, I'm handling a case. Stay away from me, or I'll arrest you too. Duty time, drunkenness, vulgar language. What kind of duty are you on? An old man separated the strong men in front of him and walked out from the crowd. Looking at Tan Bailiff, who reeked of alcohol, he frowned and reprimanded him. What kind of duty do I have? Do I need you to tell me? Bah, get out of my way. Tan Bailiff waved a knife in his hand and shouted, Old man, if you don't tell me the truth, I'll arrest you too. Tan Bailiff now felt that he was about to reach the peak of his life. Under the stimulation of alcohol, he didn't care who the person was. With the Wang clan of Taiyuan behind him, who was he afraid of in Chang'an City? Arrest me? The old man laughed when he heard the words. The abbot of Xuandu Temple recognized the person and was about to come forward to salute. The old man waved his hand to him and motioned him not to come over. Instead, he walked toward Tan Bailiff. Old man, get out of my way. Don't block the way. The thin old man walked in front of Tan Bailiff and suddenly reached out his right hand. He turned his wrist and grabbed Tan Bailiff's wrist. Then, with a twist, he grabbed the knife with his bare hand. Tan Bailiff's knife changed hands. You dare to grab my knife? Old man, you have guts. Tan Bailiff was shocked by the old man's sudden action for a while. Then, he shouted, You're rebelling. You're rebelling. Are you trying to rebel? Arrest this old man for me. Chapter 2:11. The old man's temper was also very fiery. After hearing Squad Leader Tan shout, he slapped Squad Leader Tan in the face. With a crisp slap, Squad Leader Tan spun a few times on the spot. After being slapped, Tan Bantu sobered up a little. He covered his face with his hand in a daze, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. Without waiting for him to speak again, the old man had already stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. With a forceful clasp, Squad Leader Tan's hands were tied behind his back. He turned around and shouted, Capture all of them for me. When they're sober, I'll interrogate them. Yes, the group of brawny men who followed the old man were already rubbing their fists. After hearing the old man's order, they immediately rushed over. Like fierce tigers descending the mountain, they knocked over the group of bailiffs and tied them up with ropes. You, who are you? Squad leader Tan finally felt that he had kicked an iron plate. He struggled and shouted. This series of unforeseen events not only stunned squad leader Tan and the group of bailiffs, but also stunned Li Wanyu and Yo Wu. Li Wanyu didn't expect such a turn of events. He estimated that he would suffer some physical pain. Only when he went to Wanyan County's Yamen, took out the goldfish talisman, and revealed his identity, could he vent his anger. However, he didn't expect that the old man who suddenly appeared would take care of the group of drunk bailiffs in a few moves. This made him feel slightly relieved. Wang Ziqiao, who was waiting in the restaurant to watch the show, was so angry that he fiercely smashed the wine cup in his hand on the floor. How could it be him? Damn it! Why is that Tian Xin's luck so good that he was saved? Wang Ziqiao angrily roared. Cui Daogu also saw the scene of the old man showing off his power. He could only sigh and comfort him. Brother Ziqiao, your luck is really bad. You actually met him. Forget it. Just pretend that this didn't happen. Tell your subordinates to keep their mouths shut. We can't afford to offend that person. Humph. Wang Ziqiao coldly snorted and no longer looked at the scene outside the window. Today, he had gone looking for Li Wanyu without success. This made him very angry. Let's go. Let's go for a drink at P Square. After Wang Ziqiao left, Cui Daogu, Cui Hong, and Lu Xiong glanced at each other, yet their eyes revealed a wisp of a smile. Although the 5 clans and 7 watchful clans were of the same breadth and branch, there were also open struggles and covert struggles between each other. Seeing the legitimate son of the Taiyuan Wang clan being defeated again and again made the 3 of them secretly happy. Cui Daogu's group of 3 couldn't be bothered to continue watching the show, and they joked with each other for a while before following Wang Ziqiao to the Peace Square to drink wine. In front of the Xian Du Temple, Tan Ban was tied up tightly by the strong man brought by the old man. After sobering up a little, he finally began to feel afraid and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Young Master Wang, save me." But at this time, Wang Ziqiao was already far away. How could he save him? Even if Wang Ziqiao didn't leave, with his character, he would probably treat him like trash and kick him to the side. Wang Ziqiao did not care about the life or death of this kind of official at all. When Li Wanyu heard Head Tan shout, he confirmed his guess. Sure enough, it was that bastard Wang Ziqiao. I didn't look for you, but you actually tried to use such a despicable method to deal with me. Surname Wang, you just wait for me. Let's ride a donkey and read a songbook. Just wait and see. Li Wanyu suppressed the anger in his heart and went forward to greet the old man. Li Wanyu of Hu County, thank you for your help. Oh, you are Li Wanyu of Hu County? Not bad. You could be considered talent, but your body is too weak. The old man smiled and patted his shoulder. Li Wanyu was speechless. Why did all these old men seem to know him when he met them today? Was his reputation already so big in Chang'an City? May I ask for your surname? I am Li Jing. Li Jing? This name is so familiar. Li Wangyu's heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed. Are you in front of Duke Wei? Haha, that's right, it is me. Li Wangyu's Haravet Kikanat, the war god of the Tang dynasty. He just happened to meet him on the street. Li Jing, medicine master, was one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion, and he was conferred the title of Duke Wei. He was talented in both civil and military matters, and he was a general and a minister. He made great contributions to the Tang dynasty and was hailed as the war god of his generation. Li Wanyu hurriedly bowed again. This was a real big shot. No wonder he could easily take care of Head Tan. His actions were even more decisive than Yo Wu's. The abbot of Xuandu Temple also hurriedly came forward to greet. He naturally knew Duke Li Jing. The reason why Wang Ziqiao left was because he recognized Duke Li Jing's identity, so he had no choice but to leave. Everyone exchanged a few words, and Li Wanyu pointed at the tied-up bailiffs and asked, Duke Wei, how do you think we should deal with these people? Humph, send them to Wanyan County. I want to ask that Ming House Lu how he manages his officials. Duke Li Jing's face was filled with anger when he mentioned this matter. He was an upright person, and he hated these unscrupulous officials the most. He had already seen what happened just now, clearly from outside the crowd. Obviously, these bailiffs wanted to frame Li Jiaxiaoling and frame him for stealing the idol from Xuandu Temple. It was ridiculous. Duke Li Jing didn't think much about it. He thought that these bailiffs were just drunk and wanted to blackmail Li Wanyu. He didn't know about the grudge between Li Wanyu and the Taiyuan Wang clan. Li Wanyu naturally didn't have any objections. He also wanted to teach these unscrupulous bailiffs a lesson, so that no Tom, Dick, or Harry would dare to reach out their claws to Li Wanyu in the future. Duke Li Jing's troops escorted the bailiffs to Wanyan County's Yamen, ready to punish them. Xinyang Lane, where Wanyan County's Yamen was located, was not far from Xuandu Temple. After leaving Chongren Lane and passing Peace Lane, they would arrive at Xinyang Lane. The structure of Wanyan County's Yamen was almost the same as Chong and County. When the group entered the Yamen's Yamen, the Wanyan County magistrate, who had been notified, came out to welcome them. The Wanyan County magistrate's name was Lu Deheng, and he was a collateral member of the Fanyang Lu family. However, he didn't know anything about what happened today. Wang Ziqiao didn't let anyone inform him. Hearing his subordinate report that the Minister of War, Duke Wei, Li Jing, had led his own troops and escorted the bailiffs of the county Yamen, Lu Deheng's heart skipped a beat. He knew that things were not going well. He didn't know what that damned head Tan had done, but if it could cause Duke Wei to personally escort them back to the Yamen, it couldn't be a small matter. Greetings, Duke Wei. Luming House. These bailiffs are from your Wanyan County's Yamen, right? Duke Li Jing didn't give him any face and asked directly. Lu Deheng secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded carefully. That's right. How did these bastards make Duke Wei angry? I definitely won't let them off. Duke Li Jing snorted coldly. These bastards, they got drunk on duty and even framed others for stealing money. They deserve to die. As he spoke, he pointed at Li Wanyu, implying that he was the victim who had been framed by the bailiffs. Lu Deheng quickly looked up and saw a white-clothed youth. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he didn't offend any aristocratic family's young master or noble. He was just a commoner in white, so it wasn't a big deal. When he returned, he would give him some compensation and then reprimand the bailiffs. Note: Duke Li Jing was conferred the title of Duke Wei in Jingguan's second year, which was brought forward in the novel. Chapter 2:12. Lu Deheng glared at Head Tan. This old fox was causing trouble for him again. If it wasn't for his daughter, he wouldn't have let him off so easily today. Although Head Tan was older than Lu Deheng, he could be considered half of Lu Deheng's father-in-law. This was because he gave his youngest daughter to Lu Deheng as a concubine. Although a concubine wasn't considered a marriage in the Tang dynasty, Lu Deheng doted on Little Miss Tan a lot, so he took care of Head Tan. Lu Deheng also knew that Head Tan wanted to become an internal official, but he was just the head of the bailiffs. He couldn't even be considered an external official, let alone an internal official. Therefore, he could only turn a blind eye to Head Tan's actions. As long as he didn't cause too much trouble, he would act as if he didn't see anything. Head Tan had worked in the county government for half his life, so he knew all the tricks in the county government. He had also used County Magistrate Lu's name to gain a lot of benefits. In Lu Deheng's view, today's matter was just Head Tan trying to blackmail someone and gain some benefits. He didn't expect to be so unlucky as to bump into Duke Wei and Li Jing. This wasn't the first time Head Tan and the others had done something like this, so Lu Deheng didn't take it seriously. At most, he would throw the bailiffs into jail in front of Li Jing and release them after Li Jing left. In any case, Duke Wei couldn't possibly stay in the county government and wait for him to deal with them on the spot. This kind of thing was nothing more than dragging it out. After dragging it out for a while, everything would calm down. There was no way a noble like Duke Wei would care about such a trivial matter all the time. As for the victim's family, he would just give them some money. How could he dare to say anything about it? After making up his mind, Lu Deheng cupped his hands towards Li Jing and smiled apologetically. At the same time, he signaled the bailiffs to take Head Tan and the others away. Duke Wei, it's all my fault for not being strict enough. It's my fault. I will definitely punish these bailiffs who neglected their duties and framed others. Li Jing did not feel that there was anything wrong with Lu Dehang's words. The reason why he had personally escorted these bailiffs to Wanyan County was to express his attitude. As for how to deal with them, it was naturally Lu Dehang's responsibility as the county magistrate. He would not exceed his authority. However, Li Wanyu understood the meaning behind County Magistrate Lu's words. Wasn't it obvious that he was going to raise it up high and put it down gently? What severe punishment? These empty words were meaningless. Seeing that the bailiffs were about to take Head Tan and the others away, Li Wanyu hurriedly stopped them. Wait, what? This Mr. Xiao Lang is not satisfied with the county's punishment? When Lu Dehang saw that Li Wanyu had stopped him, the smile on his face disappeared, and he asked with dissatisfaction. Li Wanyu did not mind his expression at all. He asked directly, Ming House, what is the punishment for stealing other people's property in the law of the Tang dynasty? In the law of the Tang dynasty, the punishment for robbers was still very severe. The law of the Tang dynasty stipulates, if you steal and don't get money, you have to answer 50 times. 1 foot of cane is 60 times, 1 horse plus 1 class. If you steal 5 horses a year, 10 horses plus 1 class, 50 horses plus 1 class. Facing Li Wanyu's question, Lu Dehang did not answer. He only snorted. This county magistrate will make the decision for you. Step aside first. Even Li Jing could see that Lu Dehang was perfunctory in his answer. He said with dissatisfaction, Ming House Lu, why don't you answer Xiao Lang's question? This. Hearing Li Jing's words, Lu Dehang had no choice but to answer honestly. If you steal and don't get money, you have to answer 50 times. Hearing him recite the law of the Tang dynasty about robbers, Li Wanyu sneered and pointed at the gilded idol in Yo Wu's hands. The head of the class accused me of stealing this gilded idol. If it is true, how should I be punished? This idol was cast in copper and gilded in gold. Li Wanyu estimated that the price of this idol would not be lower than 100 strings of copper coins. Its value is obviously much higher than the value of 50 bolts of silk. According to the law of the Tang dynasty, if this idol was really stolen by Li Wanyu, according to the law, he would be exiled 3,000 miles away and serve 3 years of hard labor. This, Lu Dehang did not know how to answer. He vaguely guessed why Li Wanyu asked such a question. Sure enough, without waiting for him to answer, Li Wanyu pointed at the stone tablet at the west end of the county magistrate's tunnel. The words false accusation plus 3 classes were engraved on it. Ming House, according to the law of the Tang dynasty, false accusation plus 3 classes. Am I right? Since the head of the class accused me of stealing, shouldn't I be punished plus 3 classes? False accusation plus 3 classes meant that the punishment for falsely accusing others would be increased. As soon as Li Wanyu said this, Lu Dehang's face immediately became very ugly. The faces of the head of the class and the group of Yamen runners also turned ashen. Enough. This county magistrate will investigate this matter and give you an explanation. Lu Dehang did not want to talk to Li Wanyu anymore. Haha, what a good investigation. The facts are in front of us. What else does the Ming House need to investigate? Li Wanyu asked. Lu Dehang could not help but be annoyed. How could this white-clothed youth be so insensible? He flung his robe and said coldly, What? Do I need a young man like you to teach me how to judge a case? Li Jing did not say anything. He wanted to see how Li Wanyu, who was rumored to be extraordinarily intelligent and talented, would deal with this matter. Li Wanyu said, Ming House, the law of the Tang dynasty states that those who falsely accuse others should sit opposite. Since the head of the class framed me for stealing, he should naturally sit opposite and be punished. This county magistrate knows. This county magistrate just said that he will investigate and give you justice. Xiao Lang, don't push your luck and forget your identity. Lu Dehang intended to use his official power to suppress Li Wanyu, this insensible white-clothed youth, so that he could turn around and let go of the head of the class. But after he finished speaking, he saw Li Wanyu sneer. My identity? If the Ming House did not mention it, I would have almost forgotten. He reached out and took out the goldfish talisman from his bosom and threw it directly to Lu Deheng. My identity? Isn't this it? The Ming house will know when you see it. Lu Deheng caught the goldfish talisman and wanted to throw it to the ground without looking at it. Just as he was about to throw it, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the golden object in his palm. He thought that Li Wanyu threw a gold ingot to him to bribe him. How could he accept the gold ingot in front of Li Jing? Not to mention that he wanted to protect the head of the class, his cheap father-in-law. Just as he was about to reprimand Li Wanyu, his eyes fell on the golden object in his hand, and he could no longer pull them out. Goldfish talisman. You are the county magistrate of the founding county? What? Xiaolang, you have been conferred a title? Before Lu Deheng could react, Li Jing heard his words and hurriedly rushed forward. He snatched the goldfish talisman from his hand and looked at it carefully. County Magistrate of the Founding County, conferred a title of County Magistrate. Li Jing looked up at Li Wanyu in disbelief. Xiaolang, you're only 16 years old this year, right? The sage actually conferred a title to you? His words scared the head of the class and the bailiffs, who were still standing on the side. Their legs went soft and they knelt down. Chapter 2:13. Li Wanyu could only smile and shrug his shoulders in response to Duke Wei's surprise. He didn't know how to answer. He was also surprised to be given a title by Pai Lupi. Who knew why the stingy Pai Lupi would give him a title just because he made a water wheel and a four-wheeled carriage? Pai Lupi was very cautious when it came to giving titles. He wouldn't give titles unless he made a great contribution. Just by looking at how even a great scholar like Kong Ingda couldn't get a title, one could tell how difficult it was to be given a title. The reason why Li Wanyu was confused about being given a title was because he underestimated the significance of the four-wheeled carriage to the Tang dynasty. The blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage was given to the Ministry of Works by Pai Lupi. After some improvements, it was confirmed that 4 horses could be used to transport 30 dan of goods at a time and travel 300 li a day. This result shocked Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the other ministers. For the vast Tang dynasty, the four-wheeled carriage was too important. Its importance was far beyond Li Wanyu's imagination. Now that the Ministry of Works had started to mass-produce the four-wheeled carriage, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the other ministers were sure that with enough four-wheeled carriages to transport food, the Tang dynasty would be able to expand its territory by a lot. Therefore, in Pai Lupi's view, the significance of Li Wanyu giving the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage was no less than expanding the territory. The title of founding county man wasn't enough to reward him for his contributions. However, Li Wanyu was too young. It wasn't necessarily a good thing to give him a higher title before he reached the age of adulthood. Out of love, Pai Lupi thought about it again and again before giving Li Wanyu the title of founding county man. However, in the eyes of those who didn't know, it was too shocking. Li Wanyu's name was removed from the Li clan of Hu County, and his name was also erased from the Zongjing Temple's Yellow Book. But in Pai Lupi's eyes, that was purely the fault of the Huxian Li clan. The Li clan of Huxian didn't recognize Li Wanyu, but Pai Lupi now regarded him as a treasure. If it weren't for the fact that Li Wanyu had yet to reach the age of 20, Pai Lupi would have ordered Li Wanyu to return to the imperial family as the head of the family. Even though there was no official decree and the imperial ancestral temple had not yet re-entered Li Wanyu's name into the clan's Yellow Book, just based on that day at the Li family, Pai Lupi's golden words had Li Wanyu call him uncle. It was enough to show Pai Lupi's attitude. Knowing that the young man in white in front of him was actually the man who founded the country, Lu Deheng felt unwell. He hurriedly and respectfully bowed to Li Wanyu. This official didn't know the identity of the man from Huxian. Just now, this official was too presumptuous. Please don't take offense. Li Wanyu still couldn't get used to hearing his title. It was too King unimpressive, okay? It was also an honorific title. Other people called him Duke of Wei, Duke of Lu. How domineering were they? Titles like Duke of Wei, Duke of Lu. How resounding were they? His title was Huxian. Could it be that when he was conferred the title of founding duke in the future, he would also be respectfully called Huxian Duke? Thinking of this possibility, Li Wanyu couldn't help but shiver. It was too frightening. Li Wanyu wasn't too surprised by Lu Dehang's change from arrogance to respect. He only nodded calmly. Lu Ming House, no need to be so courteous. It's fine as long as you can give me an explanation. After saying this, he looked at Head Tan and the others kneeling on the ground and trembling. Lu Ming House, let's start the trial now. I still have some matters to attend to in a while and need to go to the palace to seek an audience with the sage. I don't have much time to waste. Li Wanyu's words completely destroyed Lu Dehang's thoughts of protecting Head Tan. He could only helplessly make an inviting gesture to Li Jing and Li Wanyu and prepare to go to the main hall of the county yamen to start the trial. In the Wanyan County Yamen, a group of yamen runners and scribes cast sympathetic glances at Head Tan and the others kneeling on the ground. It seemed that Head Tan was doomed to be unlucky. Who told him to be so blind as to frame a founding duke? Wasn't this F*** courting death? Just as the crowd was about to move to the hall of the county government, more than a dozen figures rushed in from outside the county government. They were yelling loudly, "Lu Dehang, get your ass out here right now. How dare you send people to capture us brothers? I'll skin you alive. Don't talk nonsense with them. Kill your way in and save Zio." The yamen runners of the Wanyan County Yamen didn't have time to stop them and were beaten to a pulp by the crowd that rushed into the county yamen. This sudden scene almost made Lu Dehang burst into tears. What kind of sin did he commit today? Li Jing, Duke of Wei, personally came to escort the yamen runners who committed the crime, and the victim was actually a founding duke. This was enough to give him a headache. Now, the county yamen has been invaded. What are you trying to do? Did they really take bean buns and not dry food? Did they not take him, a 6th-grade county magistrate, as a cadre? Lu Dehang's anger rose in his heart. He opened his mouth and wanted to call the yamen runners to arrest these people. But when he saw the people who had rushed into the county yamen, the anger that had just surged in his heart was immediately extinguished by him. The words that came out of his mouth were also somewhat flattering and fawning. "Young dukes, what are you doing? If you have any orders, I will do it." The people who rushed into the Wanyan County Yamen were Chung Chumo and the others. "Bastards, you yamen runners of the Wanyan County actually dare to capture my brother. Hurry up." Chung Chumo didn't finish his words when he finally saw Li Wanyu on the side and shouted in surprise. "Zio, are you okay? Did this group of bastards do anything to you?" Li Wanyu was greatly moved. He quickly smiled and waved his hand. "I'm fine. Thank you, brothers. Why are you here?" Fang Yai smiled and said, "Today we went to Dingzhou village to drink with you. Your housekeeper said you went to Xiandu Temple. We went to Xiandu Temple to find you. When we arrived, we heard from a young Daoist that you were captured by the yamen runners of the Wanyan County. Didn't we immediately come to save you? Did Lu Dehang send people to capture you?" Li Wanyu was speechless. The young Daoist from Xiandu Temple was not reliable. It was clearly him and Li Jing who had brought the group of yamen runners to the county yamen. How did it become him being captured by the yamen runners? Without waiting for him to explain, Lu Dehang's face was bitter as he cried out, "Young dukes, how could I dare to let the yamen runners capture a county man? Even if I had the courage, I wouldn't dare. It's really..." He also didn't know how to explain the actions of Headband Tan and the others. "Wait, what did you say? A county man? Who is a county man?" Fang Yai suddenly interrupted him and asked. Chung Chumo and the others also looked at each other. How come there was another county man? In Chang'an City, they had never heard of this title of Baron of Founding County. Lu Dehang's face was full of surprise, and he couldn't help but look at Li Wanyu. Before he could explain, Li Wanyu rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, He, brothers, I am a county man." "What? Ziyu, you were conferred a title?" "Brother, this is not a joke. When were you conferred a title? Why is there no news from the court?" "County? Aren't the important places in the capital not conferred titles? Where's the goldfish talisman? Quickly, let me see." "Ziyu, why did the sage confer you a title?" The group of playboys immediately surrounded Li Wanyu, wanting to know what was going on. Chapter 214. Li Wanyu didn't know how to answer the questions from the foppish young masters. Suddenly, a heavy cough came from his side. "Cough, you guys. Are you going to pretend that you didn't see me? When the group of playboys heard the voice, they were so scared that they hurriedly bowed. Why was this big shot also in Wanyan County? Greetings, Duke Wei. Greetings, Minister Li. Li Jing walked up and seemed to be reprimanding them. But in fact, he intimately gave each of them a chestnut. You all didn't learn well. How dare you barge into Wanyan County? It seems that I have to talk to Jijia and Jingda about how they discipline their sons. Ching Chumo begged for mercy with a bitter face. Duke Wei, aren't we afraid that Zio will be bullied by Wanyan County? Hee, please forgive us this time. Li Jing's status in the military of the Tang dynasty was far beyond that of famous generals like Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that half of the Tang dynasty was conquered by Li Jing. From this, one could see his status. It was also because his contributions were too great and his status was too high that in his later years, in order to not be suspected by Li Er, and because he was falsely accused of treason, Li Jing closed his door to show his innocence and protect himself to have a good end. The old Tang book recorded that Li Jing closed his door to prevent guests from entering. Even his relatives were not allowed to enter. Closing his door meant that he was completely isolated from the outside world. He didn't even receive his relatives to prove that he didn't have any rebellious thoughts. In later novels, it was said that in order to prove his innocence, Li Jing opened his door and allowed people to visit as they wished. This was the opposite. With the Li family status as the founding duke, even if the door was opened, outsiders wouldn't be able to see anything because the duke's mansion was too big. Cheng Chumo and the other dandy young masters were all scared out of their wits when they saw Li Jing here. They dared to be unreasonable with Lu Deheng, but in front of Li Jing, they were all as obedient as kittens and didn't dare to get angry. Even Fang Yai and the others looked at Li Wanyu with resentment. Brother, why didn't you say that this big shot was here earlier? You don't even know how to inform your brothers. You're really not loyal enough. Li Wanyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. You guys directly attacked Wanyan County's Yamen. How am I supposed to inform you guys? Li Jia Shaoling kicked each of their butts. All right, no one dares to bully Li Jia Shaoling. You guys can scram now. Yes, we'll scram now. Chung Chumo and the others felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly ran out. While they were running, they didn't forget to wink at Li Wanyu, signaling that they would wait for him outside the county yamen and that they would go drinking together later. Li Wanyu was both moved and speechless. This group of silk pants was really too cute. After the debauches left Wanyan County's yamen, Lu Deheng looked at the yamen runners who had been beaten black and blue by the debauches. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. This matter had yet to be resolved, and he did not dare to find trouble with those silk pants because of this matter. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. Lu Deheng angrily glared at Headband Tan, who was kneeling on the ground. Right now, he had no intention of protecting him. Lu Deheng made an inviting gesture to Li Jia Shaolang and Li Wanyu. Then, he directly went to the county yamen's main hall to interrogate the case. Headband Tan and a group of yamen runners framed Li Wanyu. The evidence was conclusive, and there was no way to deny it. Lu Deheng was also very straightforward. According to the third-class crime of false accusation, Headband Tan was sentenced to 80 beatings, 3,000 miles of exile, and 3 years of hard labor. The other yamen runners who were accomplices were also sentenced to 30 beatings and had to resign from the county yamen. Duke Wei, Li Wanyu, are you satisfied with this county's punishment? Lu Deheng asked Li Jia Shaolang and Li Wanyu flatteringly. Li Jia Shaolang did not comment. He just did not like the behavior of these yamen runners. Li Wanyu shook his head. Lu Ming House, I remember that the sentence for falsely accusing an official is even more severe than sitting on the bench. This, Li Wanyu's words made Lu Deheng feel a bit of a toothache. He knew that Li Wanyu was right. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, the punishment for falsely accusing an official of high rank would be even more severe. But no matter what, Headband Tan was his cheap father-in-law. Could it be that he could sentence Headband Tan to death by hanging? If that happened, his Miss Tan would definitely jump into a well. Without waiting for Lu Deheng to defend himself, Li Wanyu sighed again. But forget it. Who told me to be so kind-hearted? Let's just leave it at that." In response, Lu Deheng quickly cupped his hands and thanked Li Wanyu. Seeing that Li Wanyu wasn't going to pursue his crime of falsely accusing an official, Head Tan, who had just finished 80 battles and was lying in the county yaman's lobby with his buttocks dripping with blood, actually cupped his hands gratefully towards Li Wanyu to thank him for his magnanimity. Li Jia Shaoling also thought that Li Wanyu let Head Ban Tan go, so he nodded with satisfaction while twisting his beard. He thought that Li Jia Shaoling was really pure. In fact, the cynical man was not kind enough to let Head Ban Tan go. He wished that Lu Deheng could sentence this bastard to death and make an example of him, so that no Tom, Dick, or Harry would dare to humiliate the Li family in the future. But Li Wanyu just remembered that it was the second year of Jingguan era. There was a plague of locusts all over the world, and many people sold their children in exchange for food and clothing. In April, Pai Lupi would issue an edict to redeem the sold children with gold silk from Yufu and return them to their parents. Because of the long rain last year, this year there was a drought and a plague of locusts, so the whole world was pardoned. As the name implied, the whole world was pardoned for all criminals in the world. The mistakes they had made before would be forgiven and written off. In addition to treason and other serious crimes, even if Head Ban Tan was sentenced to death by hanging, he would be pardoned by Pai Lupi before the end of the year by the Ministry of Justice, even if he was sentenced to death by hanging. In this case, it was meaningless for him to force Lu Deheng to sentence him to death by hanging. It was better to give him a verbal favor. Seeing that Li Wanyu no longer pursued the matter, Lu Deheng ordered the Yamen runners to put Head Ban Tan in prison first, and then he would be exiled 3,000 miles away to serve his sentence in Lingnan. The farce was finally over. Li Wanyu and Li Jing were respectfully sent out of the county government by Lu Deheng. Li Jing encouraged Li Wanyu with a few words and left with his troops. After he left, the group of debauches immediately ran out and clustered around Li Wanyu. Cheng Chumo had a fiendish look on his face. "Ziyu, you were conferred a noble title by the saint, but you dared to hide such an important matter from your brothers. Tell us, what is your punishment?" "That's right. Ziyu, your actions have really hurt us. Tell us, how are you going to make it up to us?" Fang Yai also cracked his knuckles as he threatened. Li Wanyu hurriedly made a circle with his hands clasped in front of him. "Brothers, it's all my fault. In order to make it up to you, I'll be the host today, okay? Haha, that's right. Let's go P-Square or the Huwine shop. Ziyu, you have the final say. F***CK. I knew these bastards wanted to drink wine. I despised them." While Li Wanyu and the group of debauches were riding to the wine shop, the news of him being conferred a noble title by Pai Lupi spread quickly in Chang and from the Wanyan County government, causing a great commotion in Chang'an. Chapter 215. After the Playboys rushed into the Wanyan County Yamen, the Hunter Horseman Department immediately reported to Pai Lupi, who was in the Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi did not care too much about the Playboys' mischief. Pai Lupi actually liked and appreciated Cheng Chumo's group of Playboys. At least compared to those Playboys from aristocratic families, their natures were much better, although they were a tyrant in Chang. And in Pai Lupi often heard reports from the Hunter Horseman Department about the Playboys' mischief, he had never heard that they bullied the market or kidnapped women. Therefore, in Pai Lupi's eyes, Cheng Chumo and the others were just a group of Playboys. But after learning that the head of the Wanyan County Yamen had dared to frame Li Wanyu, Pai Lupi directly became angry and slapped the case. "Investigate for me. Who is the one behind this? I don't believe that a small head of the Yamen would be so bold." During the trial in the Yamen, Head Tan insisted that he had drunk too much wine and was confused for a moment, so he wanted to blackmail Li Wanyu. He did not say that it was the Taiyuan Wang clan who had ordered him to do so, mainly because he did not dare. Although Head Tan was only a small figure, he knew that he had been used by the Taiyuan Wang clan. In fact, he resented the Wang clan even more. The Taiyuan Wang clan was not a good person. He knew that he could not provoke the Daohu County man, but he still urged him to find trouble with the Daohu County man. He was really despicable and shameless. But no matter how much Head Tan resented the Taiyuan Wang clan, he did not dare to say that the Wang clan had bribed him to deal with Li Wanyu. He had offended Li Wanyu, and now he was sentenced to exile for 3,000 miles. But if he had offended the Wang clan of Taiyuan, he might not even be able to walk out of Chang alive. In fact, Head Tan had wronged Prince Qiao. He really didn't know that Li Wanyu had been knighted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such an inferior method to frame Li Wanyu. Although Head Tan didn't expose Wang Ziqiao, the 100 Horsemen Department still investigated the matter thoroughly. When Pai Lupi found out that it was the eldest son of the Taiyuan Wang clan, Wang Ziqiao, who was causing trouble behind his back, he couldn't help but laugh in anger. Sure enough, the 5 surnames and 7 looks did not put the royal family of Li Tang in their eyes at all. He even wanted to bully his nephew after giving him a hard time in the imperial court. Good, very good. Pai Lupi, who was also a cynical man, didn't flare up on the spot. Instead, he recorded a score for the Taiyuan Wang clan in his little black book. At this time, Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the others were still drinking and having fun in the brothel of Pinkong Square. But they heard the news from the county government of Wanyan County that Head Tan had been heavily convicted of the crime of false accusation. Guilty for 80 years, wandering for 3,000 miles, and being a prisoner for 3 years. In this regard, Wang Ziqiao didn't even lift his eyelids, as if Head Tan had nothing to do with him. But when he heard that Li Wanyu of Huxian had been knighted by the saint, he changed his face and didn't even know that the wine glass in his hand fell to the floor. What did you say? That bastard was knighted by the saint? Yes, he was knighted by the Ming House of Huxian. His goldfish Fu Nalu was very clear. Wang Ziqiao's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared, "Why was he knighted? Why?" In a rage, Wang Ziqiao swept all the things on the table to the ground and angrily roared at the prostitutes who were scared out of their wits. "Get out! Get out of here!" Cui Daogu and the others also looked at each other. No one expected that the young man in white from the Li family of Huxian, who had been removed from the royal family for a short month, would become one of the nobles of the Tang dynasty. In this way, the previous action of the Taiyuan Wang clan to break off the engagement became a big joke. Such a talent was actually forced by them to force the Li family to break off the engagement and offer nearly 200 taels of gold. This was simply a stupid action of picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. Naturally, they were too lazy to comfort the furious Wang Ziqiao. They were secretly thinking about how to get along with the Li family in the future. Not to mention how Wang Ziqiao was furious in the brothel and smashed the elegant room into a mess. The news that Li Wanyu of Huxian was knighted spread quickly in Chang and city like a storm. In this regard, everyone was inexplicably shocked. There were those who were envious, those who were comforted, and those who were jealous. The officials and aristocratic families of Chang and city all had different reactions to this. After receiving the news, some nobles and aristocratic families immediately sent people to Dingzhou village in Huxian to send a generous gift to the Li family as a sign of congratulation and good karma. While Li Wanyu was still being forced to drink by the wastrels, Dingzhou village had become very lively. An endless stream of people knocked on the door of the Li family, handed in their master's invitation, and then presented a generous gift. Even the Taiyuan Wang clan could only pinch their noses and send their servants to deliver a generous gift to the Li family. Including the Xingyang Zheng clan and the Fanyang Lu clan, the 5 clans and 7 families also sent people to the Li family as a sign of congratulation. This made the old housekeeper, Li Heng, extremely busy, and the smile on his face never stopped. With so many gifts, he roughly estimated the value. The huge debt owed by the family could be easily paid off, and they would be much richer. Su Changqing was also stunned by the dazzling array of expensive gifts. Although she had seen a lot in her previous life, she had never seen such a grand occasion of gift-giving. As for what to do with these gifts, the beautiful boss was still a little undecided. She simply had Li Heng record them all and put them in the storeroom. When Li Wanyu returned, they would discuss what to do with them. In Dingzhou village, the Li family. While Su Changqing was still worrying about happiness, Li Wanyu was being forced to drink by a group of wastrels. He dared to swear that this group of bastards was doing it on purpose. Chung Chumo and the others were indeed deliberately forcing Li Wanyu to drink. First, they were happy for him, and second, they were a little jealous in their hearts. Although Chung Chumo and the others were respectfully called Little Duke by outsiders, in fact, if they wanted to inherit the title, they had to wait until their father died. Moreover, only the eldest son could inherit the title of their father. The others were not qualified. For example, Fang Yai had nothing to do with Fang Xuanling's title. It was only the elder brother, Fang Yizhi, who could inherit it. Among the three brothers of the Chung family, only Chung Chumo could inherit Chung Yaojin's title. Moreover, when inheriting a title, the title would be reduced by 1 level per generation. After 3 generations, the title would no longer be inherited. Therefore, now that Li Wanyu was conferred a title, even if it was the lowest rank, it made a group of wastrels secretly envious. Especially after Li Wanyu took out his goldfish talisman in an extremely pretentious and indifferent manner and passed it around for the wastrels to see. The wastrels were even more unhappy. Who told you to be pretentious and force him to drink? The wastrels were unhappy, and as a result, Li Wanyu was once again forced to drink until he blacked out. Chapter 216. The next day, Li Wanyu woke up with a splitting headache, only to find that he had been sent back to Dingzhou village by those rich playboys the day before. Su Changqing glared at him angrily and ordered Perrin to bring him some hangover soup. After Li Wanyu freshened up, he finally woke up from his hangover. Su Changqing then told him about the endless stream of people from aristocratic families, powerful officials, and high-ranking officials in Chang, in city who had sent gifts yesterday. Li Wanyu looked at the thick list of gifts and name cards in his hand and was a little dumbfounded. There really were no secrets in Chang and city. He had just revealed his identity in Wanyan County, and in less than 2 hours, the whole Chang and city knew about it. But looking at the number of gifts Li Heng counted, he felt a little happy in his heart. Gifts worth a total of 5 million. A month ago, he was still worried about the huge debt of 2 million owed by his family. In the end, in just one afternoon, the gift from the rich and powerful in Chang and city were worth 5 million. Sure enough, wine and meat stink behind the door, and bones freeze to death on the road. Li Wanyu muttered, such a large sum of money, and it was just a congratulatory gift for a small county founding man. One could imagine how much wealth the rich and powerful families and officials had. What should we do with the money? Su Changqing asked. Li Wanyu thought for a moment and replied, keep it for now. If we can cooperate with Li Shim in this show, we'll send an edict to eliminate the locusts as soon as possible. If Guanzhong Road doesn't become a famine, we can use the money to set up a brewery or something. Don't you want to pay back the money first? Hey, it's still early anyway. We'll owe it first. Li Wanyu was not in a hurry to pay back the money. After all, he was now knighted. How could Yang Quan ask him to pay back the money? Besides, he had agreed with Yang Quan that he would pay back the money in a year. Why should he pay back the money so early? Su Changqing rolled his beautiful eyes and said, you're bullying others. Yang Quan is an honest person. How can you call that bullying? We trust each other. Li Wanyu said angrily. Besides, that Yang Quan is an honest person. Humph, he has set me up many times, but I don't see how honest he is. He's not at all comparable to his teacher, Yu Shernan. That's the real earnest senior. Are you going to return Yu Shernan's 1 million yuan? Su Changqing rolled his eyes. Yes, this must be returned. When I go back, tell Li Heng to prepare the gold for me. When I go to Chang'an City, I will visit Yu Shernan. Su Changqing nodded. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, Wang Yu, why are the currencies of the Tang dynasty gold and copper coins? What about silver? Is there no silver in the Tang dynasty? She had not noticed this before, but when she looked at the gift list yesterday, she found that the gifts were all gold, jewels, silk, and satin, but no one sent any money, which made her curious. Li Wanyu patted his forehead. He remembered that he had not told her about this before, so he explained it casually. It turned out that silver was not a legal currency in the Tang dynasty. Its main purpose was to make all kinds of jewelry, utensils, and pay taxes. In the Tang dynasty, the provinces and counties would convert the taxes into silver and send it to the capital. The status of silver in the Tang dynasty was similar to that in modern society. It was valuable, but could not be used as a currency. You couldn't take an ingot of silver to shop in modern times, could you? You would be driven out. Therefore, in the Tang dynasty, only copper coins were recognized as a currency. Gold, as a substitute for large payments, was naturally accepted and recognized. After Li Wanyo's explanation, Su Changqing suddenly realized that he had been deceived by the unscrupulous TV scriptwriter of the future. The two of them discussed the financial arrangements of the family, and then Li Wanyu remembered that he had not done the business. He hurriedly called Niu Wu and asked him if he had brought back the statue of the Tao ancestor. Of course, Niu Wu would not forget to bring the statue, although he did not understand why his Lang Jun wanted it. After asking Niu Wu to bring the statue of the Tao ancestor, Li Wanyu took Su Changqing and ran to the study in the backyard with the statue. After instructing that no one was to disturb them, Li Wanyu and Su Changqing stayed in the study mysteriously for the entire morning, which made Li Heng, Aphrodite, and Perrin very curious. It was not until noon that the door of the study in the backyard finally opened, and Li Wanyu came out with a sneaky smile on his face. After lunch, Li Wanyu hurried to Chang'an again with Niu Wu. He first went to the Xuandu Temple to confirm the preparation of the heavenly grand ritual with Yuan Tiangang and the abbot of the Xuandu Temple. After they discussed for a while, Li Wanyu confirmed that there was no problem with the heavenly grand ritual held in 2 days at the Taiji Palace, and then went to the Taiji Palace to see Pai Lupi. It was the first time Li Wanyu entered the Taiji Palace. He handed over his goldfish talisman and asked to see Pai Lupi. Not long after, he was welcomed into the palace by a chamberlain. In the suite-du hall, Pai Lupi was sitting beside a few tables and looking at official documents. After the chamberlain informed him, Li Wanyu was invited into the hall. Li Wanyu, a county official, pays my respects to your majesty. Li Wanyu respectfully bowed to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi seemed to be in a good mood. He waved the chamberlain away, and then said to Li Wanyu with a smile, "Okay, I told you to call me uncle in private." Li Wanyu naturally took advantage of the situation and agreed without hesitation. "Zio, how was the preparation for the heavenly grand ritual?" "Uncle, I have invited immortal Yuan Tiangang to preside over the heavenly grand ritual. Don't worry, the aristocratic families will be shocked the day after tomorrow." Li Wanyu promised, patting his chest. Pai Lupi frowned. "What do you mean by shocked the day after?" Li Wanyu was speechless for a while. "Damn, I said something wrong again. How could the Tang dynasty have such a thing?" He was sweating like a waterfall and hurriedly explained, "It's shocking. Hey, I made a mistake." Pai Lupi didn't care whether he made a mistake or not. He just asked, "Is Yuan Tiangang the county magistrate of Firewell County in Shu County?" "Yes, uncle, have you heard of him?" Pai Lupi nodded slightly. "Yes, a minister in the imperial court recommended him to me, saying that he was an unprecedented genius in Shu County. I even wanted to summon him to Chang'an for an audience, but I didn't expect that he had already come to Chang'an. Hey, it's the old immortal Sun Si Miao who recommended him. Yuan Tiangang happened to come to Chang and to report to the Ministry of Personnel. I found him and asked him to agree. Since it's the old immortal Sun's recommendation, it can't be wrong. But I'm still a little worried that those aristocratic families won't admit defeat easily." Pai Lupi said in a low voice. Li Wanyu said with a sneaky smile, "Uncle, you can rest assured. I dare to guarantee with my title that after the heavenly grand ritual is held the day after tomorrow, those aristocratic families will have nothing to say. No one will mention the plague of locusts as heaven's punishment anymore. Uncle, you can directly issue an imperial edict to kill the locusts." "Oh, do you have any backup plan? Tell me about it," Pai Lupi said with a smile. Li Wanyu shook his head repeatedly. "The Buddha said that it can't be said. It can't be said. If it's said, it won't work." Pai Lupi was so angry by his words that he reached out and hit him on the head. "Bastard, you still want to ambush me. Tell me quickly, otherwise I'll beat your ass." Li Wanyu was speechless. "So what if you're the emperor? You can beat people's ass at will? Well, okay, you're really great. I can't afford to offend you." Chapter 217. Li Wanyu had no choice but to tell Pai Lupi his revised plan. Pai Lupi was also stunned. Let the Tao ancestor show his power at the heavenly grand ritual? Break the divine punishment with his own mouth? Wasn't this nonsense? Pai Lupi stared and was about to get angry. Li Wanyu was full of nonsense. How could he do such a thing? Although Pai Lupi respected Laozi as his ancestor and claimed to be the emperor, he did not believe that his ancestor could show his power in front of civil and military officials at the heavenly grand ritual. Even the most devout Taoist believer would not believe Li Wangyu's words. He was simply playing with him, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, like a fool. Seeing that Pai Lupi was about to get angry, Li Wangyu hurriedly explained, "Uncle, what I said is all true. I certainly have a way to let the Tao ancestor show his power. I dare to guarantee with my head that if the Tao ancestor can't show his power in the heavenly grand ritual, you can take my head and kick it like a ball." He blurted it out because he was in a hurry. The key was that he could not explain to Pai Lupi how he could make the Tao ancestor show his power, so he could only swear like this. Seeing that Li Wanyu was so sure, Pai Lupi was a little surprised. "Zio, this is not a joke. Are you really sure?" "Uncle, I wouldn't dare to joke around with the people of the world. What method do you have to make the Tao ancestor show his power?" Pai Lupi asked. Li Wanyu shook his head repeatedly. He could not say this even if he was beaten to death. "Uncle, don't ask. It's really inconvenient for me to say. I can only promise you that the Tao ancestor will show his power in the heavenly grand ritual and break the divine punishment." Pai Lupi stood up and paced back and forth in the hall. After a moment of hesitation, he finally slapped Li Wanyu on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Good. Since you're so sure, Uncle will believe you this time. Ha! Even a brat like you dares to make a bet. Do you think I would be afraid of those aristocratic families? The day after tomorrow, we will teach those bastards a lesson. Hee, that's for sure. Uncle is invincible, the sacred lord of the Tang dynasty. You're a man of culture and martial virtue. You'll last for thousands of years and unify the Jianghu." Li Wanyu flattered Pai Lupi as the sacred lord of the moon cult. Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his words. "Zio, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't say such nonsense in the future." Li Wanyu rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. He seemed to have gone overboard with his boasting. Since Pai Lupi chose to believe in Li Wanyu, he did not continue to ask about his secret, which made Li Wanyu feel relieved. He was really afraid that Pai Lupi would insist on asking, and then he really wouldn't know how to explain it. After Pai Lupi asked him about the arrangement of the heavenly grand ritual, Li Wanyu was ready to leave. "Uncle, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." Pai Lupi looked at him with a faint smile. "Zio, don't be in a hurry. It's your first time entering the palace. Did you forget something?" Li Wanyu was puzzled. What did he forget? Did he have to give Pai Lupi a gift when he entered the Taiji palace? While he was at a loss, Pai Lupi pointed in the direction of the harem. "Zio, as a junior of the Li family, shouldn't you pay respects to the empress after entering the palace? Don't forget, you young members of the imperial family are under the empress's jurisdiction." Li Wanyu sweated profusely. He had completely forgotten this. All of Pai Lupi's children, whether they were born by Empress Zhongsun or not, were taught and managed by Empress Zhongsun. 4 young members of the imperial family like Li Wanyu. Before the ceremony, Empress Zhongsun was nominally responsible for the education and management of them. However, Empress Zhongsun didn't have time to teach so many young members of the imperial family. She couldn't even manage Pai Lupi's children, so this was only nominally. Li Wanyu hadn't recovered his status as a member of the imperial family, so how could he think of paying respects to Empress Zhongsun? He smiled embarrassedly. "Uncle, I've been expelled from the imperial family by the Li clan of Huxian. It's not proper for me to pay respects to the empress now. Get lost. Don't talk nonsense. It's the empress who wants to see you." In response to Li Wanyu's pretentiousness, Pai Lupi kicked him in the butt. "Come, take Huxian to Lizhen Palace to see the empress." Li Wanyu was speechless. He rubbed his sore, but bowed to Pai Lupi and left with the palace servants. He felt a bit strange. Why did Empress Zhongsun summon him? Was it because of the carriage business? Shouldn't he be talking to his beautiful superior? Nowadays, Su Changqing was a frequent visitor to Taiji Palace. He often went in and out of the palace to teach Empress Zhang's son and concubine Yang yoga. According to Su Chongqing, there were more and more concubines practicing yoga with Empress Zhang's son in Taiji Palace. His beautiful superior looked like the #1 yoga instructor of the Tang dynasty. Lizhen Palace, where Empress Zhang's son lived, was actually not part of the harem, but part of the East Palace. The current crown prince of the East Palace, Li Changxian, was only 9 years old. Although he was the crown prince, he was still a brat and couldn't leave Empress Zhangsuan's care. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that Empress Zhang's son set up her palace in the East Palace. In this way, it was much more convenient for Li Wanyu to go to Lizhen Palace to see Empress Zhang's son. Although he hadn't reached the age of 20, he was still a man. If he went in and out of the harem, Pai Lupi would never allow it. 16 years old was a youth in the future, but in the Tang dynasty, it was the age to be a father. When Pai Lupi married Empress Zhang's son, he was only 15 years old. Therefore, Li Wanyu naturally couldn't go to the forbidden area of the harem. However, Lizhen Palace was located in the East Palace, so it was an exception. Li Wanyu followed the chamberlain and turned left and right in noticed Taiji Palace. After passing through several forbidden areas, he came to the Lizhen Palace of the East Palace. Reporting to your highness, Huxian male Li Wanyu requests an audience. Let him in. Empress Zhangsuan's voice came from the palace. After getting permission, Li Wanyu followed the chamberlain into Lizhen Palace. He saw a beautiful woman in her late 20s smiling at him. Li Wanyu knew that this was Empress Zhang's son and hurriedly bowed to greet her. This subject, Huxian male Li Wanyu, greets your highness. Li Wanyu noticed that Empress Zhang's son was pregnant and immediately realized that the baby in her belly was the next emperor of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty, Li Ji. Empress Zhang's son had already given birth to 2 sons and 1 daughter for Pai Lupi. They were Crown Prince Li Changxian, Prince Yu Li Tai, and Princess Royal Li Lizzie. In addition to Li Ji, who was still in her belly, Li Mingda, and Xinqing Princess, Empress Zhang's son had given birth to a total of 3 sons and 4 daughters for Pai Lupi. Li Wanyu could only secretly criticize Pai Lupi's powerful ability to sow seeds. It was really too powerful. All right, you already called Erling Uncle. Why are you still calling me your highness? In the future, Zio, you can also call me Anne in private. Empress Zhang's son smiled. Li Wanyu naturally nodded. Yes, Aunt, please accept this nephew's bow. This guy's skin was definitely thick enough. Before he transmigrated, he wasn't much younger than Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son. Now, he called them uncle and aunt without a trace of embarrassment or awkwardness. Chapter 218. Empress Zhang's son nodded with satisfaction. However, what she said almost made Li Wanyu stumble. Actually, it wasn't me who was looking for you. It was Changle who was looking for you. Changle wants to see her brother very much and wants you to play with her. Wanyu, are you willing? Li Wanyu was so shocked by Empress Zhangsuan's words that he could not close his mouth for a long time. Nanny? Princess Changle? Wasn't Princess Changle a little girl who had just turned 7 years old? Empress Zhang's son summoned him to Li Main Hall just to play with a little girl who was in the 1st or 2nd grade of primary school. You guys really don't treat bean buns as dry rations. Li Wanyu snorted coldly. Pulling a long face, he cupped his hands in salute to Empress Zhang's son. Your Highness the Empress, although I am not talented, but he had a backbone. How dare you humiliate me like this? You wanted to play with children? Don't even think about it. With a flick of his robe, he turned around and left. As he walked, he raised his head and laughed loudly. He recited loudly, looking up to the sky and laughing out the door, "We are not ordinary people." Cough, cough. This is just Li Wanyu's inner drama. In the real world, Li Wanyu revealed a flattering smile after hearing Empress Zhangsuan's words. "Aunt Changle wants to see me? That's great. I haven't seen Sister Changle yet." Empress Zhangsun said with a smile in her eyes, "Is it too much to trouble a county man like you to play with Changle?" No, Annie, what are you talking about? It's my honor to play with you." Li Wanyu shamelessly betrayed himself, but his heart was bleeding. Fuck! He hated playing with children the most since he was young, especially those naughty children. He hated that he couldn't grab those naughty children and beat their butts. In his previous life, during the New Year, a relative came to his house and brought along a naughty child to play games on his computer. That brat had hidden him under several folders. After deleting all of his precious Japanese romance movies, he started to hate children even more. However, this devilish brat also depended on the person, right? The Princess Royal of the Tang dynasty wanted him to play with her. How could he say no? How could Empress Zhang's son know that Li Wanyu had so many thoughts? Seeing that he was willing to play with Chang'e, she ordered a little palace maid serving beside her to lead Li Wanyu to the garden behind Liz Hen Palace to find Chang'e. Li Wanyu's eyes were filled with hot tears. He only hoped that Princess Chang'e was not the rumored devilish brat. After bowing deeply to Empress Zhang's son, Li Wanyu could only helplessly follow the little palace maid to the garden. If Li Wanyu had eyes in the back of his head, he would be able to see the irrepressible smile on Empress Zhangxuan's face after he turned and left. Along the way, Li Wanyu noticed that the little palace maid who led the way raised her eyes to peek at him from time to time. Her face was flushed, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange. What did that mean? Was he too handsome? Sure enough, being handsome was a sin. While Li Wanyu was still secretly rejoicing, he saw the little palace maid hesitate again and again. Seeing that there was no one around, she finally gathered her courage and whispered to Li Wanyu, "Huxian man, your poems are very good. I love your Tsuchi Chun Jiang Shao Jing the most." Stunned, Li Wanyu halted his steps and looked at the little palace maid. What did she mean? His poems had even reached the Taiji Palace? This little palace maid was also one of his fans? Somewhat embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and said, "Hee, it's a clumsy work. It's not worth mentioning." "No, Huxian man, your poems are all works that have been passed down for generations. Even Her Imperial Highness the Empress said so." The little palace maid was very serious, looking at him with a burning gaze filled with worship. Her words made Li Wanyu feel embarrassed. He could only laugh dryly, not knowing how to respond. In the end, Li Wanyu still felt somewhat guilty. After all, those poems were all plagiarized. Being looked at with worship by this little girl, no matter how thick-skinned he still felt somewhat embarrassed. He hurriedly changed the topic and began chatting with the little palace maid. With his eloquence, which had been nurtured by various internet jokes in his later life, he quickly amused the little palace maid into covering her mouth and giggling, nearly leading him astray. The two chatted as they walked. Just as they reached the garden behind the main hall, Li Wanyu heard the voice of a little girl. "Zhang Shangyi, I know I was wrong. Please don't tell Mother, okay? That won't do. Princess Chang'e, if you don't finish reciting Principles for Women today, I will definitely tell Empress Zhang's son and have her punish you. Recite with me right now. Those who abstain from extravagance must come before frugality. A man's cultivation must be refined and extravagant. Abstain from extravagance. Those who abstain from extravagance must come before frugality." The little girl's voice carried a sobbing tone as she recited with him. Li Wanyu raised his eyes and saw a young female official holding a ruler, forcing a tender little lowly to recite a book in the garden. He understood that this little lowly must be Princess Chang'e. Li Wanyu knew that the Principles for Women that the female official was reciting was written by Emperor Zhang's son. It collected the gains and losses of women in ancient times and commented on them. However, forcing a 7-year-old girl to recite this plaything, Li Wanyu felt that it was truly too boring. "Princess Chang'e, recite it for me. Abstain from extravagance. Those who abstain from extravagance." How could the little lowly recite it? Tears were already welling up in her eyes. "Stretch out your hand." Seeing that Princess Chang'e was unable to recite, the female official's expression immediately became severe. She prepared to use the ruler to strike the little lowly's palm as punishment. Feeling wronged, the little lowly stretched out her small hand, so afraid that her eyes were tightly shut. Seeing that the female official was actually going to use the ruler to strike Princess Chang'e, Li Wanyu could not help but feel anxious. He hurriedly called out to stop her. "Stop!" His shout alarmed Princess Chang'e and the female official. Both of them raised their heads in astonishment. Seeing that it was Li Wanyu who had arrived, Princess Changle ignored the female official by her side and cried out in pleasant surprise. Lifting her skirt, she ran over. "Big brother Wanyu, you really came? Wonderful. Mother really didn't lie to me." In the Tang dynasty, informal addresses were still very colloquial. When Princess Changle called Empress Zhangsun, she called her mother, not mother. Only in formal settings did she need to address her mother as Her Imperial Highness, the Empress, like outsiders. Princess Changle's face was chubby and adorable. This kind of cuteness was completely natural. Li Wanyu immediately had the impulse to dote on this little cutie. Hey, that curly-bearded man, Pai Lupi, was actually able to give birth to such an adorable and well-behaved daughter. This was simply unscientific. Li Wanyu inwardly ridiculed Pai Lupi's heaven-defying inheritance. Fearing that the little lowly would fall, he promptly reached out to support her. He was somewhat astonished. How was it that Princess Changle was able to recognize him at a glance? How could he have known that Changle had already seen him at the waterside pavilion on the Crooked River? She had even constantly thought of him. Seeing Changle's chubby and adorable little face, Li Wanyu could not help but reach out and pinch her cheeks. "Changle, I heard that you wanted to see your big brother." Changle giggled. Before she could open her mouth to speak, she heard an ear-piercing shriek from her side. "Impudent! Release your filthy hands. To dare touch Princess Changle, how many heads do you have to chop off?" Li Wanyu frowned and raised his head to look. It was that female official, glaring at him with a face full of anger. It was as if Li Wanyu had done something disgraceful. Without waiting for Li Wanyu to speak, the female official pointed at his nose and angrily rebuked him. Chapter 219. Who are you? You actually dare to barge into Nirvana Palace Hall and disturb the princess's studies. You even dare to take liberties with the princess. Someone come quickly. Arrest this madman. The female official's sharp, ear-piercing voice caused Changle to involuntarily frown and cover her ears with her hands. Li Wanyu was also enraged. Extending his hand, he shielded Changle behind him, reprimanding, "Shut up. You're disturbing Changle." "You lecture. Quickly release Princess Changle." Imperial bodyguards. Where did all the Imperial bodyguards go? Not only did the female official not restrain herself because of Li Wanyu's words, she instead raised her voice and shouted. Even the palace maid sent by Emperor Zhangsun to guide Li Wanyu was unable to react to this unforeseen event. Seeing that the female official was about to continue shouting, the palace maid hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. "Zhang Shangyi, this is..." Before she could finish speaking, she saw the female official called Zhang Shangyi raise her hand without any warning, slapping the palace maid across the face. "Pa!" With a crisp sound, the little palace maid's tender face immediately swelled up. This sudden slap stunned the palace maid. It was quite a while before she covered her face and began to weep. "Lowly servant, do you have a right to speak? You have no manners at all." This female official's arrogant and despotic attitude caused Li Wanyu's anger to soar. He reached out and pulled the palace maid over, carefully sizing up her slapped face. He saw that her small face was already swollen. Several bruised fingerprints were very conspicuous on her fair face. "Why did you hit her?" Li Wanyu glared at the female official. This woman was young and beautiful. How could her heart be so vicious? Before the palace maid could say anything, she had been hit for no reason at all. What an unruly, lowly servant. She doesn't even know how to salute before replying. Hitting her is to teach her a lesson. "And you, who exactly are you?" The female official asked disdainfully. "You don't need to know who I am. Right now, apologize to her," Li Wanyu said as he pulled over the still, crying palace maid. As if she had heard a funny joke, Zhang Shangyi rocked back and forth with laughter. "Haha, you want me to apologize to this lowly servant? Are you crazy? He really didn't know his place. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Apologize." Zhang Shangyi spat disdainfully. "Bah, this damned lowly servant. You want me to apologize to her? Who do you think you are?" She had not heard Princess Changle call Li Wanyu older brother. Today, Li Wanyu had entered the palace wearing only white. As a result, Zheng Shangyi naturally did not place Li Wanyu in her eyes. Who I am is not important. Let me ask you, what right do you have to hit people? Li Wanyu said, suppressing his anger. Zheng Shangyi arrogantly raised his neck and said, I am a fifth-rank Shangyi. What does it have to do with you if I teach a lowly servant who doesn't know the rules a lesson? Who are you? How dare you barge into Li Main Hall and molest the princess? Are you tired of living? Shang Yi was a female official in charge of etiquette and daily life. She was a fifth-rank female official. Female officials referred to high-ranking palace maids. They had a certain rank and received a salary. Their scope of work included managing low-ranking palace maids, training new palace maids, and taking care of princesses and princes. The so-called fifth-rank female officials were actually no more than high-ranking palace maids. Their rank could not be compared to that of the true officials of the imperial court. Although this female official was a fifth-rank official, Li Wanyu's position as the founding magistrate of the country was equivalent to a fifth-rank official. It appeared that her official rank was one level higher than Li Wanyu's. However, in reality, the two's positions could not be mentioned in the same breath. Li Wanyu inwardly sneered at her arrogance. A mere female official in the palace truly believed herself to be a high and mighty personage. So what if you're a female official? Do you think you can wantonly humiliate others? This lowly servant who doesn't know the rules. If I hit her, then I hit her. What can you do about it? Zheng Shangyi said disdainfully. Li Wanyu sneered. He was disinclined to continue speaking nonsense. Taking a step forward, he swung his arm and delivered a slap. Ha! After a crisp sound, Li Wanyu slapped the female official so hard that she fell to the ground. She covered her face with her hands and stared at Li Wanyu in disbelief. Bah! I have never hit a woman. Today, I've broken the rule for you. As you said, don't you know how to salute before you reply? Li Wanyu gave her a taste of her own medicine. He imitated the words of the female official and directly returned it. The reason why Li Wanyu was so angry was that the female official called Zheng Shangyi was too hateful. Just now, when he saw that she wanted to punish Changle with a ferule, Li Wanyu was vaguely angry in his heart. Although it was the first time that Li Wanyu saw Changle, he had already fallen in love with this cute little princess. However, this female official was so cruel that she wanted to hit Changle with a ferule. This made Li Wanyu immediately feel protective of her. Not only that, this female official called Zheng Shangyi beat the little palace maid who led him here for no reason. Moreover, she spoke rudely and called her a lowly maid. This kind of person was really hateful and deserved to be beaten. Li Wanyu was definitely not a pedantic person. Although it was disgraceful to beat a woman, it depended on the situation. For a vicious woman like Zheng Shangyi, Li Wanyu would not feel guilty at all when he hit her. How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? You're dead. You're dead. Zheng Shangyi covered her face and looked at Li Wanyu with resentment. She squeezed out the words from the gaps of her teeth and said in a cold tone. Li Wanyu glanced at her as if looking at an idiot. He was too lazy to say anything. She was just a female official in the palace. She really thought of herself as a big shot. What he did not know was that Zheng Shangyi, who had been hit by him, was a member of a branch family of the Zheng clan of Xingyang. She had been recommended to the palace to assume the position of female official. Because she was born in the Zheng clan of Xingyang, although she was from a branch family, she felt that her status was noble. As a result, she was accustomed to being arrogant and despotic towards ordinary palace maids and eunuchs. Just now, when the little palace maid had spoken to her, she had slapped her simply because she had not paid her respects. Zheng Shangyi was young and beautiful. She had entered the palace not only to become a female official, but also to catch the eye of Pai Lupi. She wanted to sleep with him and be taken in as a concubine of his harem. Because she knew that Pai Lupi loved Princess Changle dearly, Zheng Shangyi had specifically requested to be in charge of taking care of Princess Changle and teaching her etiquette in daily life. This was so that when Pai Lupi came to visit Princess Changle, she could appear before Pai Lupi and attract his attention. She believed that with her appearance, it would not be difficult for her to obtain Pai Lupi's affection. She had the Zheng clan of Xingyang as her backer. In the Taiji Palace, Other than the concubines of the harem, she did not place ordinary palace maids and eunuchs in her eyes. She did not expect that today she would receive a slap from Li Wanyu. This immediately drove Zheng Shangyi crazy. Zheng Shangyi raised her voice and screamed, "Guards! Someone has intruded into the palace with ill intentions." The conflict in the garden had attracted the attention of the eunuchs and the Eastern Palace guards as soon as Zheng Shangyi had shouted. Following Zheng Shangyi's shout, dozens of fully armed Eastern Palace Imperial Guards rushed over with weapons in their hands and surrounded the group of people. Chapter 220. When the Imperial Guards of the Eastern Palace arrived, they were just in time to see Li Wanyu slap Zheng Shangyi's face. Seeing a female official of the palace being slapped, and a fifth-rank one at that, the Imperial Guards were all shocked. "Stop! Who are you?" The Imperial Guards all drew their weapons, pointing them at Li Wanyu as they shouted. Ignoring the pain on her face, the young palace maid who had been slapped hurriedly stood in front of Li Wanyu, preventing the Imperial Guards from using force. "Do not be rude. This is a man from Huxian. Her Imperial Highness the Empress has sent this man to accompany Princess Changle." Zheng Shangyi stood up, glaring at Li Wanyu with hatred. "Nonsense," she sneered. "What man from Huxian? How come I have never heard of such a county baron within Chang'an? Quickly arrest him. This person has infiltrated the Eastern Palace. He must be up to no good. Also, this palace maid must be his accomplice." Li Wanyu glanced at her in disgust. Although this woman's appearance was not bad, her character was like a poisonous scorpion. She was truly disgusting. Even Princess Changle glared at Zheng Shangyi in disdain. Afterwards, she turned to the Imperial Guards and shouted, "Do not attack. This is Brother Wanyu. He is not a bad person." Finished speaking, Princess Changle once again hid behind Li Wanyu. Hearing Princess Changle's words, the Imperial Guards were dumbfounded. Since when did Princess Changle have a Brother Wanyu? The squad leader of the Imperial Guards did not dare to be negligent. Ignoring Zheng Shangyi's clamor, he courteously cupped his fist towards Li Wanyu and asked, "May I ask if you have a goldfish talisman?" Li Wanyu nodded his head, taking out his own goldfish talisman and handing it over. After inspecting Li Wanyu's goldfish talisman, the squad leader respectfully returned it with both hands. "This one did not know that you were a man from Huxian. Please forgive this one for offending you." Li Wanyu waved his hand. "Those who do not know are not guilty. There is no need to be so courteous." What? Was he really a man from the Kaigwa County? How is this possible? Seeing Li Wanyu take out the goldfish talisman, Zheng Shangyi couldn't believe his eyes. How could this young man in white be the founding father of the country? Li Wanyu pulled the little palace maid aside and said to Zheng Shangyi, "Now you can apologize to her." His actions made the little palace maid look at Li Wanyu in a strange way. She did not expect that the dignified man who founded the country would actually force the clansmen of the Zheng family of Xingyang to apologize to her for a humble palace maid. Unconsciously, the little palace maid's cheeks turned red, and her heart raced. I. Zheng Shangyi finally panicked. Li Wanyu stepped forward and looked straight into Zheng Shangyi's eyes. "Apologize." Zheng Shangyi had never put these ordinary palace maids in her eyes. Now that she had to apologize to the little palace maid, it was worse than killing her. "I will say for the last time, apologize to her." Li Wanyu stared at Zheng Shangyi and said word by word. Zheng Shangyi suddenly went crazy and shouted, "I'm the clansman of the Zheng family of Xingyang, a 1,000-year-old family. When my Zheng family was famous, this bitch's ancestors were still digging dung somewhere. Why should I apologize to this bitch?" Li Wanyu was amused by her words. The Zheng family of Xingyang. It was the Zheng family of Xingyang again. Was he and the Zheng family of Xingyang incompatible with each other? How could he meet these clansmen of the Zheng family of Xingyang wherever he went? And the way they acted was so despicable. The Zheng family of Xingyang. Haha, how impressive. Li Wanyu raised his eyebrows. "It seems that the Zheng family of Xingyang has just apologized to me. Zheng Kambwa offended me, and he acted like this. Who do you think you are?" "What? The Zheng family of Xingyang apologizes to you? How? How is this possible? You're talking nonsense." Zheng Shangyi could not believe his words. So what if this young man was the founder of the country? How could she let the Zheng family of Xingyang apologize to him? In Zheng Shangyi's mind, the Zheng family of Xingyang was a 1,000-year-old family. So what if he was the founder of the country? Could he force the Zheng family of Xingyang to bow down? Li Wanyu stepped forward again and stared into Zheng Shangyi's eyes. I will say it for the last time. Apologize. Zheng Shangyi stepped back in panic and suddenly straightened her neck. You want me to apologize to this bitch? Don't even think about it. So what if you are the founder of the country? Do you dare to continue to commit murder in front of everyone in Taiji Palace? Her action made Li Wanyu a little dumbfounded. This female official was so straightforward that Li Wanyu could not continue to act up. The slap he gave Zheng Shang just now was purely out of hatred. He wanted to force this female official to apologize to the little palace maid and let this matter drop. However, Zheng Shangyi actually went against him, putting Li Wanyu in a difficult position. Continuing to violently assault Zheng Shangyi was clearly out of the question. Firstly, he was unwilling to be rough with women. Just now, he was an exception because he was angry. Secondly, Zheng Shangyi was, after all, a female official of the palace. As the founder of the country, if he were to assault a female official in the palace, his reputation would be tarnished. Who knew how those of the 5 clans would spread rumors about him behind his back? He was unwilling to be the bad guy. Li Wanyu coldly snorted and decided to ignore this venomous woman. After comforting the little palace maid, he turned his head to Princess Changle and said, "Changle, Big Brother will accompany you to play." "Okay, I have been waiting for Big Brother Wanyu to enter the palace to play with me. Let's go quickly," Princess Changle excitedly said. Li Wanyu smiled and rubbed Changle's small head. Just as the two were preparing to leave, Zheng Shangyi blocked their path. "You are not allowed to leave. Today, Princess Changle must finish reciting the principles of women before resting." Li Wanyu gnashed his teeth in anger at this woman who did not know what was good for her. In a low voice, he roared, "Scram! Don't force my hand. I am Shangyi. Princess Changle is under my tutelage. Today, if Princess Changle does not finish reciting the principles of women, she is not allowed to go anywhere." Zheng Shangyi seemed to see that Li Wanyu would not act again. Thus, she became even more aggressive, roaring loudly. Li Wanyu was so infuriated that he was speechless. How could there be such a shrew in the Taiji Palace? Princess Changle puckered her lips, her face filled with displeasure. As for the imperial guards of the Eastern Palace, they were all stupefied. This Zheng Shangyi was truly valiant, not giving the slightest bit of face to the county official and Princess Changle. Although it appeared as if Zheng Shangyi was responsible for Princess Changle, in reality, she only wanted to use this opportunity to retaliate and cause trouble for Li Wanyu. How could Zheng Shangyi know how to teach Changle? She only knew how to teach like the teachers in private schools. She only knew how to have Princess Changle read and recite. If she could not recite, she would be punished with a ruler. Because Empress Zhongsun was usually very strict with her children, although the little Princess Changle was greatly doted on, she did not dare to disobey these female officials when it came to learning. Even if she was to be punished with a ruler, she could only stretch out her hand in grievance and allow these female officials to punish her. How could Li Wanyu bear to part with this tender and adorable Changle? Furthermore, he had Zheng Shangyi punish her with a ruler. He looked down even more on this simple and crude method of teaching. "Scram! As for how to teach Princess Changle, I will explain it to the saint and her Imperial Highness the Empress. There is no need for you to make a fuss here." Li Wanyu pushed aside Zheng Shangyi, preparing to pull Changle away. However, he suddenly heard a burst of laughter from outside the shrubbery. "Ha, Zio, since you have said so, we will agree." Chapter 221. Li Wanyu stiffly turned his neck, looking towards the source of the sound. He saw Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun walking out from behind the shrubbery with smiles on their faces. The majestic emperor and empress of the Tang dynasty were actually hiding on the side and listening to a thief's words? Can't you two be a bit more reasonable? Father, mother. Princess Changle ran over to Pai Lupi's side in pleasant surprise. Pai Lupi smiled as he reached out and picked her up. The sudden appearance of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun frightened Zheng Shangyi, the young palace maid, and the imperial guards of the Eastern Palace into kneeling and paying their respects. "Greetings to your Imperial Majesty. Greetings to your Imperial Highness the Empress. You may all rise." Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand towards them. Zheng Shangyi inwardly let out a long sigh. Just as he was about to follow the others and stand up, he heard Pai Lupi say sinisterly, "Zheng Shangyi, we are not talking about you." Pai Lupi's words caused Zheng Shangyi's heart to thump. Frightened, he once again knelt down, not even daring to raise his head. Li Wanyu was disinclined to pay attention to the kneeling Zheng Shangyi. After paying respects to Pai Lupi and Emperor Zhongsun, he asked in confusion, "Uncle, what did you mean by your words just now? What do you mean by responding to me?" "Responding to what?" "Haha, Zio, didn't you just say that you were responsible for teaching Princess Changle?" "We agree." Li Wanyu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "What did I say such a thing?" "Pai Lupi, do you need to go see an otolaryngologist?" He faintly sensed that he had been tricked by Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun. "Uncle, this little nephew was talking about how to teach Princess Changle. This little nephew will naturally explain to uncle and aunt. I did not say that this little nephew is responsible for teaching Princess Changle." Pai Lupi glared. Could it be that Zio is saying that we and Guanyin misunderstood? Li Wanyu was at a loss for words. "Are you guys King shameless?" Emperor Zhongsun looked at Zheng Shangyi, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "Erlang, it's fine if Zio is unwilling. Let Zheng Shangyi continue to be in charge of teaching Changle." She then said to Zheng Shangyi, you must remember not to relax your teaching of the little princess. Do you understand? If you need to use a feral, then use a feral. This palace agrees." Changle was so scared by her mother's words that her face turned pale. She looked at Li Wanyu pitifully. Li Wanyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. "That's enough, you two. Do you think I'm stupid?" One was playing the good cop, while the other was playing the bad cop. Did they think that I was a fool? He did not understand what Pai Lupi was trying to do. Why did he suddenly want him to be in charge of teaching Changle? But he was blocked by the words of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun. Did he really not care about Changle and let her be taught by the damned Zheng Shangyi with a feral? Although it was the first time that Li Wanyu saw Changle, he had already fallen in love with this cute little princess. How could he bear to let others beat her little hand with a feral? Li Wanyu had no choice but to bow his head to the evil force. He replied in a muffled voice, "Uncle, aunt, I'll just teach Changle. Why do you have to scare her? Look at her pale face." Pai Lupi saw that he agreed and laughed. "That's great. Zio, you are full of wisdom and talent. Since you can teach Ma Zhou and Yin Libin, why can't you teach Changle?" Li Wanyu's eyes almost rolled to the back of his head. How could this be compared? Ma Zhou and Yin Libin were adults, but Changle was only 7 years old. In his heart, he absolutely did not want to be a nanny and take care of a child. No matter how noble, lovable, or adorable a princess was, she was still a child at this age. However, since things had already developed to this point, there was no point in saying more. Li Wanyu could only pinch his nose and accept the task of teaching Princess Changle. "Uncle, while I can teach Princess Changle, I cannot enter the palace every day to teach her." Li Wanyu still wanted to struggle. Pai Lupi waved his hand. "What does this matter? We will have the eunuchs send Changle to Dingzhou village every day. Although Changle is a woman, she should understand the hardships of the common people." Li Wanyu was stunned speechless by Pai Lupi's words. He wished that he could slap himself. Who told him to have such a cheap mouth? Originally, if he had not said these words, he would have entered the palace from time to time to be the leader of the children. But now, Pai Lupi had directly sent Changle to Dingzhou village. "Uncle, Changle is of noble birth. How can she leave the palace at will and go to this nephew's home? If this were to spread, it would be detrimental to Changle's reputation." Li Wanyu is already on the verge of tears. "No matter. Let Changle acknowledge you as her master. If you accept Changle as your disciple, wouldn't that be enough?" Li Wanyu was completely speechless. Not only did he have to teach Changle, but he also had to accept her as his disciple. The heavens took pity on him. He himself was only 16 years old. Who had ever heard of a 16-year-old youth accepting a princess as his disciple? However, Li Wanyu did not dare to say these words. Otherwise, Pai Lupi would definitely use Ma Zhou and Yin Libin as an example. Forget it. If he accepted Changle as his disciple, then so be it. When one had too many lice, one would not itch. When one had too many debts, one would not worry. In any case, he had already accepted Ma Zhou and Yin Libin as his disciples. What would it matter if he added a little princess? Li Wanyu was now completely numb. He could only nod his head and agree to this matter. Pai Lupi suddenly said, "That's right. Zio, since you have accepted Changle as your disciple, why don't you accept Changqian and Qingke as well?" Pai Lupi's words were spoken casually, but in Li Wanyu's ears, they were like rolling thunder. Uncle, what did you say? I think I just heard wrong." Li Wanyu's eyes bulged. His face was filled with disbelief. Pai Lupi actually wanted him to accept Li Changqian and Li Tai as his disciples. What did he want to do? They were the imperial tutors. He was a 16-year-old founding father. If he dared to accept the crown prince and the king of Yu as his disciples, he was afraid that he would be spat to death by the great scholars of Chang'an. This was different from accepting Changle as his disciple. Although Changle was the eldest princess, she was still a woman. She was not valued by others. As for Li Changqian and Li Tai, one was the crown prince, the other the king of Yu. Aside from great scholars like Yu Shinan, Kong Ingda, and Li Gang, who would dare accept them as disciples? It was not so easy to be the imperial tutor. How could someone who was not virtuous, learned, and talented do it? Pai Lupi glared at Li Wanyu. "I want you to accept Changqian and Qingke as your disciples." "What, you don't want to?" Li Wanyu shook his head like a rattle drum. "Uncle, don't scare me. How can a young man like me be the imperial tutor? If I say you can, then you can. What are you being so long-winded for?" "I really can't." "You really don't want to?" "Uncle, it's not that I don't want to, but it's really too much." Pai Lupi nodded. "Fine. Since you don't want to, then forget it." Li Wanyu had just felt joy in his heart when he heard Pai Lupi say unhurriedly, "Since you don't want to be Changqian and Qingqiu as teacher, then I will pretend I don't have a nephew like you. Hu Xinman, you can leave the palace." Hearing this, Li Wanyu was shocked. F***CK. This was a naked threat. Can't we still have fun together? Chapter 222. Faced with Pai Lupi's threat of falling out, Li Wanyu immediately cowered. There was nothing he could do. Anyone could only cower before Pai Lupi's threat. After all, he was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. If he angered Lier, what if this guy really turned hostile and refused to acknowledge him? How could his small body withstand it? Li Wanyu had no choice but to lower his head to the dark forces again. "What are you saying, uncle? It's my honor to be able to teach the crown prince and the king of Yu. It's my duty." Pai Lupi glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "Forget it. I won't trouble you. You're only 16. You're so young. I'm making things too difficult for you to accept Changqian and Qingke as your disciples." F***CK. This Pai Lupi is far too much. He actually dares to make things difficult for me. Li Wanyu looked at Lier, whose nostrils were about to rise to the sky, and had the urge to go berserk. However, he clearly did not have the courage to do so. He still forced a smile. "Uncle, how is this making things difficult? Although I'm only 16, I already have 2 disciples. It's my honor to be able to teach the crown prince and the king of Yu. I'm really not making things difficult for you." Li Wanyu ground his teeth so hard that they creaked. He squeezed out a smile. No. Why would Uncle make things difficult for you?" That's good. Since you strongly want to be the teacher of Changqian, Qingke, and Changle, then I'll agree." Pai Lupi nodded his head in satisfaction, as if he was giving him a lot of face. Pai Lupi's shameless expression made Li Wanyu very much want to give him the middle finger. Shameless. He was far too shameless. He really was a disgrace to the Tang dynasty. He did not dare to say anything more. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. In order to avoid being molested by this extremely shameless emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Wanyu could only silently curse Pai Lupi's entire family in his heart to vent his dissatisfaction. Pai Lupi immediately had the chamberlain summon Li Chengxian and Li Tai. He was prepared to have his 3 children take Li Wanyu as their master today. Today, it was indeed Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun who set a trap for Li Wanyu. Their goal was to make Li Wanyu accept Li Chengxian and the others as disciples. There was a reason why he chose Li Wanyu over so many great Confucians in the imperial court. One of them was Li Wangyu's outstanding talent. Whether it was those poems or the famous epigraph of my shack that had been handed down for generations, his talent could all be seen. To be able to make someone like Ma Zhou accept him as his master, he naturally had the ability to teach Li Chengxian and the others. The second reason was Li Wangyu's identity. If Li Wanyu was not a member of the imperial family, no matter how talented he was, Pai Lupi would not have made such a choice. However, Li Wanyu was a member of the imperial family of Li Chengxian, so it was completely different. He was different from Prince Zhao Li Xiaogong, who would make Pai Lupi wary. Li Xiaogong's military achievements were almost on par with Pai Lupi's. Naturally, Pai Lupi would be wary of him and would not dare to put him in an important position. Thus, he sent him to manage the imperial clan temple. Li Wanyu would not threaten Pai Lupi and his successor's throne. Moreover, he was so talented, so Pai Lupi naturally viewed him in a new light. Most importantly, Pai Lupi did not tell anyone. Even Emperor Zhongsun did not know his true thoughts. That was, Pai Lupi wanted to find someone for Li Chengxian who could restrain him in the future. Pai Lupi doted on his 3 children. Whether it was Li Chengxian, Li Tai, or Princess Changel, Pai Lupi doted on them to the extreme. However, although he doted on Li Chengxian, he faintly felt that his eldest son's personality was somewhat inappropriate. When Li Chengxian was only 6 years old, he was made the crown prince, the sole successor to the Tang dynasty. In order to nurture him, Pai Lupi carefully and patiently taught him, hoping that his beloved son would be able to inherit his imperial legacy. However, after Li Chengxian had only been crowned prince for 3 years, Pai Lupi discovered that he had begun to not abide by the rules and lived extravagantly. This caused Pai Lupi to faintly worry that after his death, no one would be able to restrain Li Chengxian after he inherited the throne, causing the Tang dynasty to fall into decline. Since Li Wanyu was Li Chengxian's younger brother and later his teacher, his status was naturally noble. In the future, after Li Chengxian ascended the throne, if he were to become an incapable ruler, there would be someone to advise him. Pai Lupi was also far-sighted. He found a hoop curse for the 9-year-old Li Chengxian. Naturally, Li Wanyu did not know of Pai Lupi's imperial schemes. He only felt that it was too troublesome to be the king of children, so he had a bitter expression on his face. Just as he was feeling depressed, he saw Zhang Shangyi, who was still lying in front of him. His mood became even worse. The cynical man pointed at Zhang Shangyi and said to Pai Lupi, "Uncle, this female official beat up a palace maid for no reason. Her behavior is vile. Uncle, please uphold justice for the palace maid." Li Wanyu did not know that as soon as he followed the little palace maid out of the main hall, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun followed him. The conflict between Zhang Shangyi and Li Wanyu had already been seen by Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun. This was also the reason why Pai Lupi let Zhang Shangyi continue to kneel on the ground. When Pai Lupi saw that Zhang Shangyi was going to beat Changel with a ferule, he was already furious. If Li Wanyu had not shouted quickly at that time, it was estimated that Pai Lupi would have rushed out himself. Empress Zhongsun was a strict mother, but Pai Lupi was a standard kind father. He could not bear to see his baby daughter being punished by Zhang Shangyi with a ferule. As for Zhang Shangyi, even if Li Wanyu did not say it, Pai Lupi, who was crazy about protecting his daughter, would not let her go. Zhang Shangyi has behaved unscrupulously. She is dismissed from the position of Shangyi and sent to Yeding Palace. Pai Lupi directly opened his mouth and sentenced Zhang Shangyi, who was kneeling on the ground, to capital punishment. Yeding Palace was part of Taiji Palace. Yeding Palace was where palace maids lived. At the same time, it was also responsible for imprisoning guilty concubines, princesses, and the wives and daughters of criminal officials who had been banished. In addition, Some unfavored concubines also lived here. The predecessor of Yeding Palace was Yonglane in the Western Han Dynasty. After the death of Liu Bang, Empress LV imprisoned the most favored Madam Qi here and let her pound rice every day. Finally, she sent people to make her into human swine. Later, Emperor Wu of Han changed Yonglane to Yeding Palace, which had been used until the Tang Dynasty. For female officials and palace, maids who had made mistakes, Yeding Palace was a place where they could not see the light of day. Many wives and daughters of criminal officials would rather die than be sent to Yeding Palace. When Zheng Shangyi heard Pai Lupi's words, she collapsed on the ground and wailed at Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. For the sake of Madame Zheng of Xingyang, please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. Huxian man, I was wrong. I apologize to her. Please ask your Majesty to forgive me." When Zheng Shangyi did not mention Madame Zheng of Xingyang, Pai Lupi was even more disgusted. These rich and powerful families of the Tang Dynasty were still making things difficult for him in the imperial court. How could Pai Lupi not hate them? Li Wanyu was too lazy to pay attention to Zheng Shangyi. He did not say a word and looked on coldly. "Guards, drag her away. Send her to Yeding Palace to work." Pai Lupi did not want to listen to her wailing and directly ordered the eunuchs behind him. Immediately, several eunuchs came forward and dragged the wailing Zheng Shangyi like a dead dog. They sealed her mouth and dragged her away. When Zheng Shangyi's wailing finally disappeared, Li Wanyu felt that the anger in his heart had dissipated a little. Chapter 223. Without waiting for Li Wanyu to catch his breath, he heard an attendant say, "Reporting to everyone, His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Yu have arrived." Everyone was how Pai Lupi's closest attendants addressed Pai Lupi, but the ministers did not address him this way. Li Wanyu felt that this form of address was a bit strange, because in the Tang Dynasty, a daughter-in-law would also address her mother-in-law as everyone. With this connection, he could not help but laugh in his heart. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the two little brats behind the attendant. The two little boys, who were around 8 or 9 years old, were clearly the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty, Li Changxian, and the king of Yu Li Tai. He was able to tell who was Li Changxian and who was Li Tai at a glance, because Li Tai's body shape was simply too recognizable. Li Tai had been extremely intelligent since he was young, but according to historical records, Li Tai's waist and belly were large, which meant that he was just a little fatty. At this time, Li Wanyu was only 8 years old, but Li Wanyu estimated that this little fatty weighed no less than 50 kilograms, and his round body shape was comparable to Cho Kuan's. Li Changxian had delicate features, red lips, and white teeth. Although he was a 9-year-old child, he could still be considered handsome. However, the arrogance on Li Changxian's face that could not be wiped away made Li Wanyu feel very uncomfortable. Damn. When a little brat looks at people, his nose is almost pointing to the sky. This arrogant appearance made Li Wanyu have the urge to fiercely slap his butt. As the eldest son of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son, Li Changxian was doted on since birth. He was born in Taiji Palace's Chengxian Hall, so he took the hall's name and was named Li Changxian. Chengxian also had the meaning of inheriting the imperial business and leading the universe. As the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty, Li Changxian was naturally flattered by the attendants in the palace. In a short 3 years, his arrogance had already become a habit. Father, mother. When Li Changxian and Li Tai saw their parents, their faces were filled with joy and they hurriedly went up to greet them. Pai Lupi smiled and waved to the two of them. "Changxian, Qingke, come over and greet your big brother Wanyu." Li Changxian and Li Tai were both shocked. Where did this brother Wanyu come from? Was there anyone in this world who could be their brother? Pai Lupi laughed and said, "This is Li Wanyu. His courtesy name is Zio, born in Huxianli clan. Speaking of which, he is your brother, so he is worthy of you calling him elder brother." The Li clan of Hu County? Subordinate brothers? Pai Lupi's words made Li Changxian frown. Although he was young, he knew about the Huxianli clan. Although the Huxianli clan was a relative of the imperial family, it was only a small clan. How could this Li Wanyu be worthy of him, the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty, calling him elder brother. Li Tai didn't say anything. He blinked his small eyes on his chubby face and simply listened to Pai Lupi's words. He bowed to Li Wanyu. Qin Ke greets Brother Wanyu. Li Chengxian looked at Pai Lupi, hoping for an explanation from Pai Lupi. As the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, his pride didn't allow him to casually call someone elder brother. Pai Lupi acted as if he didn't see Li Chengxian's gaze and glared at him. Chengxian, why don't you bow to Zio? What? Father, did you make a mistake? You want me to bow to him? I am a crown prince. What is his status? Is he worthy of me bowing to him? Pai Lupi was angered by Li Chengxian's words. Chengxian, not only do you have to bow to Zio, but you also have to bow to him with Qin Ke and Changle. Zio is the teacher I found for the three of you. Do you understand? Bow to him as a teacher? Why is that? Just how old is he? Li Chengxian immediately cried out in surprise. Li Tai also looked surprised. Only Changle didn't seem to be unhappy at all. She covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Although Zio hasn't reached 20 yet, he is a rare talent. The poems I had the two of you memorize and the epigraph of my shack were all written by Zio. What? Are you doubting my words? Pai Lupi was dissatisfied with his two sons' attitude and reprimanded them. Pai Lupi's words made Li Chengxian and Li Tai somewhat afraid. They hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi. We wouldn't dare. We know we were wrong. It's good that you know you were wrong. Hurry up and bow to Zio. This is also your mother's wish. Empress Zhang's son also nodded. That's right. Chengxian, Qin Ke, from now on, you have to listen to Zio's teachings. His words are father's and mother's words. Do you understand? Hearing Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsuan's words, Li Chengxian and Li Tai looked at each other. Their gazes were filled with unwillingness. Li Tai's small eyes turned, and he said to Pai Lupi, Father, since you want us to make Brother Wanyu our teacher, then let's go prepare the tea. Pai Lupi nodded. Of course. I'll have the servants prepare it for you. No, Father, let's go ourselves. Only this way can we show our sincerity. Pai Lupi didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this, so he nodded in agreement. Okay, go quickly and come back quickly. Li Chengxian and Li Tai glanced at Li Wanyu, turned around, and ran. Li Wanyu had been watching coldly from the sidelines and hadn't said anything. He was observing Li Chengxian and Li Tai's behavior. It could be seen that Li Chengxian's pride and arrogance as the crown prince had already seeped into his bones, while Li Tai wasn't necessarily a good person. Li Tai's small eyes had been darting around. Pai Lupi and Li Tai hadn't noticed, but Li Wanyu had seen it very clearly. This little guy clearly didn't have good intentions. Personally preparing the tea for him to become his teacher, he was probably going to put something in his tea, right? Little brat. You're still too inexperienced to play this game with me. Li Wanyu secretly curled his lips. He had completely seen through Li Tai's little trick. He had also been very naughty when he was young and had done things like putting laxatives in his teacher's cup more than once. Because of this, Li Wanyu's but had been fiercely beaten by his family many times. Li Wanyu didn't expose him and only chatted with Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun for a while. Not long after, Li Chengxian and Li Tai returned with 2 cups of tea. Zio, I won't be preparing the 6 rites for you to become my disciple. However, I'll still have the 3 of them kneel in front of you to become your teacher. Pai Lupi didn't see through his 2 sons' intentions. He nodded in satisfaction when he saw them return. Li Chengxian and Li Tai looked at each other with a smug smile in their eyes. The 2 of them, along with Changle, walked up to Li Wanyu. They weren't in a hurry to kneel down and perform the ceremony of becoming Li Wanyu's disciple. Instead, they picked up their teacups and brought them to Li Wanyu. Big Brother Wanyu, please have some tea. Li Wanyu looked at them meaningfully and reached out to take the teacups, looking like he was about to drink. Under Li Chengxian and Li Tai's expectant gazes, Li Wanyu suddenly put down the teacup that had just reached his mouth. Chengxian, Qin Ke, Changle, since the 3 of you are willing to take me as your teacher, then I have some words for you. Li Chengxian and Li Tai were greatly disappointed when they saw that Li Wanyu didn't drink the tea. Big Brother Wanyu, please drink the tea. We'll listen to whatever teachings you have. Li Tai still didn't give up and urged Li Wanyu to drink the tea. Li Wanyu looked at them with a smile and raised his teacup again, looking like he was about to drink. Chapter 2:24. While Li Chengxian and Li Tai were filled with anticipation, Li Wanyu had just brought the teacup to his mouth when he put it down again. Let me first talk to you about my teachings. Chengxian, Qing Ke, Cheng Lu, since you want to be my disciples, I will give you a sentence. Constantly strive for self-improvement and be virtuous. I hope you will remember this in your hearts. Li Wanyu shamelessly plagiarized Tsinghua University's motto again, but Li Chengxian and Li Tai were only hoping that Li Wanyu would quickly drink the tea. How could they pay attention to what he was saying? They just nodded repeatedly. After Li Wanyu finished speaking, he picked up the teacup again and looked like he was going to drink. Li Chengxian and Li Tai both stared unblinkingly at the teacup in his hands. At this moment, they heard Pai Lupi suddenly say, "Ziyu, did these words come from the Book of Changes? A gentleman should be unyielding, not avoid danger, and constantly strive for self-improvement. A gentleman should increase virtue and be tolerant of all things. This is the way of a gentleman." Chengxian, Qing Ke, you have to remember your teacher's teachings. With Pai Lupi's response, Li Wanyu, who had just brought the teacup to his mouth, put it down again. He smiled at Pai Lupi and said, "Uncle is indeed knowledgeable, not at all inferior to those great scholars." These words indeed came from the Qian and Kuan trigrams in the Book of Changes. Being praised by Li Wanyu like this, Pai Lupi couldn't help but laugh loudly. On the other hand, Li Chengxian and Li Tai, the two little brats, had incomparably resentful gazes. Clearly, Li Wanyu was about to drink the tea, but after being interrupted by their imperial father, he put it down again. Li Wanyu snuck a glance at the two brats and laughed loudly in his heart. "You're still too inexperienced to fight with me." He picked up the teacup again and made a gesture of wanting to drink, making Li Chengxian and Li Tai's eyes pop out of their sockets. However, it was clear that Li Wanyu had once again disappointed the two brats. Li Wanyu actually put down the teacup in his hand and was about to hand it over to Pai Lupi. "Uncle, I think you should drink this apprenticeship tea first. As the saying goes, when parents love their children, they plan far ahead. When it came to teaching a child, the first thing was the Qi clan, and the second was the selection of teacher. Chengxian and Qing Ke being so smart and quick-witted was all thanks to uncle and aunt. As a result, this nephew believes that the first cup of tea for the apprenticeship should be for Chengxian and Qing Ke to toast their parents as a sign of filial piety. What he meant was that when teaching children, family education was the first priority, followed by the teacher's education. Li Wanyu flattered Pai Lupi, but it scared Li Chengxian and Li Tai. Pai Lupi was very satisfied with Li Wanyu's words. He laughed heartily and patted Li Wanyu's shoulder. He reached out to take the teacup in his hand and tilted his head back to drink. In reality, Pai Lupi, as the emperor, had special servants to test for poison in his food. However, this tea was personally made by Crown Prince Li Chengxian and King Yu Li Tai for apprenticeship. Those servants didn't think of testing for poison. Seeing that Pai Lupi was about to drink the tea, Li Chengxian and Li Tai couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "Father, please wait. Father, you can't drink it." Pai Lupi froze when he heard this and turned his head to look at his two sons. He didn't understand what they were shouting about. "What are you two shouting about? Why can't I drink it?" Li Chengxian's back was soaked in cold sweat. He glared fiercely at Li Tai beside him, meaning to say, "Look at your rotten idea." Li Tai also glared back without backing down. "You also agreed." However, as Li Wanyu expected, Li Chengxian and Li Tai had added croton and morning glory into the two bowls of apprenticeship tea. When these two herbs were taken together, they were powerful laxatives that took effect very quickly. If Li Wanyu hadn't seen through the two brats' trick and really drank it, his stomach would have reacted in a short while. At that time, he would probably have to spend the entire day in the outhouse. Li Chengxian and Li Tai naturally didn't want to become Li Wanyu's disciple, but they couldn't go against Pai Lupi's words, so they came up with this wicked idea. They wanted Li Wanyu to make a fool of himself in front of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun. Perhaps then the apprenticeship would be ruined. However, They didn't expect that Li Wanyu would divert the trouble and put the two brats in a difficult situation. Li Chengxian and Li Tai didn't think that the little teacher their father found for them would be so evil. Just by looking at the uncontrollable smile on Li Wanyu's face, the two of them knew that their thoughts had been seen through long ago. Too evil. This little teacher Li Wanyu was really too evil. The two of them, who felt that they had been set up by Li Wanyu, opened their mouths for a long time, not knowing how to reply to Pai Lupi's question. The two brats didn't dare to let Pai Lupi drink this bowl of tea that had been spiked no matter what. Even if Li Chengxian was the crown prince, if he really let Pai Lupi drink this tea, he would probably be beaten half to death by the furious Pai Lupi afterwards. They also didn't dare to tell Pai Lupi that the tea had been spiked with laxatives. That wouldn't be good either, and they definitely wouldn't be able to escape a beating. Just as Li Chengxian and Li Tai were flabbergasted and didn't know how to reply to Pai Lupi's question, Li Wanyu couldn't help but laugh. Li Wanyu laughed and pointed at the tea bowl in Pai Lupi's hand. "Uncle, the two of them probably mean that the tea is already cold and they're afraid that your stomach won't feel well after drinking it. It's better to let the two of them go get 2 more cups." Right. That's exactly what the teacher said. How could Li Chengxian and Li Tai not know that Li Wanyu was giving them a way out? The two of them hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. Pai Lupi seemed to have seen through something, but he didn't say anything. He casually poured the tea in the bowl into the flower bushes. "That's good. You two go quickly and pour new tea for your father and your teacher." Li Chengxian and Li Tai both let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They hurriedly nodded in agreement and turned around to prepare new tea. Seeing them run far away, Pai Lupi looked at Li Wanyu with a seeming smile. "Zio, you really are a good teacher. Hee, Uncle praises me too much. Chengxian and Qin are just a bit mischievous. Don't take it seriously." "Haha, I'm relieved to leave Chengxian, Qin and Changle to you." Pai Lupi then said seriously, "The three of them grew up in the depths of the palace. The common people have a hard time and haven't heard of them. I am very worried. I will have the eunuchs send Changxian and the others to Dingzhou village every day. Zio, you have to put in more effort and teach the three of them well." Li Wanyu bowed to Pai Lupi and also replied very seriously, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will do my best." Not long after, Li Chengxian and Li Tai once again returned with 2 cups of tea. This time, it was clear that they didn't dare to play any tricks. After Pai Lupi and Li Wanyu each drank their tea, Li Chengxian, Li Tai, and Princess Changle respectfully knelt before Li Wanyu and performed the ritual of taking him as their teacher. Li Wanyu extended his hand to help Pai Lupi's 3 children up, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. He was a white-collar worker from the future, the pride of the entire village. How did he end up becoming the imperial tutor of the Tang dynasty? Chapter 225. After officially taking in Li Chengxian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie as his disciples, Li Wanyu's attitude had changed a little. Previously, he did not want to be the teacher of the emperor, as it would be troublesome and cause a lot of trouble. However, Pai Lupi's words had given him some other ideas. Although he knew the course of history, he knew that neither crown prince Li Chengxian nor Li Tai could become the successor to the throne of the great Tang in the future. The true successor was still in Empress Zhangxuan's womb. What moved Li Wanyu was Pai Lupi's fatherly love for Li Chengxian and the other two, as well as the tragic ending of this family in history. As the emperor, Pai Lupi's fatherly love for the children of Empress Zhangxun was indeed boundless. When Li Chengxian was sick, Pai Lupi gathered 3,000 monks and built the Shihuan Monastery and Puguang Monastery. He even reduced the crimes of the prisoners to pray for his son. Even when Li Chengxian, Du He, and Ho Junji rebelled, Pai Lupi could not bear to kill his eldest son. He only demoted him to a commoner and moved him to Qianzhou. After Li Chengxian's death, Pai Lupi was so sad that he abandoned the dynasty. Li Tai was also Pai Lupi's favorite son. Normally, when a prince reached adulthood, he would be sent to his fief and could not stay in the capital for long. However, Li Tai was favored by Emperor Taizong, so he was given special permission to move his son into the Wuda Hall. It could be said that the reason why Li Tai fought with Li Changxian for the throne was because Pai Lupi doted on him. It was because of Pai Lupi's endless doting that Li Tai had the misconception that as long as he pulled down his brother, Li Changxian, he would be able to become the heir. In the end, Li Tai was demoted because of his plotting. Pai Lupi was heartbroken and deposed Li Tai, demoting him to the Donglai prefecture prince. It could be said that although Li Er doted on his own son, his education of his children was a complete failure. He could be said to be a negative example. Pai Lupi had a total of 14 sons. Among them, the crown prince, Li Changxian, attempted to rebel and was demoted to a commoner. His third son, Li Ku, the prince of Wu, was falsely accused of treason and was killed. His fourth son, Li Tai, the prince of Wei, moved to a secluded residence and died of depression. His fifth son, Liu, the prince of Qi, was sentenced to death for treason and was demoted to a commoner. His sixth son, Li Gui, the prince of Shu, was demoted and died in exile. His seventh son, Li Yun, the prince of Jiang, was accused of treason and committed suicide out of fear. Pai Lupi's sons could be said to have failed at educating them. Li Wanyu could only complain in his heart. Pai Lupi was such a failure as a father. Since he had inexplicably transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, although he did not expect to change history, he wanted to try changing Li Changxian and Li Tai. Although Li Wanyu was two-faced, he was very clear about his likes and dislikes. Pai Lupi was not unkind to him. Naturally, he did not want to watch the tragedy of Pai Lupi and his son happen. If he could make Li Changxian and Li Tai brothers live in harmony, it would be a good story. As for whether Li Changxian could successfully become emperor in the future, if Li Wanyu could really change Li Changxian, it would have nothing to do with Li Wanyu. Because he had thought this through, Li Wanyu did not have any resistance to accepting Li Changxian and Li Tai as his disciples. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. After Li Changxian and the others finished the ceremony, Pai Lupi waved his hand at the eunuch on the side. Immediately, the eunuch came forward with a golden ruler. Pai Lupi picked up the ruler and solemnly handed it to Li Wanyu. Zio, we bestow upon you this imperial ruler. In the future, if Changxian and the others neglect their studies and do not follow the rules, you can use this ruler to punish them. We will definitely not blame you. Li Wanyu hurriedly received the golden ruler with both hands. Don't worry, uncle. I will definitely do my best to teach Changxian and the others. I will definitely not disappoint uncle and auntie. Haha, with your guarantee, we are at ease. On the side, Li Changxian and Li Tai's faces couldn't help but darken when they saw the imperial ruler. In exchange, just now, they could already tell that Li Wanyu was definitely not easy to deal with. Now that he had the ruler bestowed upon him by their father, wouldn't they be completely controlled by Li Wanyu in the future? Li Wanyu held the ruler in his hand and lightly patted his palm a few times. He gave the two of them a brilliant smile. But that smile made Li Changxian and Li Tai both shiver uncontrollably. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Wanyu bid farewell to Pai Lupi and Emperor Zhangsun and returned to Dingzhou village. Time passed in a flash. 2 days later, before the sun had even risen, Li Wanyu was roused from his bed by the old housekeeper, Li Heng. Today was the Lunar Imperial Assembly, and also the day of the grand Luotian ritual in Taiji Palace. The Lunar Imperial Assembly was the morning court on the 1st and 15th of every month. The participants were the relatives of the princes and dukes, the civil and military officials of the capital who were 9th rank and above, the local officials who had submitted memorials to the court, as well as the guests from Fan Kingdom. Because the morning court was around 7 to 8 o'clock, Li Wanyu yawned and led Niu Wu out of his house in Dingzhou village. It was still dark. Now that he was the county man who founded the country, he also needed to participate in the Lunar Imperial Assembly. Moreover, he had an important task today, so he naturally had to participate in the grand Luotian ritual. When Li Wanyu arrived in Chang and city, the drum of dusk had just sounded and the illustrious Virtue Gate had just opened. When he arrived outside Taiji Palace, The light of dawn was gradually descending, and the green spring scenery of Taiji Palace could be vaguely seen. Fully armed soldiers in full armor, yellow flags, and various ceremonial guards were all over the palace. The officials who were attending the court were lined up outside the palace gate, waiting for the gate to open. There were hundreds of people in the crowd, but Li Wanyu was a little dumbfounded. Where should he stand? This was his first time attending the court, so he didn't know how to stand as the county man who founded the country. Just as he was confused, he heard laughter behind him. Zio also came to attend the court? Li Wanyu was speechless and hurriedly turned to greet Cheng Yaojin. Nice to meet you, Uncle Cheng. The arrival of Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong made Li Wanyu heave a sigh of relief. At least there was someone he knew, and he could ask where he should stand. The officials attending the court were divided into civil officials, military officials, members of the imperial family, and envoys from various countries. Li Wanyu was at a loss, and he didn't know how to stand. He had not regained his status as a member of the imperial family, so he naturally couldn't stand on the side of the imperial family. However, he didn't know whether he, the county man who founded the country, was a civil official or a military general. Li Wanyu raised his doubts to Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong, but Cheng Yaojin laughed. "Haha, you can stand on the side of our military general. With me protecting you, no one will dare to bully you." Li Wanyu was speechless. This old hooligan, why did he make it sound like he was a gangster? Before he could speak, someone behind him said, "Cheng Jijia, don't spout nonsense. Zio will naturally stand on the civil official's side." Chapter 226. Li Wanyu hurriedly turned around and bowed to Yu Shernan. "Dukyu, you're here." Yu Shernan smiled and nodded at Li Wanyu. "Zio, this is your first time attending court. Hurry up and arrange your shift." He pointed at the area where the civil officials stood. Because there were hundreds of officials attending the lunar assembly, even the civil officials were divided into several groups in an orderly manner. The groups of third rank and above officials, fourth rank and fifth rank civil officials, fourth rank and below officials, and sixth rank and below officials were arranged in several square formations according to their official ranks. Li Wanyu had been conferred the title of founding magistrate, which was equivalent to a fifth rank official. Naturally, he would stand among the fourth rank and fifth rank civil officials. Although Yu Shernan's rank was not as high as Cheng Yaojin's, Cheng Yaojin did not dare to refute his words. He even smiled and bowed to Yu Shernan. No matter how much Cheng Yaojin messed around, he would not dare to mess around in front of Yu Shernan. Dukyu, I'm just teasing this kid. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Jijia, you're already the father of several children. Why are you still so mischievous? Yu Shernan scolded him like a child. However, Cheng Yaojin could only listen to him. There was nothing he could do. Who asked this old man to be so old? Cheng Yaojin was almost 40 years old, but compared to Yu Shernan, who was in his 70s, he was still a child. In the Tang dynasty, people married and had children in their teens. With a 30-year difference, Cheng Yaojin could be considered Yu Shernan's grandson. Li Wanyu was very happy to see Cheng Yaojin, this old hooligan, being humiliated. He could not help but smile. Cheng Yaojin saw that Yu Shernan was laughing at him from the side and glared at him to scare him. Li Wanyu quickly went forward to support Yu Shernan. He pretended not to see Cheng Yaojin's threatening gaze and helped Yu Shernan to the group of civil officials. 2 days ago, he had already paid a visit to Yu Shernan's residence to return the 1,000 strings of copper coins that he had borrowed. However, he couldn't return the money. Yu Shernan wouldn't accept it no matter what. He even said that the 1,000 strings of coins was a gift to congratulate Li Wanyu for his knighthood. Li Wanyu was helpless. Unable to persuade the old man, he could only thicken his skin and take back the 1,000 strings of copper coins. Li Wanyu then informed Yu Shernan of the fact that he had accepted Crown Prince Li Chengxian, the Prince of Yu, and Princess Changle as his disciples. He was also afraid that if this matter were spread, he would be scolded to death by those Confucian scholars. That was why he wanted to ask Yu Shernan to help him deal with those Confucian scholars. Li Wanyu was still a little nervous, worried that Yu Shernan would also think that he was young and frivolous. Unexpectedly, Yu Shernan didn't mind at all. Li Wanyu had become the imperial preceptor at such a young age. Instead, he praised him greatly. In Yu Shernan's view, although Li Wanyu was young, with the talent that he had displayed, he was fully qualified to be the Crown Prince's teacher. Yu Shernan also reassured Li Wanyu, saying that regardless of whether it was Kong Ingda or Lu Quan, these old friends, they all praised him greatly. They definitely wouldn't be dissatisfied with Li Wanyu just because he was the Crown Prince's teacher. With Yu Shernan's assurance, Li Wanyu could finally relax. It could be said that a small worry had been lifted off his mind. Li Wanyu's respect for Yu Shernan, this old man who was both a teacher and a friend, grew even more. The morning bell tolled. Amidst the beating of the drums, the morning assembly began. Under the lead of the imperial censor, the officials lined up according to their ranks and walked towards the Taiji Palace. Dressed in court attire, the officials were respectful and solemn. As they walked up the white jade steps, the melodious sounds of swords and jade ornaments on their bodies could be heard. In the Tang dynasty, there was a poem that described the scene of a court assembly. The crowing of a rooster is purple, and the dawn of dawn is cold. Warblers are chirping in the emperor's land of spring. The golden clock opens tens of thousands of households. The jade steps command thousands of officials. The flowers welcome the swords and jade ornaments. The stars have just set. The willow flutters the banners, still wet. Unique guests of the Phoenix Pond. The song of spring is difficult. It was referring to the scene in front of Li Wanyu's eyes. The morning bell in the palace rang. The thousands of doors opened. Pai Lupi's ceremonial guards lined up on both sides of the jade steps. The hundreds of officials entered the imperial court. This was Li Wanyu's first time attending a court assembly. He followed the crowds every step. Before the officials entered the main hall, they first dissected their swords and took off their shoes. The imperial censor, the Ministry of Appointments, the Ministry of War, and the Honlu Temple all led the civil and military officials to their respective positions. Amidst the beating of the drum and bell, Pai Lupi sat in the imperial palanquin, carried by the chamberlains. He sat facing the south. A Fu Baolang placed Pai Lupi's imperial seal in front of him. One of the provincial attendants, who presided over the court assembly, walked to the front left of Pai Lupi. He took a deep breath and shouted with his dantian, "Bow!" All the officials cupped their fists and bowed to Li Ershing. Li Wanyu, who was confused, bowed along with everyone else. Bowed again. Well, I have to do it again. Li Wanyu was speechless. He continued to bow to Pai Lupi. After bowing twice, Li Wanyu just got up. He had an expression as if he had seen a ghost. He blinked his eyes hard to make sure that he was not mistaken. He discovered that in the solemn and sacred hall, the officials had actually begun to dance like a bunch of demons. Damn, why does this scene look so familiar? It seems that Chung Chumo's group of debauches were also like this when they drank too much. This was the Lunar Palace, not a place for square dancing or disco dancing. Li Wanyu was speechless. What kind of F*** king rule is this? All right, let's dance together with a gray-haired and bearded official in front of us. Stretch your arms and kick your legs. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right. Twist your neck, twist your butt. Go to bed early and wake up early. Let's do some exercise after a set of procedures. Li Wanyu felt that he was about to sweat. This court assembly was also a physical activity. He wondered how Yu Shernan's 70-year-old body could hold on. No wonder Yu Shernan wanted to resign. This was simply too difficult for an old man. Everyone took their seats. Li Wanyu also braced himself. He wanted to see how the battle between Pai Lupi and the aristocratic families would play out. As soon as the court assembly began, an envoy came out and presented a memorial to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, I, the envoy of Luo province, have a memorial. When Pai Lupi heard the words of the envoy of Luo province, his face immediately darkened. However, he still said in a deep voice, "Present the memorial." The envoy of Luo province was also known as the examiners. They were officials sent by the various provinces of the Tang dynasty to China. Their main purpose was to represent the provinces to participate in various ceremonial activities in the court. They were also responsible for the examinations of local officials. They were also responsible for bringing local tributes to the capital to participate in the imperial examinations. They were also responsible for conveying the will of the provinces. To put it bluntly, they were the directors of the offices in the capital of the various provinces of the Tang dynasty. The envoy of Luo province was not qualified to attend ordinary court assemblies. However, they were allowed to participate in major court assemblies, such as the New Year's Day Assembly and the New Year's Day Assembly. The envoy of Luo province was the envoy of Luo province. Luo province was within the sphere of influence of the Zheng family of Xinjiang. Li Wanyu was willing to bet his head that the envoy of Luo province was here to force Pai Lupi to issue an edict in the name of the locust plague. Your Majesty, the locust plague in Luo province has begun to spread. The locusts falling from the sky is a divine punishment. Your Majesty, please consider the common people and issue an edict in order to save the people. The words of the envoy of Luo province had already been expected by everyone in the hall. However, after he spoke, the originally silent hall was once again filled with a buzz of discussion. Chapter 227. Li Wanyu inwardly curled his lips. These aristocratic families were truly sparing no effort in attacking Pai Lupi. The last person the aristocratic families had tossed out as a chess piece was an upper 8th rank imperial censor. Even now, he was still locked up in the censorate's prison. Although Pai Lupi did not order this imperial censor to be beaten to death in his rage, he still ordered imperial censor Wei Zheng to investigate. Wei Zheng was a straightforward official, and he was rather disdainful of the aristocratic family's use of natural disasters to attack Pai Lupi and use this as a pretext to gain political power. As a result, he directly threw that imperial censor into the censorate's prison to investigate whether or not this person had taken bribes and perverted the law. However, the aristocratic families clearly had enough bargaining chips. Even if they threw away a small chess piece, they still had other chess pieces to use. This Luo province assembly emissary who had once again brought up this matter at the Lunar Court Assembly was clearly a lackey of Xinjiang's Zheng clan. He had once again used the locust plague as a heavenly punishment to fire cannons at Pai Lupi during the Imperial Court Assembly, causing everyone in the Imperial Court to discuss spiritedly. Pai Lupi's face was dark, and he did not say a word. He saw Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda jump out at the same time and grab the Luo province assembly emissary's collar. Damn thief! Bullshit heavenly punishment. You Tian Shenu say it's heavenly punishment. So it's heavenly punishment? Scram for this elder. That's his mother. A trifling imperial court assembly emissary is spouting nonsense to mislead the masses. He truly deserves a beating. Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda were fierce generals who had slaughtered their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Together, they flipped out at the Luo province assembly emissary, scaring him so much that he almost wet his pants. Although he had the support of an aristocratic family, anyone who saw this kind of fierce, founding Duke flip-out would still be afraid. Someone immediately stepped out to stop them. It was Xinjiang's Zheng clan's Minister of Works, Zheng Shanhua. Duke of Lu, Duke of Yi, quickly stop. Humiliating others like this at the Imperial Court Assembly. Where is the propriety? Your Majesty, this official wants to impeach Duke of Lu and Duke of Yi for their lack of propriety. With Zheng Shanghua's words, more than a dozen aristocratic family officials stepped out one after another, clamoring to impeach Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda. As for Qin Shu Bao and the other generals, how could they watch Cheng Yaojin and the others suffer losses? They all stood up and refuted. The two sides began to bicker in the main hall. For a moment, the originally solemn court assembly became as lively as a market. It was Li Wangyou's first time attending court, and he watched the lively scene with great interest. The old hooligan Cheng Yaojin's battle prowess was indeed formidable. His lousy mouth actually scolded those aristocratic family's ministers until they were battered and exhausted. This was an eye-opener for Li Wanyu. Cheng Yaojin, impeach me? Do you want to see if my fist is big enough? Vulgar martial artist. The plague of locusts is the wrath of the heavens. This is the punishment of the heavens for not cultivating morality. Cheng Yaojin, I'm going to fix your mother. You're such a scoundrel. I've killed so many people. Why haven't I seen any divine punishment? High Duke Liu, aren't you afraid that the locust god will punish you for using such vulgar language? Cheng Yaojin, the locust god is nothing. Can you beat the duck god? If you're not afraid of the duck god's wrath, why should I be afraid? Duck god? What duck god? Finally, someone was confused by Cheng Yaojin's words. Where did this duck god come from? Cheng Yaojin, waha, you bunch of idiots. The locusts have their locust god. The ducks have their duck god. The ducks can feed on locusts, which means that the duck god is more powerful than the locust god. You farmhouse slaves must have eaten a lot of ducks every day, right? Aren't you afraid of the duck god's wrath? You, where did this duck god come from? Who has heard of the existence of the duck god? Cheng Yaojin sneered. Then why don't you go and find the locust god for me to see? There are gods 3 feet above our heads. How can there be no duck god? His words made all the ministers speechless. What kind of logic was this? Li Wanyu was also speechless. He put his hand to his forehead and felt a headache coming on. This old scoundrel, Cheng Yaojin, after hearing Li Wanyu talk about how the duck god was used to fool the farmers, he actually used Li Wanyu's excuse to shut the mouths of the aristocratic families. He was shameless enough. However, although the duck god was a little shameless, it was effective. At least the ministers of the aristocratic families could not think of a way to refute the old scoundrel's words. Seeing that the situation was not good, the head of the Zheng family of Xingyang, Zheng Yuanshou, could not help but stand up. He bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, the locusts are a natural disaster. How can we get rid of them? Moreover, killing too many of them will harm the harmony of the world. Only virtue can eliminate the natural disaster. Your Majesty, please reconsider and think for the sake of the people." Zheng Yuanshou's words were extremely vicious. He did not mention that he was guilty, nor did he mention that the plague of locusts was caused by Pai Lupi. However, the meaning behind his words was that he blamed the cause of the plague of locusts on Pai Lupi. Asking Pai Lupi to eliminate the locusts with virtue was the same as saying that Pai Lupi was immoral. Seeing that Zheng Yuanshou had stood up, the ministers who were arguing with Cheng Yaojin immediately found a direction and stopped arguing with him. They all bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, please reconsider and think for the sake of the people. Your Majesty, please reconsider and think for the sake of the people." Under Zheng Yuanshou's lead, nearly half of the hundreds of ministers who came to attend the Lunar Palace assembly stood up and said in unison to pressure Pai Lupi, who was sitting on the throne. There was no doubt that these ministers were from the aristocratic families headed by the 5 surnames and 7 nobles. Li Wanyu could not help but feel a little shocked. No wonder Pai Lupi did not dare to forcibly eliminate the locusts. Half of the ministers in the imperial court were from the aristocratic families. A slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. Pai Lupi's face became gloomier and gloomier in the face of the minister's pressure, but he did not speak. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. The ministers who came out to force the abdication also did not say a word. They stubbornly fought with Pai Lupi in a silent arena. The imperial court assembly hall, which was very noisy just now, immediately became silent. In the stalemate, Fong Xianling and Du Ruhui came out and bowed to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, the plague of locusts is a natural disaster. I request that you hold the Luotian grand ritual to pray for the blessings of the people in the world and the Tang dynasty." Pai Lupi immediately nodded. "Yes. Yes means that the emperor has agreed to it." The attendant of the Minxiao province immediately said, "Yes. This means that the imperial edict was to be read out." The ministers of the aristocratic families could only all be silent at this time. Hundreds of ministers bowed down. "Hold the Luotian grand ritual to pray for the people." As soon as his voice fell, before the ministers in the hall could react, the eunuch began to read the edict loudly. "Hold the Luotian grand ritual to pray for the people." As the eunuch in the palace read the edict loudly, Yuan Tiangang and other Taoists who had been waiting for a long time outside the Taiji Palace immediately filed in. In the surprised eyes of the ministers, They began to build altars and prepare to worship the gods of heaven and earth. Li Wanyu directly rolled his eyes. Damn, Fong Xianling and Pai Lupi are not acting at all. You need to study Stanislavski's self-cultivation of actors.